bourgeois ne sont que des bandits. Ils volent et tuent les travailleurs pour avoir des profits. Mais unis comme dans une grande armée, nous écrasons la bourgeoisie, rien que nous arrêter. Nous écrasons la bourgeoisie, rien que nous arrêter. Frères et sœurs de la classe ouvrière, les capitalistes vont trembler devant notre colère. Comme une masse, nous nous lèverons pour briser à jamais les chaînes de l'exploitation. Pour briser à jamais les chaînes de l'exploitation. Pour les faire forgeront notre parti, pour diriger notre lutte et vaincre l'ennemi. Un vrai parti marxiste-léniniste, pour balayer tous les traîtres et les opportunistes. Pour balayer tous les traîtres.
The people are claiming that this is the song of Mark Carney. Workers of the world unite under the banner of economist and banker, the true Marxist, Carneyist, the Quebecois communist, Mark Carney. Mark Carney, more like Mark's Carney. Ladies and gentlemen, the polar bear is down. J.D. Pond Carney. J.D. Pond Carney will uplift the indigenous population in Canada, which is the Francophones. That's right. The true indigenous population of Francophones will rise up once again under the banner of Mark's Carney. Rise up, comrades. Rise up. A revolution is near. A socialist revolution is here. Les gens des ouvriers révolution socialiste. Anyway, what's happening, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from Tabernacle, Le Heart of Canada at Quebec. Wait. Just kidding. I'm here in Los Angeles, California. It's a sunny day here in Los Angeles, California, and I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and ambies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a day of La Révolution in Le Canada. Just kidding. I'm going to get into all of that in a second, but I'm Hassan Piker. This is also that broadcast, and this is time for my personal news. Tabarnak, personal news about what has happened in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. So help me God. Okay? Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about all the personal news for the parasocialists out there. And let me tell you, a lot has taken place, okay? First and foremost, ended the broadcast last night. Very tired. 7 hours, 8 hours almost. Was feeling real tired, okay? Was feeling real freaking tired. And what did I do? Not really much. Watched a bunch of TikToks. That's all I've been doing. Watching a bunch of TikToks and watching a bunch of shows. The show that I've been watching is incredible, by the way. Freaking credible, absolute banger. Let's see if someone can figure it out. It is an Adult Swim show that is on Max, and honestly, it has very little coverage, very, very little coverage on it, and I don't know why there is no talk around the show because it's a fucking banger. Yes, everybody got it. It's Common Side Effects.
Yeah, please.
Okay, just go with me for a minute. What if there were a medicine that could heal, like, almost anything?
The artwork is amazing. The comedy is amazing.
A mushroom.
Not just
the voice acting is amazing.
The caviar, the ghost orchid of mushrooms. We spend more money than ever on healthcare, and everyone's still sick. Think about all the people who make tons of money just
so
from keeping
good.
us sick by keeping us unwell. This company, Reudical Pharmaceuticals.
Mike Judge is
this like
in
evil. He's not even smart enough to be evil. He's like the devil's idiot butler.
You know how bad my life is right now?
You hear that? You hear that voice? Yeah.
Ah, great. Now my room service is here.
What is it about?
Rick?
It's about a guy who's like, he's like a crazy mycologist, like an amateur mycologist. He's like kind of a brilliant guy, misunderstood, who finds a mushroom that literally saves people's lives. Just like straight up, any kind of issue you have, it saves your life. You can like evade death basically. And it's about him going up against the DEA and big pharma, like pharmaceuticals, big pharmaceuticals, and how much control they have over the government. It's like it's certainly conspiratorial, but it's really, really, really good.
What would happen if I brought this company like a new product?
You mean like a drug?
Yes, kind of.
Get me something by the end of Q3 and you can have my beach house.
Can we meet up? It's kind of urgent.
There's a
What is
lot
going
of
on,
drama
Marshall?
in it.
Two
There's a
things to
lot
mention. Some
of
people are following me,
action
and
in
I brought
it.
my tortoise. Francis, look
Yeah,
around.
Mike Judge is the executive producer, and it's fucking amazing. It is so amazing. I loved it. Highly, highly, highly recommended. And as you guys know, I'm a big advocate for, like, this is not a secret. I am a major advocate for healthcare and medicine and modern medicine in general. And this show is not just about like holistic medicine or whatever, but it is actually more so about capitalism. It's a show that is anti-capitalist. It's a show that talks about how the profit motive should be nowhere near the field of healthcare and why it sucks. And I suspect that because it's such a good show, it'll probably get fucking canceled, like that other show that was a really artistic one. What is this, Scavenger's Reign or whatever? No, not Scavenger's Reign. What was the other Max show that was like aliens in space and it was dark and scary? And Netflix picked it up and I watched it and I didn't even know it was awesome. And I'm pretty sure that wait, Scavenger's Reign? Is it? No. Oh, Scavenger's Reign. Yeah. Wait, that got confirmed for season 2? Or no, season 2 confirmed for Common Side Effects. Okay, that's good. Scavenger's Reign was the show that I also loved that unfortunately got canceled. Not Raised by Wolves. I watched Raised by Wolves as well, but this is amazing. This is really, really, really good.
No. Does this look healthy to you? We have a chance here to change the world.
Common Side Effects. Series premieres with back-to-back episodes.
Anyway, fantastic, amazing. Was it made by the same team? Because it kind of makes sense. It has like very similar movement. I don't know how else to describe it. Because it has a very, very similar movement in the animation. Obviously, the art style is different, but the movement that you can see. Oh, dude, there's little things that I guess like I still have that artist dog in me a little bit, right? And so when I see certain things, like certain frames, I'm like, wow, like what a fucking incredible way to tell a story. Like I'll tell you, there's a I'll give you a little example. This is a fantastic version of what I'm talking about. This is definitely an incredible cutscene that went viral. I remember watching this, not realizing that this was the show, and thinking, oh, I would watch this show for sure in a heartbeat. But here.
Right. I have one free team. Capano and...
I love their faces. I love the art style. It's like... It's weird. It's supposed to be weird. And I like how weird it is. It's not pretty. It's on purpose.
Harrington.
Great. Are they any good?
Look at the also one other thing I'm gonna say. The what do you call it? The facial expressions and the voice acting together remind me of like maybe not even the facial expressions, because the facial expressions are even better than the example I'm going to give you. But the voice acting reminds me of like the free flow style that Rick and Morty early seasons had that was really good. And it was really human almost. Some animated shows don't achieve that. This does. It's so fucking good. It's like very free flow, real, actual conversational. I don't know how the fuck they do that. I haven't seen any of the latest Rick and Morty episodes, but I'm just saying, like, initially, before it became like this explosive phenomena, Rick and Morty was actually pretty solid in terms of like voice acting. And it feels, yeah, Waking Life is another great example of this as well. Like, where it's like obviously conversational. Look how much they tell you. Look how much story they tell you with such little motion.
Shake, Sinora, shake your body liner. Shake, Sinora, shake it all the time.
Clearly, these guys are incompetent. They're incompetent DA agents, but they love one another. They're fantastic. They work with one another.
Work it all the time. My girl's name is Sonora. I tell you, friends, I adore her.
Oh, fuck, this ruined it.
When
God
she
damn it.
dances, oh brother, she's a hurricane in all kinds of weather. Jump in the line, rock your body on time.
Yeah, Capano inherited. Yeah, they're good.
Come on, man. Jesus Christ, look how many fucking ads they slammed onto it. This scene alone sold me on the show initially. Yeah, this I watched it. I loved this, and I never actually went back to find out what it was. Yes, I'm not missing out on Lazarus. I know there was an Istanbul mention on Lazarus, okay? Just stop. I know. I've been watching Lazarus as well. Let me fucking glaze one other show that I'm watching that I think deserves a lot of praise before you slam in Lazarus shit. Anyway, Common Side Effects is the name of the show. It's amazing. It's really fun. It's very funny. It gets dark at times. It's very thoughtful. Big recommend. Big time recommend. It's like the opposite of fucking Devil May Cry. This chatter says, watch Devil May Cry on Netflix. Yeah, the guy who made Devil May Cry fucking loves Asmongold. That's all I needed to know about the politics and the worldview of the show. Like we're over here talking about like actual fire shows that have an artistic vision that is elevated in its commentary, and you're like, here, watch this fucking slop. I mean, Devil May Cry is fantastically drawn as well. Incredible animation, incredible movement. I'm not going to shit on that for sure. It's great. I've been watching it as well, but it's just like it's certainly like this is closer to art house in comparison to Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry is great. It is not well drawn. You're wrong. I think Devil May Cry is well drawn. Common Side Effect is peak Rebellion Television Andor 2. DMC has ass CGI. They get really lazy. Okay. Midnight Gospel genuinely gave me a new appreciation for life. You got to watch. What is this? Chinese Ministry. Chinese MFA spokesperson. Hassan Nanmi. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I thought I got some military sentiment from DMC, but definitely not to the level of Common Side Effects. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't finished DMC. I can't speak on it. But it's good. I mean, DMC is good too. Don't get me wrong. I just think that it doesn't hold a candle to what I'm showing you with Common Side Effects. Common Side Effects is a must-see. I'm elevating it to a must-see status. Where was I? What was I talking about? Yeah, that's what I've been watching, and it was incredible, and it was great. That's fine. I woke up early this morning, played some basketball, got my ass beat. Then I had to do a long-ass interview with another newspaper. So I had to end my ball sesh without even winning the game. So I'm a little bummed out for that reason, but it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. That's the reason why I'm late though, but I'm here. I'm live. I'm alive. Let's get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Let's pop off. Have you played Expedition 33? No, I have not, because I found out that it's turn-based. And for me to enjoy a turn-based game, it has to be like Yakuza or something. Like I have to be captivated fully by the lore and stuff like that. And I don't know enough about what's going on in the world of Expedition. And I heard that it's like great, but in any case, all right, let's pop off. Let's pop off. All right, let's do it. Amazon x Trump showdown after tariff receipts. It has QTE pairing. It's not just a simple turn-based game. It's so good. Okay, guys, I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to play this game right now, okay? I'm just not going to do it. Bro, there's a lot of Bernie AOC hate posting on your sub. Is getting annoying. Which, my sub? You mean Hassan_Piker? Ugh. Whatever. Let people chirp. Who cares? I don't. You hate gaming? Stop deflecting. Yes, I hate gaming. You got me. Amazon Trump showdown after tariff receipts. China offers olive branch to U.S. firms after Boeing delivery halt. China olive branch incoming. Trump is so repulsive. He gave the libs a W in Canada. And what else? 100-day report card. We'll do the 100-day report card as well. 100 days of burger madness. Get in now. Are we going to watch RFK Jr. John Oliver? Sure. Fine. Why not? Any chance of Louis Theroux being on the broadcast? Yeah, I didn't realize that he actually follows me on Instagram. The account you replied to today is Muda's wife and D Superfan, who's obsessed with you. Their timeline is full of mentions of you and anyone you interact with. Psycho stuff. They had this to say about D's sex pest behavior last year before the latest revolutions and lawsuits. Entertainment indeed. I have no idea who this person is. What are you linking me? I don't even know what this is. Well, I don't know who this is. Destiny should continue to fuck people from Discord. It continues to provide quality entertainment for everyone else. I have literally no idea who this person is. Who is this? You got mentioned twice on Stavi's pod. Yeah. The one you replied to about the article's title. Oh, this is the person I replied to. This morning I saw a fucking post on my on my For You page that I was like, this is too dumb not to reply to. Oh, wait, this person is Muda's wife? Oh my Lord. Yeah, I saw this post on my For You page say, you know you're cooked hard when you have to explain the joke. So I had to be like, do you think I wrote the stupid headline? Because, like, this is not my joke. This is me capitalizing on the dumb headline and the way that Republicans have reacted to said dumb headline by saying, these guys are too stupid to understand that this title was wrong because most MAGA weirdos don't actually hit the gym or have a healthy diet. I have nothing to do with said headline. I do not work for the New York Times. I didn't write the article, and I certainly didn't come up with the headline. Also, where's the joke? I wasn't even like, I'm memeing off of like the stupidity of conservatives because they couldn't even like, take a W because they're so angry and so stupid. Why do you all know so much about this person? It's a great question. I think they do because they are really invested in drama. Did you see the White House statement put out last night? It's spooky. Did you listen to NPR's interview this morning about the Palestinian who was arrested? Yes. You mean Mosen? Yes, I did. A journalist was able to get entry into the Vermont facility where Mosen is being held, and Mosen spoke out against his unlawful detention. Right? Yeah, I did listen to it. But the thing that really triggered me into oblivion was when I was in the shower and listening to Caroline Leavitt complain about Amazon. Like, that actually broke my brain. I cannot wait. All you were doing was clarifying that most conservatives. Okay, dude, you're okay. Okay, listen. Real hit dog holler moment, okay? Let's stop. I don't care about this person at all. I didn't even realize that she was Muda's wife. You listen to the news in the fucking shower? Yes, dude. What do you mean? Yes. Of course I listen to the news in the shower. What's your take on kneecap bending the knee to Zionism? Oh, you mean that saying that they're not, that they condemn Hamas and Hezbollah? Yeah, of course they're going to say that, dude. What are you talking about? You'll go to prison. Like, yeah, it is what it is, At that level, at their level, especially as they're up and comers, like, yeah, of course they're going to fucking be like, yeah, it's really bad and scary. They're doing terrorism. I'm so scared of terrorism. I'm so sorry for saying this is a terrorism. It's like funny because their name is Kneecap. Like, where do you guys think that name comes from? Where do you think that name comes from? It comes from the policy of the IRA shooting someone in the fucking knee, It is what it is. Look, I understand it. It is what it is. No one's gonna come out and be like, no one's gonna run around being like they love Hamas and they love Hezbollah. That's it. They're just not gonna do that. Especially people who aren't like anonymous Twitter accounts or like someone who is academic or someone who has the capacity to like explain what their position is. Someone like myself, I still get yelled at all the time. They'll be like, "Oh, dude, you love Hamas and Hezbollah," and it's like my explanation for why, my explanation for how I talk about it is pretty obvious. Like, of course, resistance groups are going to exist as a direct consequence of the much larger, much greater evil of Israel and the United States of America. It is the reality. You don't have to agree with all of their methods or even their domestic affairs, but the reality of the matter is, like, if you don't want any sort of reaction or retaliation, well, you can't just like keep fucking melting people. Okay, that's the reality. Like, I think Yanis Varoufakis does a pretty good job of talking about this stuff, but again, that's Yanis Varoufakis. You know what I mean? He's not fucking Kneecap. It's just, it is what it is. You have to do your condom hummus. You have to do your 15 condom hummus before you before they let you speak. Where was it? I saw Giannis's take on this. I think Squirrel posted about it. But it's like, the question always is, who do you think is the villain here? Who do you fucking think is the villain? Do you think it's the violent resistance against the apartheid state, or do you think it's the state that's doing the apartheid and also doing a genocide on top of that? It's the fucking state doing the apartheid and doing the genocide, okay? Yeah, violence begets violence. There's going to be an inevitable reaction to the 76 years of fucking occupation. It's no different than demanding that you condemn the Nat Turner Rebellion, or demanding that you condemn the Haitian Revolution, demanding that you condemn the ANC, the FLN, the IRA over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's just like, it's just a way to try and desperately move the conversation back into a place where Israel is seemingly the victim. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah. Kneecap, lame, sellout, pussies. Okay, everybody needs to fucking calm down as well. And like, they were on the verge of going to prison. Okay, calm down. They're still they're still eating a lot of damage here. The entirety of the fucking music industry literally got up in arms and started bitching at them, and then it didn't end there. They literally turned around and got Israel advocacy organizations to demand actual investigations, like criminal investigations. It's illegal. Okay, it's straightforwardly illegal.
Those who try very hard to extract from people like me, from DiEM25, a condemnation of the attack by the Hamas guerrillas will never get it. And they will never get it for a very simple reason. Those who care about humans without any discrimination, those who care equally about a Jew and an Arab, must ask themselves a very simple question. What exactly is their idea of the cessation of hostilities? That Palestinians are going to lay down their arms?
Didn't other artists voice their support on stage? Yeah, it's different. They found... look, the real story is they said, fuck Israel, free Palestine on their post in Coachella. And then that caused everyone to do the fucking classic thing where they use a fine-tooth comb to find any moment or anything that they've ever said that they could remotely use against them, to find an old footage of them in a concert. I forget where it was, where they were saying like, up Hamas, up Hezbollah. And then that is what created a British investigation, a British counterterrorism investigation. And for that reason, they had to, back down and be like, yo, my bad. We don't condone, we condemn Hamas. We condemn Hezbollah. Like, of course they're going to do that. They're fucking, the kill your MP is the major thing. That's why MPs are blasting them. Wait, I didn't even see that they said kill your MP. They got the Hassan Abi treatment, but the difference is they're not fucking political commentators. They're musicians. So obviously, regardless of their political perspective, regardless of their political framework, like, their major output is not this. This is all I fucking do. So I can explain my positions over and over again, regardless of how much people clip me out of fucking context.
Into the largest open-air prison in the world, where they are constantly suffocated by the apartheid state. In other words, back in South Africa, in the era of apartheid, what was the problem? Was it that some members of the black resistance, including the ANC, but not only the ANC, took up arms against the South African regime and sometimes killed innocent people? Was that the problem with apartheid? No, the problem was apartheid. Apartheid, whether it's practiced in South Africa or in Palestine or Israel, is always going to procure violence because it's a violent, misanthropic system. Any human being living under apartheid at some point will either die a terrible, silent death or rebel and often take innocent people with them. The criminals here are not Hamas, not even the Israeli settlers who are killing Palestinians. The criminals are Europeans, us, every single member of our German society, our French society, our Greek society, our United States society. We have participated in this crime against humanity over the decades by keeping our mouths shut as long as there is no trouble down there, as long as people are dying outside the reach of cameras, as long as it's Palestinians who die and not the occupiers. So,
this is so funny when motherfuckers be like, I know it's objectively cowardly to backtrack. Okay, you go tell your boss right now that he's facilitating, he's playing a formative role in, I don't know, the Israeli apartheid regime. Like, many people don't realize that the dynamic is, when you're a public figure, the dynamic is obviously different. You have to play a balanced role, okay? You have to play a fucking balanced role. Don't say not even the same thing. It is the same thing. It's just like, it's literally the same thing. The reason why you don't say that in your fucking place of work is for the same reasons why they had to fucking back down. You know what I mean? And that is when they, as artists, they have a lot more leeway, but there's still artists who are in the UK at the end of the day, or go to the UK at the end of the day. And it was like some of the fucking Irish, some of the Irish politicians were even coming after them, which was crazy. The grifter. As an Arab living in the Middle East, I think condemning Hamas is an important distinction that should be made. I know a distressingly large number of Arabs that support Hamas because they harm Jews. Yeah, okay, dude. I'm sure that's the reason. Yeah. What do you mean what? Like, this is such a stupid fucking position to have, the grifter. I mean, I'm sure some people like them because they themselves are anti-Semitic. There's people in America that like Palestinian resistance because they are, like, the people that are supporting it are anti-Semitic themselves. They don't give a shit about Israel generally. They don't really give a shit about the Palestinians generally. They just care about like shitting on Jews. But having said that, the notion that like people support the Palestinian resistance across the board, they do so because they're anti-Semitic and like these guys are harming Jews is so fucking stupid. I would want to know if people around me like terrorists or care about Palestinians. Brother, are you new here? What's going on? Are you okay? There's a guy for everything. I know. Listen, you don't have to love Hamas. You don't have to want to hug and kiss Hamas. The reality of the matter is you have to recognize that they are the only game in town due to an unlimited amount of bombing and assassinations that the Israeli state is engaged in over the course of the past 76 years of its fucking occupation. Okay? What do you mean? Oh, do people love terrorists? Or do people care about Palestinians? Like, what? In the eyes of Israel, everyone is Hamas. Every baby that gets killed in a bombing campaign is Hamas. It does not fucking matter. They do not make this distinction. I don't know why you think you're making this distinction. There is no real fucking distinction here. Arab card revoked. Yeah.
This incredible tragedy.
Like, people, for the record, people do go above and beyond. You know what I mean? People do go above and beyond. Like, you're in the Western world. Calm down. Okay? I say this all the time. Like, you live in the Western world. Calm the fuck down. You're getting horny. Sometimes I hear, like when Palestinians are coming out and protesting, right? Many of them are protesting against the apartheid. Every single one of them is still saying, like, Israel is the number one villain here. But, like, some are protesting against Hamas. People are like, oh, how dare these guys protest against Hamas? It's like, well, you're a white guy living in the West, okay? Those guys, on the other hand, have to live there. Obviously, there's going to be discontent in the process. Like, it's just, I don't give a shit about who is running Palestine. I give a shit about ending the occupation, okay? I want Palestinians to have autonomy. I want Palestinians to have sovereignty. That's my argument, okay? I'm not like, oh, it has to be Hamas. Having said that, like there has been a lot of like a lot of the concessions that Hamas has made as the leading figurehead in the resistance movement, in the militancy. They have said that they would remove themselves from power and allow for democracy to take place in Palestine. It's not like a thing that they are opposed to. So, I agree with that position. So that's what I want. I want an end to the occupation. I want an end to the apartheid. I want there to be a single solitary state in the future, hopefully with equal rights and equal representation, a Truth and Reconciliation Committee to be set up where war criminals are punished, where reparations are offered, where there's a right to return for Palestinians. People say these are pie in the sky ideas, but these are still this is still the morally correct position. If you don't like Hamas, then eliminate the actual reason for Hamas to exist, because Hamas is just a name. There's always going to be a militant resistance against an endless amount of violence that is a necessity for the maintenance of an apartheid. You understand? It's perfectly normal for people to say, well, okay, you killed my parents, you killed my cousins, you blew up my school, you blew up my mosque, I'm starving, I'm gonna fucking take up arms against you. That is the most normal position of all time. And it doesn't even matter how old you are at that point. You're like, okay, I can't wait to get older so I can fucking grab weapons and join whatever new formation that exists. Let's say they kill every single person that is in Hamas. Okay, there is gonna be a Hamas too. There's gonna be something else. Just like Hamas wasn't the only game in town initially. It used to be the PLO, which also were secular, and yet they were still branded as terrorists, scary, violent terrorists. I can't believe we're, 17 months in at this point, and people are still confused about this process. It's crazy. It's crazy. I know we're having a serious conversation, but you got that shit on respectfully. Hey, yo, thank you. It is not just Hamas who were invested in the 10-7. Yeah, of course. It was the entirety of the Palestinian militancy, including like former Fatah groups as well. Like they had DFLP, PFLP, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They had criminal elements that fucking penetrated the barrier as well once it was broken. Like that wasn't just Hamas, Isn't it legal to resist apartheid? I mean, it's not legal according to Israel. It is legal according to international law. It's not legal to kidnap people, though. It's not legal to open fire on civilians. It's not legal to kidnap people. The reality of the matter is, like, a lot of the things that unfolded on October 7 in the hands of the Hamas-led coalition of Palestinian resistance was atrocities. It's true. This is real. That's not, I think saying that is not saying that is not a ridiculous position. It's like saying the Nat Turner Rebellion was horrifying, okay? Because it was. But at the end of the day, what do you think about when you think about the abolition of chattel slavery? You think about the abolition of chattel slavery. You think about how horrifying and cruel of a practice it was to literally have slaves. You don't think about the slave rebellions that took place and how violent that rebellion was. When you think about the Holocaust, you don't turn around and go, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Well, you sure killed a bunch of Germans in the process. How dare you? No one says that. Everyone thinks about how fucking horrifying the Holocaust was, because everybody understands in the rear view mirror that violence begets violence, and that the more violent a process becomes, the more violent a process becomes in terms of the justifications for an apartheid, the regular daily maintenance of said apartheid, the more violent that resistance is going to look like. That's it. And it's crazy because, like, people, when you say this, people go, nah, that's fucked up. Unacceptable. Unacceptable, dude. What is this? Isn't the UK law super strict with things like terrorism too? Didn't a guy get arrested for dressing his pug like Hitler? Dude, I need you guys to understand something here. Western liberalism is dead. Okay, Western liberal democracy as a project was already a theoretical one regardless, but it is totally fucking dead. I'll give you a great example of this, okay? What is the heart of Western liberal democracy? The major defenders of Western liberal democracy. It's post-Nazi Germany, right? Let me tell you what the German courts have done. The German courts, if you remember, there was I'll show you. The Ausländer aus. A while back, a while back, there was a court case in the German courts because there was a video where a bunch of wealthy German libs were singing an AfD song that is a neo-Nazi song, basically saying foreigners out, Germany for Germans. Do we have the video? Does anyone have that video? Remember? It's very catchy. It's really fucking annoying. Whenever I hear it, I just like it gets stuck in my head. But basically, they were singing like foreigners out, Germany for Germans. Now, in Germany, that is illegal. That is just straightforwardly illegal. Okay? La mort de jeurs. Okay. Yeah, so this is a neo-Nazi slogan from the AfD party, and this is, people were singing it. And it was shocking for a lot of people in Germany because these were actually liberals singing it, because previously the AfD was like formerly working class people, poor people, the Lumpenproles and whatnot. Liberals, for the most part, rich liberals, especially in Germany, were not entertaining these sorts of things, right? They were not entertaining these sorts of things, especially not in this wealthy, here it is. Not in this like wealthy enclave where the children of German elite society were entertaining such reactionary neo-Nazi perspectives. So this video actually went super viral and Germany freaked the fuck out over this. Like, this guy's literally doing the mustache and the fucking hand. You know what I mean? He was going full Hitler, okay? This is beyond what Elon did. You know what I mean? He even did the mustache. Like, what are we doing? Right? And so this was tried in the courts because it's like heavily illegal. And there was, I believe, a person that actually lost their job because they were working with a politician as well. And so this was like shocking. This shocked Germany to the core because, yeah, these are rich kids on the island of Silt. Only rich people go there on holidays, mostly Germans. So that was what was so unique about it. All of a sudden, it's not just like a Berlin working class German attitude where the AfD is now getting a lot of play out of like these wealthy societal elites. Holy shit, right? The first girl that was in the video lost her job. She was working for a politician, I believe. In any case, the German courts prosecuted this to the full extent of the law, except in that prosecution, they found out that this is actually fine. Now, the same German courts a week prior successfully prosecuted another German for holding up a sign at a pro-Palestinian rally. So Germany now uses their hate speech statute that was specifically designed to be anti-Nazi, right? Germany is now using that hate speech statute against pro-Palestinian demonstrators. That they've been using it against them over and over again. And the reason why this person got prosecuted, I need you to understand, it's so fucked up. The reason why this person got prosecuted was because he had a banner that said, "Have we learned nothing from the Holocaust?" That, to me, demonstrates the utter depravity, the double standard of Western liberal democracies, how willing they are to utilize their supposed liberal anti-hate speech statutes exclusively to squash political opposition when people are making the correct point. Here it is. Here's James Jackson. Breaking: a pro-Palestine activist was convicted in Berlin for incitement to racial hatred for asking, haven't we learned nothing from the Holocaust? This was successfully prosecuted in the German courts. I said, actively trying to manage the unfavorability of an apartheid state that's doing a live stream child Holocaust has collapsed the already limited credibility the West had about defending liberal democratic values. This is always the same principle. Kneecap can't say up Hamas, up Hezbollah in a concert 2 years ago, or open up a banner that says fuck Israel, free Palestine, without getting a counterterrorism suit launched against them. But pro-Israel people can literally wear an IDF dog tag prominently display it, talk about how Arabs deserve less, talk about how Arabs deserve death, talk about how Arabs deserve the genocide, admit that Israel is doing a genocide only if you're defending that Israel is doing said genocide. And none of that is an issue. This is the dual standard. This is the double standard prominently in display because Israel is the client state here. Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants. That's it. There's no way to get around this. It's very obvious. It's very obvious that these guys are willing to throw away everything, and even the aesthetics of caring about liberal values, specifically to defend Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. Okay? When you have this much motion, are you really the client state? Yes. Yes. They still very much are the client state. Hassan on me. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Here. A demonstrator was convicted of incitement to hatred by a Berlin district court for her protest sign, "Have we learned nothing from the Holocaust?" Because she allegedly trivialized the Holocaust by expressing fear for the innocent civilians in Gaza, she must pay a 1,600 euro fine. It is as absurd as it sounds. The mere question of whether we should pursue responsibility for never again genocide, while a genocide is being committed with German support, is supposed to constitute a criminal offense, complete insanity. But the insanity doesn't stop there, because that same German court, like the same German judicial system, justice system, unironically let the previous incident go. They found it permissible. They found it permissible for these rich liberal kids to fucking sing Ausländer raus, Ausländer raus, the AfD slogan, foreigners out. That is allowed. Okay? That is allowed in Germany. That's not a hate speech. That's not triggering hate speech. Ironically enough, the hate speech statute was directly created for that purpose. It was directly created for that purpose, so that Germans don't fucking start chirping about being Nazis. I'm trying to find the article from James Jackson, who covers a lot of what's going on in German news. So, never mind. Here it is. A second sign read, "No to the murder of 8,500 civilians currently in Gaza. Between the time of the protests and the condemnation, the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza increased by 700%. So let me answer this question. No, we clearly learned little to nothing from the Holocaust, and certainly not the right things. But what's the latest? I want to see. I want to see the. Yeah, here it is. What is this? German island to end ritual of spanking women with cow horn. Okay, chatter. Just show me the latest on the fucking other court case for these guys, okay? The Germany investigates foreigners out chants at the village festival in Slit. Just to give the full picture, the court said that singing this alone is not enough to get prosecuted, but the guy making the mustache and hand sign will be. Incredible. Oh, here it is. Investigations into the Slit scandal video concluded. Encampment on the island of Slit, partygoers shouted racist slogans. The video from 2024 caused outrage nationwide. Now the public prosecutor's office has closed the investigation against 3 people, and a penal order has been issued against 1 man. So, or Sult, not Slit. Okay, sorry. Sult. Yeah, there it is. They don't consider singing Ausländer raus to be a serious thing, but they have all the interest in prosecuting this. Have we learned nothing from the Holocaust? Understand, this double standard exists in every facet of Western in every facet of these supposed theoretical liberal capitalist Western democracies. So that is the situation that is in front of us. So of course, public figures make public figures oftentimes will find themselves on this tightrope. The reason why I covered all of this is because Kneecap came out with a statement being like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for Hamas," or whatever the fuck they said. I don't know what it was. Hold on, let me see. And everyone is now dunking on them. What was the statement initially? They've had their they've had basically like their visa taken away in America. They can't tour the United States anymore, most likely, even though they have a sold out tour in the US that's supposed to happen in the fall. They got a counterterrorism investigation launched against them. All of this started because of the Coachella set that I live streamed for them, by the way. Their Berlin show got canceled forcibly by the government. It's fucking insane, dude. It is fucking insane. So your haters saw it and reported them? No, it's not my haters, dude. Are you kidding me? It's fucking like Bro, Ozzy Osbourne's wife was involved in this. Are you kidding me? They were writing articles everywhere, dude. These guys were freaking the fuck out. They're like, I can't believe that they would make a political statement as a political music group. I can't believe they made a political statement. Listen, the reality of the matter is that, yeah, you say fuck Israel, free Palestine, they're gonna be up your asshole, okay? They're gonna demand you get fucking fired. One speed, baby. One speed, okay? Israel defenders have one fucking speed. And the more desperate they get, the more aggressive they get with their silencing of any sort of criticism against Israel. It is what it is. This is part of the reason why I will always use my platform, as long as I have one, to speak the truth. Kneecap statement that want you to believe words are more harmful than genocide. Establishment figures desperate to silence us have combed through hundreds of hours of footage and interviews, extracting a handful of words from months or years ago to manufacture moral hysteria. Let's be unequivocal. We do not and have never supported Hamas or Hezbollah. We condemn all attacks on civilians always. It is never okay. We know this more than anyone given our nation's history. We also reject any suggestion that we would seek to incite violence against an MP or individual ever. An extract of footage deliberately taken out of context is now being exploited and weaponized as if it were a call for action. This distortion is not only absurd, it is a transparent effort to derail the real conversation. All 2 million Palestinian people in Gaza are currently being starved to death by Israel. At least 20,000 children in Gaza have been killed. The British government continues to supply arms to Israel, even after scores of NHS doctors warned Keir Starmer, Kid Starver, in August that children were being systematically executed with sniper shots to the head. What is this? You need to address this. Kaya, after saying slurs into the mic, Kaya would never do that. Also, when she says slurs, she says it in Chinese because she's Chinese. Instead of defending innocent people or the principles of international law, the powerful in Britain have abetted slaughter and famine. This is where real anger and outrage should be directed towards. To the MS and Cox families who sent our heartfelt apologies, we never intended to cause you hurt. I don't know what this is. Are these like hostage families or something? Is that what it is? What is the MS and Cox families? I don't even know what that one is. Does anyone know in the chat? Oh, families of murdered MPs? UK MPs who were assassinated? That never happened, and if it did, it was Chinese. Yeah. Joe Cox was an MP killed by a far-right psycho. Kneecap's message has always been and remains one of love, inclusion, and hope. This is why our music resonates across generations, countries, classes, and cultures, and has brought hundreds of thousands of people to our gigs. No smear campaign will change that. Suddenly, days after calling the U.S. administration at Coachella to applause and solidarity, there's an avalanche of outrage and condemnation by the political classes of Britain. The real crimes are not in our performances. The real crimes are the silence and complicity of those in power. Yeah. I mean, it's a decent statement. I understand why they said what they said, you know. What is this? Irish band Kneecap have apologized to the families of murdered MPs after footage emerged of one of its members appearing to say, "Kill your local MP." Kneecap allegedly said a good Tory is a dead Tory. I guess they're apologizing for that. Yeah, I mean, I get why they would have to apologize for that. Come on. I mean, dude, I didn't even say that, and people still yelled at me, and I apologized. Like when I said that if the Republican Party was serious about combating Medicare fraud, that they would, penalize their own ranks. Rick Scott. Harvard promises changes after reports on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. The two reports, which run hundreds of pages, come at a difficult time for the university, which is suing the Trump administration over federal funding cuts. Bro is playing with us? What do you mean? It's crazy world as regimes and countries and international organizations will prove Israel is a genocidal state and apartheid state and now being judged at the highest Supreme Court and their genocide is streamed live. But how can these students or music bands say this is insane? I know. I think it's fucking ridiculous. And I think it is utterly depraved that we are having these sorts of conversations. It's all fucking hysteria being ramped up. But that is precisely the reason why you have to be very careful in your advocacy no matter what. And I, as someone who is pretty fucking careful in my advocacy, still literally routinely get fucking yelled at for being the number one Hassan Nasrallah supporter. They will say that I am Hassan Nasrallah. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, whatever. I don't give a shit. Say whatever the fuck you want. Who cares? You know? It's not going to change the reality. It's not going to magically make people go, oh, you know what? This baby murder is appropriate, actually. Thank you for doing all of the unlimited child Holocaust, Israel. That was fantastic. You know? That's it. I'm super careful, and it doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. People still go fucking nutty mode over it, okay? You were featured in another Sky News Australia Lefties Are Losing It segment? No way. This dude. Wait, what did Sky News Australia post me on? Oh, I love that. I love when Sky News Australia posts me. I love when I make it to the most honest and the most objective name in news. Sky News Australia. Why don't you say going bananas anymore? Because I don't go bananas anymore.
It's time for Lefties.
Lefties losing it! Arr! Lefties losing it!
Now, if the left didn't have double standards, that have no standards at all. And here is another prime example. This is Andrew
where is it? Where did was I in here? Like over here?
Maggie is in a Box, a song about the late, great Margaret Thatcher.
Oh, no, not a song about the late, great Margaret Thatcher. Fucking hell. How dare you? Oh, they posted. Yo, let's go. Left Media continues to push Trump lies. By the way, Sky News Australia is like Fox News on steroids, ironically owned by the same guy that owns Fox News, for the record, Rupert Murdoch, who is Australian, and this is his like main channel. This is Australian Fox News. So if you see like American libtards, American liberals who claim to be like progressive or whatever, championing this video, which they will, because they're fucking stupid and they have no principles, they have no perspectives whatsoever, they have no interest in learning the truth, they will use this truly, utterly depraved, evil channel as a way to be like, see, even Australian Sky News knows the truth about Hassan. And let me tell you, it's because they're fucking stupid. But I, on the other hand, welcome the hatred from Sky News Australia. Let's go. Ooh, this is exciting. I didn't even realize they were doing it. The lefties losing it.
Watch a lot of Donald Trump coverage over the years. I've seen him give many speeches. I've seen him give many White House Oval Office interviews. I genuinely, as someone who pays actually fairly close attention to men's sartorial choices when they are in high positions, I actually genuinely struggle to think of a single instance when Donald Trump is actually wearing a black suit. I'm genuinely just like thinking out loud here with you in real time here. I feel like the guy's always wearing a blue suit. I mean, Trump's go-to look. Anyone and Trump,
okay, blue suit. Like, he's always wearing a blue suit. Whatever.
It has an impact, particularly outside of the US, because the US, you do have a bit more diversity in the media, not as much as you would like to see, but there is counter narratives that are actually correcting some of this fake news. But in Australia and elsewhere in the world, it's almost all... I
love her. She's so fucking stupid. I love her. Remember, this is the one that was like, oh no, lefties losing it. When the Australian pro-Palestinian Hassan Abihad came up to me and was like, or no, don't drink Coke, before Coke was on the BDS list. Because as you guys know, once it made it onto the official Palestinian National Committee BDS list, I stopped drinking Coke. Hassan, I'm doing a linguistics project on content creators and pro-Palestinian content. Would you have time to do a survey at some point? If not, no worries. Probably not. All right.
All we get is just this relentless negative stuff, whether it's serious issues or trivial, like the colour of his suit at a funeral. Before you go, I want to get your opinion on this remarkable New York Times fluff piece that they've done on a character called Hassan Piker, a character they describe as a progressive mind in a MAGA body, because he works out. Apparently that makes him a MAGA body, but he's as bad as MAGA as I'm blonde. What he is, Josh, is virulent.
Remember, they are mad because they like MAGA, okay? Something that, because when you first see this, you're like, when you first see this, they're Australian. You don't understand. This is Sky News. You think maybe it's objective. No. Remember, this is like Australian Fox News. So, like, she's mad because the New York Times is doing a puff piece on a terrorist, myself, right? A fawning puff piece on a terrorist. And she's mad because MAGA is a good thing. And they're comparing me to a good thing. And that's what's fucked up.
Anti-Israel.
Any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this. Yeah. I mean, yeah, what's the problem? Yeah, if you are pro-Israel, okay, and you're a politician and you're pro-Israel, then yeah, it's no different to me than being fucking pro-Nazi Germany or pro-apartheid South Africa. What's the problem? What, you got an issue with that? What's the difference? Yeah, no, I love when they post things that I actually do mean rather than post shit out of context, because it triggers the autism in my brain where I'm like, no, you don't understand. You're misunderstanding me. It annoys me to no end. If you post, like when Fox News wrote that article about me, if you remember, when they were like, Hassan wants 9/11 to happen, I was annoyed because that's not what my statement was at all. But in that article, they also post some of the things that I say all the time and are objectively correct. Like when they said, when they posted about how I had said that like Israel is a far more evil entity than Hamas ever could be. When you post that and you get mad about that or whatever, I'm fine with that. You know what I mean? Like, that's okay, because that is my statement. And it's also objectively true. Like, try to address the argument instead of fucking complaining about it, you know? But I hate it when they clip chimp and then they go, oh my God, like he said he loves when Palestinians are doing mass rapes or some shit. It's like, no, I never said that. You're a fucking freak. Anyway, awesome.
Josh, he has a hugely popular show on Twitch where he unashamedly praises Houthi terrorists.
Art! Thank you for the 20 community gifted subs. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Spreads all sorts of Hamas propaganda. And now he's getting fluff pieces in the New York Times. What is going on?
Is the New York Times pro-Hamas? Is the New York Times pro-Hamas? What's going on? Why are they pro-Hamas? Hassan Piker of Twitch. He's a lover of Houthis. He's a lover of Hamas. Oh, this is so awesome. Australia is such a fake country. I'm sorry that, like, when she's trying to be serious, it's impossible to take them seriously with that. Like, that lady sounds like that. And she's trying to be, you know, dignified and serious and talk about the severity of the crisis at hand. You know what I mean? Also, this is pretty cool, too. They just keep posting sexy ass photos of me. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at this sexy terrorist. He loves Hamas. He's hot. He's a hot dude. Stupid. And sexy and pro-Hamas. Oh, fucking awesome. Oh, I love this.
Going on.
Well, I think what's going on is exactly what it looks like, which is that someone who has literally made a name for himself as an apologist for Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah, various other U.S. recognized foreign terrorist organizations. I mean, this is the guy who is now getting you know the page A1 full spread treatment from the New York Times, an organization.
He's like, why won't they write about me? I don't like it. Can you sue them for slander? What? Why would I fucking do that? What are you talking about, dude? Like, people being like, oh, I can't believe he's doing apologia for Hamas. Okay, dude. Yeah, sure. Who cares? Suck my dick. Okay. Ironically enough, I don't make any apologies for Hamas. I do actually call out things that I think are violent, things that I believe are atrocious. As a matter of fact, significantly more than pro-Israel people do on their side. Okay. I also do understand who the real the real villains are in this story. And that is and always will be Israel until they abolish the apartheid, of course, until they end the occupation. They do the same thing they do in the U.S., says it's entertainment, not news. Yeah, also, I don't care about, this is awesome. Yeah. Suing is soy. You care more about the prison colony than your neighbor to the north, L? Okay, stop.
That was probably best known for burying coverage of the Holocaust back towards the back of the paper for 3, 4, 5 years during World War II. The New York Times has a long and deeply inglorious track record.
I would say that the New York Times, First of all, burying the coverage of the Holocaust for 5 years is crazy during World War II. Like, I don't know if they were, that tuned in to the death camps that were taking place, but there is a live streamed Holocaust happening right now, and they do unironically bury the coverage of the live streamed Holocaust. So yeah, it's, if anything, in the argument that you're presenting, New York Times being consistent. They're like, we don't care as long as it's state-sponsored violence. Like, we're on board with it, okay? And we will do our very best to defend it. Barry Weiss, peace on you. He also calls Jews inbred. Says doesn't matter if rape occurred on October 7th. And argues that Zionists should be treated like neo-Nazis. Essential by rights coded FP. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh, here we go. Crosshairs are back on me, baby. Let's go. Playing the fucking hits. Yeah. It's funny how the New York Times is a problem to them now that you're on it. No, they love shitting on the New York Times. They don't think New York Times is pro-Israel enough, which is crazy. Bovine Barry. I do want to read this. The handsome face of terror apologia. That's awesome. Once again, proving what I said, which is all of my haters can pick apart every single thing, but then they still call me handsome. What is this? What is this? What is going on, bro? Ay, 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 ay. Oh, this is so funny. As a Jewish viewer, I can't believe it. I mean, Barry Weiss this is her whole shtick, so it's not surprising. The Islamophobia is so blatant in their photo choices. I mean, who cares? This is a fucking hot-ass photo. I don't give a shit. Hassan Piker has been called a model for the future of progressive media. He also calls Jews inbred and says Zionists should be treated like neo-Nazis. On Sunday, the New York Times ran a balancing profile on an online influencer who's made millions telling Gen Z that socialism rocks. His name is Hassan Abi Piker, and he has 2.8 million followers on the live stream platform Twitch, where he broadcasts live from his West Hollywood home for 8 hours every day, commenting on everything from the latest Supreme Court ruling to his workout regimen. The Times headline initially described him as a progressive mind and a MAGA body. It later changed to a progressive mind and a body made for the manosphere, and spilled much ink analyzing his sex appeal. A lot of people, I think, also are forgetting that the article was on the style section. Like, it's on the style section. I don't know why they're upset about that. Buried in the prose, the passing acknowledgement of a far darker side of Hassan Piker's appeal. His diatribes against the Zionist movement have led many supporters of Israel to call Mr. Piker anti-Semitic, the Times observes. And then it quotes Piker's response to the allegation. I find the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism to be very dangerous. Before moving swiftly onto Piker's use of expletives and vulgarities. What exactly are Piker's diatribes against the Zionist movement? The glowing Times profile doesn't say. Perhaps readers will conclude he's simply fierce in his criticism of the current Israeli government. I am. That is not at all the case, because Piker records up to 10 hours a day and has done so for 5 years. It's hard to paint a comprehensive picture of his views, but even a cursory look at his work reveals a person who dismisses violence against Israelis, celebrates Islamist terrorists, and advocates for treating pro-Israel Americans as neo-Nazis. Doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th, Piker said, while live streaming. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Apparently, not even the most brutal, inhumane crimes committed during Hamas' October 7th invasion of Israel could justify the Israeli military response, which he repeatedly refers to as an ethnic cleansing campaign. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my God. Oh my God. Amazing. They accidentally also showcased the framework. It's out of context, but they also, in their endless desire to present me as someone who is against Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign, have accidentally added on the actual point that I was making, which is that even if there were rapes that took place on October 7th, okay, this does not justify genocide against the entirety of the Palestinian population. That is a perfectly normal take. R.M. Brown talked about you a lot yesterday. Wait, what? Who's R.M. Brown? Anyway, just this week, he claimed on Twitch that in a totally just world, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. The vast majority of Jews identify as Zionists. He went on, you shouldn't even let someone be a fucking local dog catcher if they have exhibited any sort of... Okay, first of all, I gave credit to Felix, friend of the show, Felix Biederman, for this. I feel like it's fucked up that they took that context out, because I didn't come up with that, okay? I did not come up with that. Felix did, which I was giving credit to, and it's kind of messed up that you're taking away his credit. That's really fucked up, Barry. Don't do that. If they have exhibited any sort of positive feelings for the state of Israel. At the same time, Piker implies that acts of violence committed by Islamists are justified. On November 29, 2023, he described the attacks of October 7 as a retaliation for an ongoing apartheid. Again, thank you for posting that, because it is correct. It is a retaliation for the ongoing apartheid. That is precisely what happened here. Piker doesn't only justify terrorism, sometimes he glorifies it. On December 20th, Piker played a Hamas propaganda video on his live stream audience of 25,000. In it, dramatic music plays a member of terrorist group Forge and Demo Guns. Title card reads, "We will continue to kill your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers." Piker reads it out loud and then says, "Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well." On January 2024, Houthi pirates seized a commercial ship in the Red Sea and took the crew hostage. Among the rebels was a 19... That's not true! This is fake. Rashid al-Haddad was not one of the rebels that overtook the commercial ship in the Red Sea. This is again incredibly fucking annoying. Why is it incredibly annoying? Because I don't mind interviewing a fucking Houthi rebel. Okay, I would interview a Houthi rebel, but he's not. So I hate that these guys always say he's a Houthi guy. He's a Houthi rebel, and it's not like no real outlet has referred to Rashid al-Haddad, whose last name is al-Haddad, not al-Houthi, by the way. Okay, important. Most likely Sunni and not a Zaidi Shia, regardless. Again, not a part of the Houthi family, not a part of the al-Houthi family, and not a part of the Ansar Allah militancy, regardless. But even if he was, I would still interview him. I thought he was initially. Not even Fox News has actually called him a Houthi, for the record. Time to interview an actual Houthi guy to fix this. Yeah, they're too busy. They probably hate me now because of Jackson Hinkle. Al-Haddad later denied affiliation with the Houthis. Piker tracked down Al-Haddad via social media and interviewed on a stream with the help of a translator. In the interview, Piker compared Al-Haddad to a pirate hero from the popular anime called One Piece. In a later stream on October 14, 2024, Piker likened Al-Haddad, who grew up in Yemen, to a victim of the Holocaust. For the most of his life, he's withstood genocide, Piker said, before saying that speaking to Al-Haddad was like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Later, in a now deleted tweet, Al-Haddad posted an image of a man impaled in the stake of the capture the execution that will carry out on all Zionists. On September 28, 2024, Piker shared what he called a music video, which was actually Houthi propaganda clip. In it, this is another instance where it's like, I don't mind showing these fucking music videos. I've shown these music videos. I've shown music videos of all fucking forms of militancy. We've literally fucking looked at ISIS videos as well on this broadcast. It's now become a problem, so I can't do it, but it's the only fucking website. This is the only website where they have a rigorous application of the terms of service. I do not have a issue looking at this music video, okay? I don't. I look at the American military's music videos all the fucking time, all right? It's all right. You can make fun of music videos that, like actual terror groups, not even like resistance against Israel. I'm talking... Yes, and you support ISIS? No, I don't. That's my point. I don't support the American militancy either. That's the whole point. I don't support Al-Qaeda. I don't support ISIS. I don't support the fucking Assad regime. But, you know, Allah Surya Assad is a fucking, what used to be a prominent fixture, right? Anyway. No one shits on Louis Theroux for interviewing Nazis. What on earth is wrong with these people? It's precisely because this person is not a Nazi that they are upset about it. That's the whole point. On September 28, 2024, Piker shared what he called a music video, which was actually a Houthi propaganda clip. In it, gun-toting Islamists sing a rallying cry to defeat the masses of infidels. They march over a burning American and Israeli flags and wave banners and blazon the Houthi credo, which translates to God is great, death to America, death to Israel, damn the Jews, victory to Islam. When the beat drops, it's like jihad drops in your heart, Piker said to an audience. Why would they post that in all sincerity? Dude, damn, that was fucking, I was funny as shit, dude. Sometimes I'm really funny, okay? I impress myself, okay? Listen, if no one's gonna laugh at my jokes, I'll laugh at my jokes. I don't give a fuck. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that is amazing. Wait, I gotta post this. Piker said to an audience of the Houthis, he said, they're very musical people. This is fucking hilarious. Oh my God. I'm posting it. I like that. When the beat drops, it's like jihad drops in your heart. Bro, it's so lit. Whenever I'm watching ISIS beheading videos and you show up, yeah, dude, I'm in the ISIS beheading videos. I'm a part of it. Would you interview a Zionist settler colonist? Yes, I would. It would be a contentious one. How would they feel if you interviewed a Kahanis who would espouse the views we saw throughout the Theroux documentary? They would still call me an anti-Semite, as they're calling Louis Theroux an anti-Semite now. And why are they calling him an anti-Semite? Because he interviewed some of the most rabid psychopaths. Like, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's the whole point. Yeah, if you show Israeli settlers behaving in the normal ways that they behave, and let them talk, you're an anti-Semite. How dare you? Piker is stratospherically popular among Gen Z. The year that Hamas invaded Israel, Piker was the fourth most watched American on Twitch, where 41% of users are between 16 and 24 years old. But his influence reaches far beyond the platform. Many of his live streams are clipped, recut, and soared to virality on other social media platforms, including YouTube, TikTok, and X. Where the Times gets it right is an assertion that the 33-year-old influencer is perceived as a savior of American progressivism. In an era where Democrats seem at a loss to counter the broy populism of the MAGA right, Piker used MAGA-coded activities of weightlifting and trips to the gun range. Ugh, I hate that. It is not MAGA-coded. Ugh, to make socialist politics hip, courting an audience of young and very online men who have been drifting right. Yeah, God forbid I do that. God forbid I fucking pull young men away from the reactionary right-wing attitudes. Oh, man. Oh, man, how devastating. Remember, the Free Press is a right-wing institution. So, of course, when you read this, when you read that, you go, what's the problem there? When the Free Press audience reads that, they go, oh, my God, that's really fucked up. We got to stop this guy. So remember, the things that you consider to be good and I consider to be good, they consider to be bad. The AOC of Twitch, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, being one of the only other Democrats to successfully wield social media and a model for the future of progressive media. In the past year alone, he's appeared on the DNC, as well as the left's favorite podcast, Pod Save America, and the Taurus Center, Bernie Sanders, and AOC herself. He's also done an interview with Jon Stewart for The Daily Show, set to release in mid-May. That's not true. I didn't do an interview with Jon Stewart. What? They posted this? I'm on a... Wait. No, I didn't. God, these guys are so... Like, this is such a bad fucking... God, they are so bad at journalism. How fucking bad. I never said I'm getting interviewed by Jon Stewart. It's Jordan Klepper. Why don't you just post my post with Jordan Klepper? Why are you... Oh, God. He's also done an interview with Jon Stewart for The Daily Show. It's not correct. Oh, it's such bad journalism. Who wrote this garbage? They shouldn't have a job. I mean, I don't care. I love it. One of the Democrat strategists keen to get Piker more involved in the party was Brianna Wu in the run-up to last year's presidential election. Oh, this is a Zionist who's who, by the way. It was her job to reach out young voters, and she saw how Piker connected with them. So she began brainstorming on how to ways to get him plugged in with Democratic campaigns. But her enthusiasm for Piker quickly faded when she saw him broadcast terrorist propaganda on his Twitch live stream. The more you understand about what he's actually saying, she told the Free Press, you realize he's actually terrible for the country. Yeah, except her fucking organization still sucked my dick to the very last end, and I refused to work with the organization because that dumbass Brianna Wu was leading the fucking charge. So just remember, when these guys are lying like this, okay, it is I who said I will not work with Progressive Victory, and it was almost entirely because of Brianna Wu and her involvement, because I was like, she has terrible instincts, she's fucking absolute dog shit, and she is perhaps the stupidest Hosberist out there. No, there was a point where she liked me. But then she got, as a 50-year-old lady, she got brain broken into being pro-Israel by a very notorious sex pest who she also actively worked with Progressive Victory. That's right. I'm talking about sex pestiny. Yes, post-October 7, Brianna Wu developed a new version of herself where she decided to be pro-Israel. That gave us a lot of wonderful moments, like when she said the Houthis. He is part of this push to brainwash America's young people into thinking the enemies of democracy are actually our friends, Wu said. If you're asking yourself who's talking to your children on the left, it's Hassan and Hassan's orbiters, which is fairly terrifying. In Piker's Reddit community, fans admit that Hassan has radicalized them, brag about convincing family members that Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza. Why? This is a puff piece that is unironically better than the New York Times' puff piece. Because the New York Times cannot fucking openly say the things that I'm saying because their editorial team's position is different, right? So they have to say Hassan Piker accuses Israel of doing a genocide. These guys will posterize my fucking dubs actively because they know that their audience already has that mentality. It's the same with Fox News, right? Many young people seem to draw their rhetoric directly from Piker and the militant anti-Zionism he constantly promotes on his channel. Take the word inbred, which anti-Israel activists have repeatedly used on college campuses to refer to their Jewish peers during the heated confrontations. Piker first referred to Israelis as inbred in March of 2024. Just 1 month later, first instance of use of Jewish students being called inbred at a pro-Palestine campus protest was recorded. By the way, I might actually go like the Free Press has a lot of motion among some of the most insane right-wing billionaires. Like, this is Peter Thiel's institution and stuff. So this kind of article, this kind of posting is somewhat dangerous in terms of like getting me in front of the crosshairs of the federal government. Like, remember, Barry Weiss was able to get a famous Palestinian academic assassinated in Gaza alongside his entire family. Refat, rest in power. So, that's they do have a lot more motion with the government. So, and as you know, Donald Trump does love sucking up to any kind of pro-Israeli group out there. So who knows? Hold on. Let me get apolitical real quick. Does this warrant legal action? No, not at all. Just 1 month later, the first instance of Jewish students being called inbred at a pro-Palestine Columbia University told a group of Jewish students, "You guys are all inbred." Following the Columbia incident, Piker showed a news clip to his live stream of the two Jewish students recalling hateful remarks on air, which he burst into laughter. I mean, that's awesome. Wait, is this it?
Mob started chasing us, calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus. They threw hard objects at him. They started harassing him. They tried to light his flag on fire, and nothing is done with this. And after that, on the way out, we were talking to public.
Wait, oh my God. They literally, the URL, they got this directly from the Sex Pest. Ain't no way. They're straight sourcing from the fucking Sex Pest's own goddamn website. Oh, hell nah. Oh, that's awesome. You're laughing. He's distressed and you're laughing, Hank. I know. Well, excuse me, sir. Who do you think convinced him to write this article, dog? I mean, it's awesome. I don't have issues with this article.
And public safety just shrugged their shoulders.
Isn't it funny how anytime someone's interviewed about how violent these protesters are, there's always someone who almost was hurt? Yeah. Wait, great. They even posted that point. Oh, that's awesome. Bro, this isn't even evidence that it happened. It's a random guy on TV doing the classic trust me, bro. No, I know. No, they're not even saying it happened. They're saying it almost happened, and it was scary. You weren't there for the backpack theft in Michigan? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an apolitical streamer. Piker himself is aware of his influence on young people. In November, he posted a news article that rise in pro-Hamas sentiment among Jewish American teenagers in his Discord server with the comments, "I did this." Oh, I thought I actually posted this on Twitter. 1/3 of Jewish American teens say they sympathize with Hamas. Israeli government poll shows. How did Piker build such a massive following? Born in New Brunswick, New Jersey, grew up in Turkey. His upbringing was Muslim, but he said he doesn't practice their religion. After graduating, he interned at the Young Turks, a left-wing news outlet founded by his uncle, where he launched a breakdown and web series examining political issues, quickly gained viral fame. In 2018, he started streaming on Twitch, a YouTube-like platform where content creators record themselves reacting live to anything from video games, tournaments, to breaking news. There, Piker soon learned that siding with radical Islam is gaining America was a good way to get a lot of attention. In 2019, he went viral for saying on his Twitch stream that America deserved 9/11. Piker later clarified while the nearly 3,000 innocent people who were murdered on September 11 did not deserve their fate, he believed the CIA's role in the formation of Al-Qaeda made the attack an example of America's chickens coming home to roost. Oh, that's cool. They actually posted the full take. Respect. Why did you make these Jewish American teens anti-Semitic? Hell yeah, baby. Libophonics. You hear that? You got to mention in there. That's me. But also, for the record, I do want to mention something. That part is actually true. Like, this is the major issue for them, okay? The major issue for them is, like, I don't know who made this poll. I don't know how valid this poll is. But, like, the Israeli government's poll, survey shows 66% of Jewish teens in the U.S. say they sympathize with the Palestinian people, right? Like, that is what they're frustrated by. Because Candace Owens, Dan Bilzerian, Andrew Tate, Fed and Fat. Like those guys are very clearly anti-Semitic, right? So those guys are not going to be able to penetrate through the Zionist propaganda that is baked into the consciousness of young American Jews and young American Christians as well, but especially young American Jews from an early age, from going to Jewish camp and, you know, learning about how Israel was a land without people for a people without land, and all this kind of like ahistorical, revisionist, pro-Israel propaganda. So, no young Jewish American boy or girl is gonna fucking hear Candace Owens talk about the Talmud and be like, "Oh my God, this person is actually genuinely against Israel's depravity here." No, of course not. But someone like myself, who has made a name for himself combating anti-Semitism on every fucking platform that I'm on for years and years and years, and still continues to do so, who creates a safe space for Jews in general, especially someone who has a younger audience in general, yeah, I'm a real fucking threat to the project. I'm a real threat to the Zionist project. Much more of a real threat to the Zionist project in terms of causing instability by allowing young Jews to understand the fucking truth in a space that is not anti-Semitic. Do you understand? That is part of the reason why, yeah, of course I have a ton of Jews in this community. Of course. So that is the whole point. Like, that is the reason why this is seen as I am seen as like a big threat. Because if I was anti-Semitic, if I actually was anti-Semitic and cared more about making an argument against Jews in general, instead of constantly attacking the false conflation between Judaism and an apartheid state doing a fucking genocide, then yeah, I wouldn't be as big as a threat, because these guys actually, like, people who care about the Zionist project in general, they want anti-Semitism to increase in the West, because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, you can consistently hammer on the argument that, like, Israel has to be strong. You have to constantly defend Israel. You have to go to Israel. You have to live in Israel. You have to do birthright. Like, that is a major, that plays a major role. That's why I always say the greatest threat to Israel's existence is not Iran, it's not Hezbollah, it's not Hamas. The greatest threat to Israel is Sherman Oaks. The greatest threat to Israel is Beverly Hills. The greatest threat to Israel is Boca Raton. The greatest threat to Israel is Brooklyn, where Jews can live freely and should be able to live freely without any sort of real fear of persecution or prosecution. Do you understand? So yeah, that is the real fear, because if Jews were like, yo, fuck this, I'm out of here, this place sucks, about Israel, and then they fucking moved to the United States of America, then the Zionist project is gone. I'm Jewish and I'm so glad I didn't do birthright. I can't imagine the type of person I'd be today if I did. I mean, not everyone that goes on birthright becomes a rabid Zionist in general. There are plenty of people who did go on birthright and were like, yo, this shit sucks. Sam Cedar is a good example of this. Matt Lieb is another good example of this, right? Adam Friedland is another good example of this. Noah Colwyn. Basically, all of the people that I have collaborated with. There was a point in time when I thought Ethan Klein was a good example of this, and boy, was I wrong. Anyway, Piker soon learned that siding with radical Islamists against America was a good way to get attention. I love this, by the way. Yeah, you know who's really popular in American political discourse? Radical Islamists who are anti-America. What fucking crack are you smoking on? All right. His success on Twitch meant he could quit the Young Turks and stream full-time, which he did beginning January 2020. A 2021 Twitch leak revealed that he earned $2.8 million from streaming between 2019 and 2021. His West Hollywood home is worth $2.7 million, and he drives a Porsche Taycan, which he bought for $200,000. Leased it. Fine. But Piker's rise isn't just a story of a young man. Yeah, I'm fucking caked up. I'm hot and caked up. Thank you for owning me in the marketplace of ideas, by the way. This is also, again, incredibly stupid. But Piker's rise isn't just a story of a young man realizing he can get rich by telling young Americans to hate their country and love their enemies. This is a story of a platform that lets him promote it. Twitch's 61-year-old Dan Clancy is an apparent fan of Piker. In an interview with Bloomberg in April 2023, Clancy said he appreciates the streamer's frankness and bluntness. He's comfortable saying what he believes, he added. Clancy, who's worked at Twitch since 2019 and served as CEO since the March of 2023, has come under fire for his company's stance on Israel, blah, 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 blah. And then the rest of it is just like all the bullshit that the Diddy Gears tried to implement and tried to do a adpocalypse, but failed to do. More recently, in October 2024, Democratic Representative Richie Torres wrote an open letter to Clancy. Richie Torres wrote an open letter to Clancy expressing explicit concerns about Twitch's tolerance and extreme anti-Semitic rhetoric. Hassan Piker has emerged as the poster child for the post-October 7th outbreak of anti-Semitism in America, Torres wrote, arguing that the influencer's channel merits scrutiny from federal law enforcement and that the time has come for Twitch to stop popularizing those who popularize anti-Semitism. In an official statement issued 3 days later, Clancy said there is no place on Twitch for racism, hatred, or harassment of any kind, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Piker's account remained live. Yeah, I wonder why. That is because I don't do those things. I actually fight against those things, no matter how much you try to fucking claim I do. Notice how you can't actually fucking pin me down on a moment where I'm saying like Jews do this or Jews do that. That's because I don't believe that. That's because I actively argue against people who say dumb fuck shit like that. A big part of what I do is to tackle people who are misinforming others. It's a giant part of this process. This is 10,000% too much inside baseball to be written by a real journalist. I mean, yeah, this is the free press. This is not a real journalistic outlet, as you guys might have noticed, but it's awesome regardless. A couple of months later, the virtual town hall Clancy hosted. Do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Why do you not ban streamers that show terror propaganda? Do you not care to comment about the ADL anti-Semitism? Twitch offered no answers. Each of the accounts that asked these questions were reportedly banned within a minute. In a statement, Clancy said, the views shared by streamers on Twitch are not the views of Twitch, nor they are my personal views. But there are those in senior positions at Twitch who have expressed strong anti-Israel sentiment. Then they go after like random fucking people that work at Twitch. This is all Dan Saltman. This is what they did. They like went and they fucking doxed a bunch of people that work at Twitch. It's so funny that the Hasbara operation over at Free Press is just like directly writing this stuff. Again, all of this is like old shit that they're trying to revitalize. It's not going to work. You can't convince me to support genocide. The platform head of community marketing, Marrakesh, responded to a post on X that said, I'm also saddened that while you rightfully shared the devastation in Gaza multiple times, you didn't once comment on the fact that Hamas literally murdered babies and have over 200 hostages. Kish replied, you can't convince me to support genocide. Wow, I can't believe that a person with a clear conscience said, you can't convince me to support genocide. And Twitch senior trust and safety manager Fadzai Madzingira enforces policy on violence, extremism, and youth safety. Before working at Twitch, she was fired from her post as director of online safety at Ofcom, UK independent telecom regulator, allegedly for anti-Israel social media activity, including liking an Instagram post which called the United Kingdom's support of Israel a vile colonial alliance. Oh my God, I can't believe that she was fired for being correct. Once again, fired for a correct position. Fired for a correct position that is shared by many, that is shared by the majority, okay? She wasn't fired? Oh, what happened? Did she quit? Ofcom online safety director suspended over anti-Israel post. I mean, who cares? Okay, suspended, fired. Who gives a shit? Kira Matang, Kish, and Madzingira did not respond to the request for comments. When reached for comment, Clancy advised the Free Press to contact Twitch's press office, who did not respond to a request for comment. Unsatisfied with Twitch's failure to address the rise in anti-Semitism, video creators have used their platforms to raise awareness. YouTuber Willie Mack. Hassan is not anti-Semitic, Mack told the Free Press. But right now, with the current political climate and conditions of problems going on in the world, he's completely okay with harboring that audience and that sentiment. Oh, interesting. Willie Mack. Dan Saltman, a Jewish tech entrepreneur and political YouTuber, disagrees. He believes Hassan Piker is anti-Semitic, and Clancy has his head in the sand about allegations of anti-Semitism on Twitch. Saltman stumbled across Piker's live stream a few years ago and grew concerned about Twitch when he saw, wait, no, that he didn't stumble across my live stream a few years ago. He's just fucking lying. I like that this is the narrative. Dan Diddy Man wrote this to shout out himself and all his friends. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Wait, why don't they get a quote from Sex Pestiny? Yeah, he was on my stream. Dan Saltman. Grew concerned about Twitch when he saw a clip from Clancy saying he wants to attract kids as young as 8 to use the platform. He decided to launch a website to track Jew hate on Twitch. Hassan is the number one cause of normalizing the hatred towards Jews, Saltman told the Free Press. Saltman himself was banned from Twitch. And demanding Clancy step down as CEO. Like any propagandist, Hassan will keep pushing the line to keep growing and trying to get more and more traction and traffic and popularity as long as the platform is not willing to do anything to stop him. It's just so insidious, so evil, the way that Twitch operates, pushing Hassan and that type of content down young people's throats, Saltman added. I don't want my kids to grow up hating themselves because Hassan wants to have another mansion in LA and become more popular. Bro, this is literally anti-CRT shit from reactionary conservatives, by the way. I don't want my kids to grow up learning about how bad slavery was. We must stop teaching slavery in schools is unironically the exact same argument that he is making here. Because defending Israel, a violent, rabid apartheid state, a settler colonial state that is built around a fascist ideology that is exterminationist in principle and ethno-religious supremacist, saying the truth about that is going to make people feel bad. Okay? It's going to make my children feel bad about themselves. Think about that. It's the exact... I'm back. Calm down. Thought they nuked you? Nah, I'm here. Minor F, little baby F. It happens. Yeah, don't worry. I got my apolitical hat on. It's protecting me. It's preserving me. It's keeping me alive. All right, let's keep going. Twitch legitimized Piker, and now the mainstream media is celebrating him. Yesterday, I reached out to Representative Torres to ask him whether he'd seen the recent profile. He replied with a blistering assessment. The mainstream media's lionization of Hassan Piker exposes just how deeply anti-Semitism is permeated in American culture, Torres said. You could deny the rapes and sexual violence of October 7th and still receive a flattering profile from the New York Times celebrating your iron-pumping masculinity. But amid all the descriptions of Piker's attractiveness and all the photos that back it up, the Times let something small yet grimly revealing slip into its profile of the streamer. One of the images shows Piker's monitor during his live streams. If you zoom in, you can see a comment from a Twitch user referring to an Israeli Defense Force soldier. I'd fuck this IDF bitch up to death and make his mother shove missiles up her ass. The Times has since updated the photo with the comment cropped out of the picture. Piker did not respond to a request for comment. First of all, they never gave me a request for comment. I didn't see it. I would have probably not commented. But yeah, you know what's ironic about this, by the way? This is like the thing that they try to make a big deal about. This person insta-clapped. Like, this is yet another great example of how fucking fast our moderation is. Okay? Yes, I have a follower limit of usually 10 minutes. If you follow me for 10 minutes, you can speak in this chat. The reason why I do that is because unlike the Free Press from Bovine Berry, I actually do believe in open discourse. Okay? Not only has this account been suspended and deactivated or banned off the platform in general, but we banned him instantly. That was their first and only message, and they instantly got fucking banned. You understand? That type of sentiment is completely not allowed. So, my point is, the ironic thing that the story already highlights the fact that you ban people out of line. It was an actual pull quote. Yeah. So this is another push from like all of the ridiculous like Zionist publications that will do everything they can to just be like, Hassan is anti-Semitic. Please get him banned. It happens. The reason why it happens is because whenever this kind of profile happens in a place like the New York Times, like these guys will go up in arms, but ultimately it doesn't matter. And the reason why it doesn't matter is because these aren't like serious newspapers. It's the same principle behind like Richie Torres is the only guy that they can get motion out of, because Richie Torres is an unserious person. Everybody understands that Richie Torres is an unserious person. Do you know what I mean? So like, this is no different than the previous hit pieces that have been written in a bunch of these other places, or even Fox News. Like Fox News is the only real legacy publisher they've been able to get motion with, but it doesn't matter. It like literally, I see it as praise. When Sky News talks about how scary I am and says like, this guy hates Israel, how dare he? I see this as praise. I see this as free PR. Because yeah, I do hate the apartheid state of Israel. I hate apartheid. I hate genocide. Every human being with a brain and a moral compass should also feel the same fucking way. It is actually more damning that you still at this stage continue to defend an apartheid state currently doing a genocide. So sucks to suck, you know? Yeah, I do. Yeah, fuck Israel, free Palestine is correct. I don't give a shit. You can cry about it, you can complain about it. But remember, there is a double standard, of course, okay? Because the things that Israel actually does, okay, or the things that America actually does, if any other foreign adversary were to engage in, or even if any other foreign adversary were to do a fraction, okay, a fraction of the evil, and plenty have, right? Russia is a great example of this. if you were to say this about Russia, if you were to say, fuck Russia, free Ukraine, that's an understandable position. No one will get mad at you for that. Okay? Would you say in their minds people support Israel because they want their own countries to work like Israel? I think some people do that. Yes. Some people's support for Israel comes from, why can't we do Israel shit? Okay? John Brown's Holy Ghost, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
When it comes to these particular issues, this particular individual, Hassan Piker, is so toxic that after AOC of all people went on his show one point last year, she kind of did a quasi mea culpa when she was asked about it. She was like, "Oh, I didn't know his views were actually that radical." So,
what do you mean? I've literally collaborated with AOC multiple times since then. These are not radical views, bitch. These are literally the Democratic majority views. Okay, not only is it that 80% of the Democratic Party's base believes that Israel needs to stop doing a fucking genocide, okay? But also on top of that, there is a majority unfavorability against Israel right now by all Americans, in spite of the unlimited amount of propaganda that tries to justify Israel's incredibly violent actions. The majority of American Jews also agree with this. So you can't look. You can't put the toothpaste back in the fucking tube. You can try. You can keep yelling at people who speak out against this consistently, but the truth will not change. The reality will not change. And people's perception of Israel is understandably forever scarred. Scarred by what, mind you? Scarred by the truth. Because people actually started recognizing what the fuck Israel was doing. That's it. That's it. You can keep crying all day, every day. You can fucking jail me. You can try to get me banned from platforms. You can try to silence me. But you can't change the truth. Okay? That's it. I go away, there's going to be another person out there, okay? I go away, there's going to be another person that also takes up the mantle. Because I'm not individually able to hypnotize tens of thousands of people. I don't have like a special charisma power to be able to melt the minds of the youth, okay? All I'm doing is showing the truth. That's it. And you can't fucking stop the truth. You can try to silence it as best as you can. You can try to silence the opposition to the best of your ability. But ultimately, this is not just one person's doing. I am not foolish enough to assume that it is actually my awesome power that has been able to fucking convince so many people. That's it.
I mean, this guy has really made a name for himself there. So for him to get the full New York Times treatment there, that says a lot, frankly, about the New York Times. But for those of us who pay close attention there, this tragically is what the New York Times has been for a very long time.
Yeah. But that's what's so funny about this entire process is that, like, people, it's ironic. It's ironic when people turn around and talk about, like, how hot I am in a way to try and figure out, like, what's the reason why this guy is able to penetrate the consciousness of so many young men at a time when it seems like the Democratic Party has completely lost their power. They lost their motion. They lost their juice. Oh, it must be because he's hot. It must be because he fucking works out. And it's like, no, those are things that I organically care about. Those are things that I want my audience to do as well. Okay, for sure. But that's not the reason why I've been able to reach this level of success. The reason why I've been able to reach this level of success is because there are a lot of people like yourselves in this fucking chat that go, oh my God, there's another person that feels the way that I do. Finally, someone is fucking voicing the concerns that I've had. This makes a lot more sense. It's not because I'm attractive. Okay. Yes, that plays a role in this for sure. It's not because I work out. It's because I'm saying how many of you feel. That's it. It's that simple. Bro, be real. If you were ugly, you wouldn't have 1/4 of the viewers you have right now. Oh my God, dude, I am not discounting. Oh, why do all my fucking haters constantly say I'm sexy? Jesus Christ, dude. Yes, dude. Yes, I'm sexy. I'm hot. I'm rich. Oh my God. This is not a fucking own. I told him not to do it because it's so stupid and dated. Basically, only this community will get this silly bullshit law. What is this? David Sirota. I'm in the Lotus feeling like David Sirota.
Don't look up was legit.
Oh my God, Andrew. This is... I'm in the Lotus. I'm feeling like David Sirota. What the fuck is this?
I'm feeling like David Sirota. I'm puffing a Yoda. I'm feeling like David Sirota. Don't look up was legit, I might run up with a stick. Well, it depends, I'm in the Benz, mask off, Taylor Lorenz. I might fuck around and be up next from DC Nova. David Brooks, David from David Shore. Move over, Matt Iglesias can't pay for this. That Substack cash outrageous, but don't look up what's so for real. Sirota's budget 70 mil. Jake Tapper 03, gang banging Media Land was my favorite rap. Like Lorenz, I got the jab. Chop it up with Tom Friedman, then we split the cab. Before I had a sub.
Less of this, please. Yeah. Less of this. I'm sorry for showing you this. I'm sorry for showing you this. This is so bad. Puffin Yoda feeling like David Sirota. Oh God. Tariffs interview tonight with our big boy president. Oh, I can't fucking wait, dude. He's gonna pop off. Oh, by the way, Barry Weiss, the Free Press, is teaming up with Trump's DC prosecutor to go after Wikipedia's nonprofit status to pressure it to be more pro-Israel. Barry could not have chosen a more Orwellian term for her authoritarian news outlet, taking a wrecking ball to Western institutions on behalf of Israel. This is the other side of the Free Press, by the way. Oh, this shit is so lame, dude. The FP article seems to paint the fact that your community attracts anti-Zionist Jews and gives them a sense of belonging and communality as a bad thing somehow, which is so fucking funny because it's the only thing that gives me hope in a world of incredible bloodthirst in all my other familial relationships. Yeah. When are you going on Doom Scroll? Melon Boy just did it. Soon. Eventually. You had to beg for fan cams. Your haters and your incels care more about your looks more than your fans. Wait, what? I had to beg for fan cams? No, I was getting a lot of fan cams. I was begging for Sigma Grindset edits, ironically enough. And we still haven't been able to figure out a decent Sigma Grindset edits. But the Hope Core stuff fills that void, I think. Hope Core ones are pretty good. They work well. All right, speaking of Hope Core, let's get to some hope, I guess, before I talk about Jeff Bezos. And duking it out with the Trump administration. Let's talk about Canada, our communist neighbors to the north. Some might say it's America's hat. I say it's Mark's Carney's time. That's right. The Liberal Party has gotten a resounding victory last night at the Canadian elections. A real country, by the way, not fake. I know, I checked.
I've been warning for months. America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal.
How are the markets not crashing? Does this whole financial system just run on hopium? Yes. No, literally. Like it's just vibes. It's all vibes based. And it's not even like an accurate assessment of the vibes. They just want to feel like it's good, and that's it.
But we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other.
Did this guy do blackface too? Unfortunately, he did not, which is why he's unqualified. He wants you to come on the pod Friday. He just posted that dog shit article. Hell yeah. I'm down. I'm going to be live on my end for the record. But I'm down. I guess he's talking to Sam Cedar then, huh?
And my message to every Canadian is this. No matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home.
Breaking overnight this stunning political comeback thanks to and at the expense of President Trump. Canada's Liberal Party, led by Prime Minister Mark Carney, declared victory overnight despite being really left for dead.
Why do you hate Canada so much? I get it, but like we have nowhere to look for any news though. Someone being a dick about it. Wait, what? I don't hate Canada. What the fuck's wrong with you? If anything, I'm just jealous. But I am annoyed by the same fawning pieces that were written in 2016? Like whenever fucking Trudeau popped off, like all of the Trudeau was seen as like as a counter to Donald Trump, and it was in the aftermath. In 2015, yes, there was a lot of fawning pieces, but in the aftermath of the Trump victory, those pieces elevated, okay? People were going crazy over Justin Trudeau and talking about how he is like a perfect, I even fucking entertained it, how he was such a perfect counter to the madness that Trump presented. And I feel like that is what's going on again. That's what's happening right now. People are just like jumping on the Carney train pretty hard. And I mean, he is objectively better than PP, right? Like that's not even a question. He's objectively better than PP. I mean, that's not even a question. Like he just PP sucks. Pierre Polar Bear. So we shall see. You know, I'm never going to jump on board with like a liberal W to be like, it's over. This is such a major victory. In the same way that like, regardless of my assessment of Kamala's chances, like I wasn't excited. I gave an interview to Newsweek in the lead up to the election where I talked about how even if Donald Trump loses and Kamala Harris wins, like I am not excited about the future of America because Donald Trump has been able to successfully rebuild American politics in his vision, right? And that it's just the same principle here with Carney. Not to like yuck your yum, Canadians. Like you got a stay of execution, right? You got a stay of execution, and you should celebrate PP losing his seat. You should celebrate the Conservatives taking an L, especially because a couple months ago, Justin Trudeau was so fucking unpopular. Justin Trudeau was so goddamn unpopular that it looked like conservatives were going to win, right? And then Donald Trump came out and saved your fucking country. Saved your country by being a repulsive little freak that kept entertaining the notion of permanent military annexation of Canada, which was insane. And then the Liberals did the right thing and they got Justin out and they put this dude in his stead. And very quickly, there was a massive jump in the polls. Like it was insane. Having said that, I'm not going to, I understand the excitement, right? This is your moment to celebrate for sure. But, if you think that this is going to lead to like a Canadian socialist project, like, it's not going to happen.
Several months ago, but then Donald Trump took office, targeted Canada with tariffs, and threatened to annex it as the 51st state.
America.
I will say it's fucking awesome that a dude whose only ambition was to win this race since the age of 20, like a guy who basically designed his entire life around this race that he just lost, okay, who's never had a real job, who basically rebuilt his own image in the process, a guy who has only been a politician for this purpose, got his shit pushed in crazy style as a direct consequence of Donald Trump and his associations with Donald Trump. I'm sorry. That is spectacular. Okay. That is amazing. And now he's fucking unemployed. That is a real moment for excitement and celebration. For sure. What a fucking fumble, dude. What a goddamn fumble. Jordan Peterson's probably crying since this Marxist regime has come back to Canada after years of Justin Trudeau's Che Guevaran style governance where they executed people for transgender crimes in broad daylight. That's right. If you were compelled to correctly gender someone and refused bravely, Justin Trudeau's militants would send you to the Gulag Archipelago and shoot you in the back of the head. And now Mark Carney will follow the same agenda of socialist violence.
Wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us.
Pierre Pepe went from fully guaranteed to be prime minister to losing his own fucking seat. Insane turnaround. Excellent. Excellent turnaround. You will never catch me not celebrating a fucking conservative dickhead taking the fattest L of all time. Okay? That is something that I will always be on board with. I will always celebrate that. I'm petty as fuck. I don't give a shit.
That will never, ever happen.
That was the main campaign issue, and this is what Donald Trump has said about Canada over the last several months.
And we can't let them take advantage of the U.S. What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. Canada only works as a state. It doesn't. We don't need anything they have. If you look at a map, they drew an artificial line right through it between Canada and the U.S. If we make it in the United States, we don't need it to be made in Canada. We'll have the jobs. That's why Canada should be our 51st state. So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that. Because we can't be expected to carry a country. I do like the OCAN.
Borders are scars against the face of the earth. All borders require the violence of their maintenance. Folks, we must abolish borders. No gods, no masters, and no more borders. Folks, believe me, have you read this book? They're calling it the bread book. They're saying there's no end to exploitation until full appropriation. We must take over all of the lands that are owned in the hands of private capital. No more enclosures. Not kidding. Oh, it's amazing. He endorsed himself the day of the election. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and other businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes. If Canada becomes...
Trudeau virtue signaled to a degree that was...
If Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America, no more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border, all positives with no negatives. It was meant to be. America can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. Pierre Poilievre on January 1st, 2025. RIP Canada. Liberal accomplishments. Worst housing affordability ever. Skyrocketing national debt. Rampant inflation. Homelessness in 10 cities. Violent crime rates soaring. Hell yeah, baby. That's right. The Liberal Party is going to continue making every Canadian homeless. I've heard they have a specific policy of only giving free housing to the Indian migrants. And the way that they're doing it is they're going to white people's homes in Canada. If you're like a red-blooded white patriot Canadian who has conservative leanings and associations, they come to your house with guns and they say, "You're homeless now, eh? You're homeless now, eh?" And then they make sure that you live in the streets, okay? No more bootstraps for you so that an Indian family can take over your house. That's what I've heard. This is Jordan Peterson's face when he finds out he's about to be evicted to become homeless so that an Indian family can live in his home.
Virtually impossible as he impoverished Canada.
Is that true? Yeah. Yeah. If you've ever said two genders, if you've ever accidentally misgendered a trans person, if you've ever accidentally misgendered a trans person, even if you apologize immediately after and it was a total accident, it doesn't matter. You're instantly getting evicted from your home by the Mounties. Yeah, it's actually so much worse. The Indian family is also trans. Yes.
Canada, right? It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it for the 51st state. I call him Governor Trudeau.
It's quite literally like all of this stuff is directly the reason why Mark Carney won. Oh my God. I keep saying Mark Carney. It's going to stick. It's like when I said Keir Stalin. Keir Stalin, Mark Carney. That's right. Karl Marx Carney. Mark Carney. That's right. More like Mark's Kami. Folks, it's happening. Canada is becoming a part of the CCP. That's right. They are CHICOM.
All right. How decisive was President Trump in the Canadian election?
Hey,
Our friend John
Fayar. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. It's Moldovan Mama Liga time. You literally have to admit each province is an individual state and the territories is like their own separate state to even have a mechanism of acceding, short of annexation, which would turn the entirety of Canada into the FLN, to be honest. Dude, the fucking Quebecers would lose their shit if they were under double occupation. Can you imagine? They were like, the Anglophone Canadians have harmed us our whole lives. Now there's an even worse threat out there. Anglophone Americans, like, dude, they would do stuff that Hamas militants would be like, that's a bridge too far. Like, why are you doing this? This is like so much. This is so much carnage. They would be like, they would make the Viet Cong look like peaceful doves. Okay. It's crazy to think. The new IRA, yeah. And for that reason, as a Quebec separatist, I am in favor of the Quebec resistance movement doing whatever they must to deny America occupation, okay? All of a sudden, Quebecers actually do become the Maoist third worldists in this process, okay? All of a sudden, they are hailed as the liberators.
Jonathan Martin at Politico heard from Republican Congressman Don Bacon overnight. Yes, Republican Congressman. Bacon told him, quote, the Liberals in Canada were losing big until our president kept mocking Canadians, our neighbors and close friends. He made Canadian Liberals great again. Let's get right to CNN's Paula Newton in Ottawa for this really election stunner. 4 months ago, no one would have predicted this.
And good morning, John. In fact, Donald Trump's first 100 days consequential here in Canada. John, this was so history-making that when you speak to pollsters, they talk about not having seen this kind of party resurrection in modern political history in almost any democracy around the world. Think about that. And that was because the man, Prime Minister Mark Carney, met the moment with what? His resume. He's not exactly the most charismatic campaigner, but Canadians put their faith in him in order to bargain, to negotiate with Donald Trump. And I want to talk about something else as well, something that will reverberate in many different countries right now going forward as they all face the Trump administration. Mark Carney harnessed that anger, that betrayal that Canadians felt every time the president spoke about a 51st state or Governor Trudeau, which of course was the man that Mark Carney took over from. He harnessed that. He stiffens spines. He talks about sacrifice, and he's getting Canadians ready for what will be a tough negotiation with the president. Listen.
When I sit down with President Trump.
Liberals to the north, Mexicans to the south. Trump can't imagine a worse world. Yeah, the difference is I think he hates liberals more than he hates Morena. So he likes Claudia Sheinbaum. He has said that he respects Claudia Sheinbaum on numerous occasions. I think part of that is because she plays ball, and so did AMLO with the immigration stuff. And they just basically let them do welfare state shit as a benefit, as a present, as a gift. They were like, oh, if you keep migrants inside of Mexico rather than allowing them to travel into the United States, then we'll let you do welfare in your country. We'll give you a little bit of autonomy as a treat. And he also likes Claudia because she's popular, and Trump loves popular leaders. He has no idea why a Jewish woman is president of Mexico. He's just rolling with it. Yeah, I mean that's irrelevant. I think it's just because of her popularity, Morena's popularity, and their willingness to play ball with the Trump administration when it comes to combating immigration spillover into the United States.
It will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians.
Mark Carney calling this a hinge moment, right? That pivot, which he intends to execute now that he is Prime Minister. John, I want to make clear this was a close election in terms of the popular vote. Canada really splitting between the Liberals of Mark Carney and the Conservatives of Pierre Poilievre. That man did not manage to even win his seat just outside here in Ottawa. Some people called him too Trumpian, but he too is at historic highs in the popular vote. What does all that mean? It means Canada itself, stop me when this sounds familiar, is really leaning on two-party politics. They want strong leaders to face the kind of threat that is coming from the White House. And right now, Mark Carney says he is getting ready for negotiations, using the word, again, John, of sacrifice, preparing Canadians for what's to come. John?
Really could have ripple effects all around the world in terms of what Donald Trump is trying to do. Paula Newton, great to see you this morning. Thank you very much.
So let's get more on the Canadian election now from Professor Michael Keating, Emeritus Professor of Politics at the University of Aberdeen and Honorary Professor at the University of Edinburgh. Appreciate you joining us. So Canada's Liberal Party is projected to win the federal election led by Mark Carney in a stunning political comeback. Votes are still being counted, but how do you expect this to land in the end?
It's not clear whether Carney will get an absolute majority, but he will certainly form the next government because he's the biggest party. They're ahead in the popular vote. If he doesn't get a majority, he'll have to seek support from the smaller parties, most likely the New Democratic Party, which is a centre-left party, which has been doing very badly, but they may pick up half a dozen seats, and that might be critical to forming the next government.
Now, in his victory speech, Carney asked, and I'm quoting here, "Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me?" How much of this Liberal Party win was due to the Trump factor with Donald Trump's trade war with Canada and, of course, his constant threats to make the country the 51st U.S. state?
Talking to a potato, that's because Trump couldn't liberate the country. That's why. If Trump could have liberated the country, we would have had this guy on the Wonderful American Broadband, as you guys know, the Wonderful American Broadband that is famously very good. The NDP shit the bed finally. How is that a good moment, dude? I mean, they shat the bed on their own volition, from what I understand. I don't know enough. I don't know. I hate that. Like, look, I didn't pay enough attention to the NDP's issues, but it's obvious that they have fallen out of favor spectacularly, and my immediate suspicion is because they were so closely associated with Justin Trudeau. Like they had to concede to Justin Trudeau over and over again in an effort to have a fraction of power. And ironically enough, despite the fact that the liberal here presented a different face to the movement and was able to differentiate himself from Justin Trudeau in that moment and become the most prominent face of like the anti-Trump coalition in the process, which elevated him into the status that he got. Whereas I suspect a little bit that NDP's catering to the Liberals only normalized Liberal positions to their own base, and also was a reminder that like Jagmeet Singh was a reminder of the Trudeau incompetence, perhaps. I don't know. Horrible messaging. They targeted Trudeau too much, didn't address policies. No, but I'm saying initially when they were trying to legislate, they were collaborating with the Liberals. No, am I wrong? NDP normalized pharmacare and dental care as a Liberal position. Yeah, that was good. Then you also have the scare. Then you also have in specific riders like tactical voting. Don't vote for NDP in places where like the Liberals have a better shot, and it seems like that was part of the problem too.
a great deal. Canadians are very proud of their independence, and they don't dislike the United States, but they're very keen to tell you that they are not Americans, they're not part of the United States. So that kind of language is going to produce a reaction. All the parties in Canada, Quebec nationalists included, had to say, no, we'll stand up for Canada. But Carney was the most effective in doing that because the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, had been seen as having some affinities with Trump and quite close to Trump. So Carney was the one who is in a better position to speak in defense of Canada. It should be said, however, the Conservative vote also went up. Both parties went up. And at the expense of the small parties, I mentioned the new Democratic Party. There's a Quebec nationalist party, the Bloc Québécois, who may get some seats in Parliament as well. So a win for Carney, but not an overwhelming win. Because nevertheless, it's remarkable because they were 25 points behind just a few months ago. I've never seen such a massive turnaround in such a short period of time in any democratic system.
Yes, of course. And Mark Carney is a Harvard-educated economist with a master's degree and doctorate from Oxford University. He's also a former governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England. So how will he likely take on Donald Trump and his tariffs? And how will he prevent a recession in Canada?
Bro.
Well, that's remarkable.
Canada is so fucking libtarded, by the way. Like, the idea of like, oh, we have a smart banker who's not going to fuck up the economy. It's like classic. You don't need to have just a smart banker to not do Trump, okay? Anyway, once again, not enough robust or viable alternatives. And you get Mark Carney, also known as Marks Carney, also Mr. Pro-China, apparently. So who knows? Who knows where that goes, you know? It's the smart bankers that fucked up the West, okay? It's the smart bankers that created the economic instability that led to Donald Trump. Make no mistake, okay? It is all the smart and efficient bankers that deregulated finance, that unleashed the markets, if you will. Make no mistake.
He's an Oxford-educated banker. He's just the sort of people that the populace would target. That is quite remarkable. Hardly an ordinary man of the people, but nevertheless, he speaks with some authority. And at a time of uncertainty like this, people are looking for somebody who doesn't have political experience, but has a lot of credibility and has run 2 central banks. The challenges facing the country are enormous. Even without the threat from President Trump, there are problems with growth, problems with productivity, there are problems with inflation and the cost of living. These are big problems, and Canada's dependence on energy is in some sense a strength, but it's also a weakness at a time when we're supposed to be transitioning to net to zero. As far as Trump is concerned, this is a huge challenge. Carney has certainly been able to speak up.
But that's not Carney, you moron. Canada did not go into economic depression when the States did in 2008 because of him. No, it's the same school of thought across the board. It's just a defensive posture towards deregulation, even though from what I've seen of Carney's own words, he seemingly is against that. The whole like market fundamentalism actually ends up eating, just as any revolution eats its own children, market fundamentalism has created real problems, blah, blah, blah. I know. I've heard those words. It's almost identical to what the fucking Pope had said. So much so that I thought it was actually the quote from the Pope. The Pope that just passed away. When he was governor at the BOC, he kept the reserve ratios high, more regulated so the 2008 recession didn't hit us as hard. Look, all I'm saying is that even the smartest economist, okay, even the smartest banker is still a fucking banker. This is only causing a little bit of skepticism in me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's as bad as PP would have been. I'm saying the exact opposite. I think it's perfectly valid to celebrate the defeat of a shit-ass conservative, right? But, you know, it's still, at the end of the day, a fucking banker. So excuse me for thinking maybe, you know, being a little bit skeptical about a banker, regardless of how brilliant his banking techniques might have been at the time.
For Canada, and to criticize Trump very frankly in a way that some other leaders, such as the British leader, have not been able to. But he's got to deal with the United States. The United States takes 85% of Canada's trade. There's got to be some kind of deal. Otherwise, the economic consequences for Canada could be quite devastating.
Michael Keating, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
We get the latest now on President Trump marking the first 100 days of his second term.
Chatters, I will say this about Mark Carney. I look forward to being pleasantly surprised by his impact in office. I wish Canada the very best. They took an important step in moving away from being an American territory and reminded their underpants to the south of their border that they are a full-fledged nation with autonomy, with sovereignty, and that their brain rot is nowhere near as bad. And that's good. That's great. I'm excited to see what Carney does. I hope that my skepticism is completely and utterly unwarranted. Every Canadian progressive is far too lived up right now. It's genuinely impressive. They're coconut pilled. Look, man, if Canada doesn't fix its fucking housing problem, none of this shit matters. Okay? That's it. That's it. The first thing that he should be doing is to fix the housing crisis in Canada. And the only successful long-term solution for that is socialized housing. Do I suspect a banker is going to do public housing? No. Maybe he will surprise me.
Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Rohit Chopra, former head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, also former chair of the...
Is this it? Is this a Canada one? Is this the Canada interviewer, Chatter?
The savings that are going to be implicated going forward for the American public.
Well, it's not that long ago, Sam, that we...
I would imagine.
Why are chatters sending
now,
me this
like,
shit?
People would get that tattooed on their face as a way of making sure that people didn't. I mean, it's.
Anyways, a lot of people.
You know, well, let's look at this. Poilievre. Was this an ad or?
Well, let's watch it and then Luke can sort of give us the history of it here.
On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that, right wing. I mean, it's that type of ideological stuff.
I never really talk about left or right.
Anyways,
I don't really believe in that.
Okay. A lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but...
Like who?
I don't know who, but...
Well, you're the one who asked the question, so
yeah.
You must know somebody.
You get the point.
Wow, he went to town on that apple. Eating on camera is a real. That has very little low returns. I don't know. I mean, that's a risky bet.
Chill.
That's a risky bet.
I wish I remembered the original context for that video, but it actually is in its own weird way a nice little introduction, a canned introduction to Poilievre's style. I mean, what you see him doing there, where he's kind of doing this like he's a character in a Socratic dialogue, where he's like, but who is saying this? Like, please explain yourself. He's used that technique with reporters many times, and it can often be quite disarming. They're not used to this kind of somewhat more confrontational style. I do think there are parts of Poilievre's, style and approach that do mirror Donald Trump, but I actually think a better U.S. analog is someone like Ron DeSantis, frankly. Poilievre is he's a creature of the conservative movement. He's been in Parliament since his early 20s.
That's a great comparison.
Since the early 2000s.
And also just incredibly unfuckable.
Before that, he interned at various right-wing think tanks, that sort of thing. He's he's a guy who's read too much Milton Friedman. He's a guy who's probably read too much Hayek. He's that sort of conservative. He's a guy who, when he was running for the leadership, did a campaign event where he bought shawarma with Bitcoin or something on camera. So he's a guy who, kind of like DeSantis, is constantly.
Pierre Pepe is so unlikable that he reminds me of a Canadian that inevitably makes his way to the United States of America. Like, there's a very specific type of Canadian that just can't pop off in Canada and will inevitably come down to the reactionary racist shithole that is Canada's underpants, the United States of America. And that's precisely the fucking vibes that PP has. He has the vibes of a man who is going to get a media career in the US in a little bit. I hate that.
Constantly feeding the online parts of the right red meat and kind of doing that as a political style. He honestly, the parts he's borrowing from Trumpism, I think, there are parts of Trump 2016, perhaps you could say, he's borrowing from. He did talk about the cost of living crisis. He talked about lines at food banks, that kind of thing, which was one of the sort of quiet innovations, not to compliment Donald Trump, but of Trump 2016. You know, here was a very right-wing guy who was like at least acknowledging social pain at a time when the Democratic Party was saying America never stopped being great, et cetera. So Paulie Everett is very weird. I mean, that and so much else of, if he appears on video, it kind of looks like it's like Tim and Eric or something. It's like almost satirical.
I hate that.
His videos, he does crazy numbers on YouTube. And so if you're not the kind of person for whom you find this weird or this makes your skin crawl, Polyev, he's got a certain appeal, clearly. I mean, over 40% of the electorate cast a vote for his party last night. So
I really resent the stolen, the Apple stolen valor that's going on there, where he's like trying to get credit for eating an apple.
That's your thing.
That
we have to recut that video.
That I take personally on some level. But let's play this clip of Carney's I guess election night victory speech.
As I've been warned,
and specifically, I guess it's harder for us to understand in the context of America as like, the classic we sneeze and other people catch a cold type of situation. But it's pretty clear what he felt like, was part of his mandate. And so I just want to talk about like this aspect going forward. And also, if it is the case that the Liberals don't win the majority in the parliament, what does that mean in terms of NDP and the other smaller left-wing parties? But
as I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver
This is the reason why this shit fucking pisses me off, like what Trump is doing. Like you got liberals who used to be skeptical of free trade arrangements in like the 90s, now celebrating a fucking banker. And yes, he's more Jerome Powell than Jamie Dimon, as one chatter was saying, but it doesn't matter because Jerome Powell wasn't always Jerome Powell. He was Jamie Dimon before he was Jerome Powell. Same with this fucking guy. Like that you got liberals and progressives like singing the praises of a dude who's like, we are going to, revitalize free trade agreements across the board. It's like, I hate that the torch against free trade agreements that have been horrible for the global South in general, with one exception, obviously, and that is China, is now being hailed as like as a saving, hailed as something to be saved. Such a straw man. What are the options? No, I'm not saying that there's options, bro. Can I just say, guys, this is a good thing, okay? Jesus Christ, it's infinitely better than fucking it's infinitely better than PP. I'm not, and a big part of the reason why many Canadians fucking woke up to that reality was because of Donald Trump. They saw Donald Trump fucking shit up down here, And we're like, holy shit, we have to never allow Canada to look like that. The point I'm simply trying to get across here is that, you know, I'm still worried about Canada's future. And if Carney doesn't address a lot of the economic problems that are facing everyday Canadians, just like I said after Keir Starmer's W, that this will only grow a even more resentful, more reactionary right-wing movement that will take advantage of the anger and resentment that many people feel in their hearts as a direct consequence of the economic instability. Specifically, housing is the major one. I mean, look no further than what Joe Biden did. Obviously, Joe Biden was a fucking doddering old fool, and Carney is like dynamic and smart. I'm not saying he's not smart, but, you know, ultimately he has to fucking fix, he has to try to tackle these issues, right? Because if he doesn't, then it's cooked. Joe started dynamic too? No, he fucking didn't. He was dead. Joe was dead on arrival, chat. Come on. What are we doing? Revisionist fucking history here? Joe was literally dead on arrival. The Hill covered me?
Of controversial Twitch streamer Hassan Piker.
Wait, where the fuck is Ryan Grimm?
The Times initially headlined its profile, "A Progressive Mind in a MAGA Body," with the subhead reading, "Hassan Piker pumps iron, likes weapons, and wears pearls.
Who are these people?
His brand of masculinity has won him many fans online and has been a useful vehicle for his politics."
The Times, however, apparently changed that headline to read, "A progressive mind in a body made for the manosphere." Piker, as some of you may know, has said some contentious things in the past. He once suggested that he didn't, quote, have an issue with Hezbollah. Piker also said the U.S. deserved the 9/11 attack, something the New York Times did note in the piece.
The Times' profile touched on the fact that Piker gets away with things he says and does, like painting his nails or wearing pearls, because he has what one sociologist called jock insurance. In other words, his masculine gender capital gives him leeway to do and say outside-the-box things. The Times also conceded that part of why he's popular is due to the fact that he's, quote, a very handsome man.
Lucky him. Reactions abounded on X. Journalist Mary Catherine Ham wrote this: "I kind of love that gushing media coverage of Hassan has to apologize for the fact that he's good looking and fit. Like, don't worry, although he looks like he's seen the inside of a gym. Bad. That's right coded. He's a shill for disastrous socialism and murderous terrorists, which is good."
Meanwhile, journalist Mehdi Hassan wrote on Blue Sky, "I'm glad the New York Times profiled Hassan Piker, but calling his use of the word genocide to describe Gaza extreme is insane. Some of Israel's top Holocaust scholars are calling it a genocide, as are Amnesty and Human Rights Watch. Absurd from the NYT."
So, this profile, I think, was interesting and flawed in a variety of ways. It was very glowing toward Hassan Piker. The author seems to have a crush on this guy. It described, yes, he's a good-looking man who works out. Congrats to him. It was that point over and over and over again. Like,
bro, yo, take it out of your mouth, dude. Why are you dick eating? Take it out of your mouth before you deliver the next speech. That is crazy. It comes across like you're just petty and jealous. What's happening? It's in the fucking style section, man. Yeah, that's why. It's about style.
That's shocking. Also, it's kind of weird, the initial framing that, like,
a MAGA body, that part.
Right. Liberals are trying to manifest the idea that only conservative people work out. I'm not even sure that on average, if you went through the entire country, that conservative people are going to be in better shape than liberal.
Okay, I do agree with this. Liberals probably by and large are healthier than conservatives are. That was a major L for the New York Times. They did the classic thing where they come up with a title that makes everybody pissed off. Like everyone from every part of the political spectrum. Shut up. I stopped consuming Cereals 2 years ago. Liberals could never.
People, it probably breaks down by income level and a bunch of other things.
And urban, rural, and all that.
There is something true, however, to the fact now that, I mean, I've seen plenty of articles in like ridiculous liberal publications being like, do you like working
there are no
out?
ridiculous liberal publications, Robbie.
Like,
what's that?
I was thinking like Jezebel type place. I don't even know if Jezebel's still in operation, something like that. Like, working out is right-wing coded, and are you secretly a fascist if you work out? There has been a lot of that discourse in progressive circles now, so I see where they got this idea, but it's not true that working out as somehow right-wing coded. Look, I don't actually pay very much attention to Hasan Piker. He is a big deal on Twitch. He's very, very left-leaning, like extremely socialist, extremely anti-Israel. I didn't know, one thing I learned from reading this piece, which I didn't know, but maybe everyone knows, is that he admits to being a Nepo baby. He got his start. I assumed he just like emerged naturally on playing video games on Twitch the way a lot of people does. But no, Cenk Uygur is his uncle.
Right, and gave him a job with the Young Turks. Yeah.
Which, that's fine. I like Cenk Uygur. There's nothing wrong with that. He just didn't emerge totally out of nowhere.
Right.
Everybody, it turns out, is connected to somebody else. What did you make of the piece?
So I found it an interesting piece. I found it kind of curious because I, like you, I'm aware of that he exists, right? But obviously I'm not on Twitch on a regular basis listening to his 8 hours of gaming and commentary while he's on there. To me, in terms of the politics of what he said, which seems to be exercising the right a lot, some of the things that he is being lambasted for seem to me to be sort of clumsy wordings of legitimate arguments. So, for example, on the Gaza thing, he's talking about the fact that he believes essentially that the Israeli response to October 7th has been so brutal that it can't be justified regardless of exactly what happened on October 7th. He regards it as...
except, no, it's not. No, he's trying to say exactly what happened on October 7th isn't like he's taking a position where he understands where I'm coming from, but he's taking a couple extra leaps here.
Disproportionate, whether or not.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say it's disproportionate to October 7th. I said it's a genocide, and genocide is never appropriate, no matter what. He's whitewashing my words in a way that is, more appropriate for their audience. Yeah, I take serious stances or talk about serious issues, but in a clumsy way. That's true. I wouldn't even say that's wrong. I think that is true. But what he's doing here, I think, is liberalizing my assessment.
There were Israeli people raped on October 7th or not. That is not something I would say. I don't think it is wise or sensitive to get into that whole debate about, if people were or weren't raped, that changes or doesn't change the equation.
Why? What do you mean? I like that he also somewhat agrees with what I'm saying. He's like, well, I wouldn't call it a genocide. I think Israel's retaliation has been disproportionate. But, as far as disproportionate retaliations goes, I wouldn't even ask whether or not rapes happening or not happening factors into the disproportionate retaliation. Yeah, my argument is literally, you're being so insensitive. Yeah, I guess I am, because I have a firmly held commitment to an anti-genocide position where, of course, my argument is rapes happening on October 7th does not justify genocide. That's that simple. And on top of that, due to the fact that the Israeli first responders absolutely fucking botched all of the readily available forensic evidence before doing any sort of fucking forensic examination, we don't even have any fucking evidence beyond the suspicions that it took place. Even the UN report shows that reality, with the exception of one firsthand account from a hostage that wasn't on October 7th. And it's still unjustifiable. But guess what? It still doesn't it still doesn't legitimize genocide. Just as there is a 49-page report from the United Nations that literally spells out Israel's systematic use of rape and sexual assaults as a weapon to wield against the Palestinian population. It's attacks on facilities that are trying to. It's attacks on fucking hospitals. It's attacks on facilities that try to provide birth in the midst of a genocide, and also the systematic rape that they do in their prison structure to Palestinian captives does not justify doing a genocide to Israel. It's not that complicated. The only reason why you would have an issue with this argument is because you think Palestinians are not human. It's that simple. Israel did a fucking pro-rape January 6th. And I don't think that that would justify fucking nuking Tel Aviv. I don't think so. I don't believe that. Because I want people to live. I want people to become better versions of themselves. I want people to recognize their faults and rehabilitate.
But I see his central point is that the Israelis have gone in, killed people in the tens of thousands, and nothing can justify that. That seems to me to be his argument. September 11th, again, I would not say what he said. I'm not sure that it means that he should be, I don't know, exiled from Twitch or anywhere else.
I certainly don't want him exiled from Twitch. I'm against censorship. He should be able to say whatever provocative things he wants. I do not think, every criticism of what Israel does is necessarily anti-Semitic. And I'm always okay, what exactly did they say?
Right.
Never take their word for it on when that's being alleged. Now, all of that said, the things he's actually said over the years seem pretty incendiary to me. Again, I'm not clutching my pearls. Unlike him, I don't wear any, so I have none
no pearls to clutch.
But he just says some awful stuff.
Well, I think he's curious Hezbollah.
He says really violent stuff. He said I don't agree with Dan Crenshaw's views generally, but that he deserved to lose his eye and.
Awesome. No, I didn't miss it. I saw he made a joke. Bro, I love that he's like, listen, I'm not pearl clutching. I'm a libertarian. I'm a free speech libertarian. I promise. But also, here's me fucking pearl clutching. Bro's playing your greatest hits. Yeah.
I deserve 9/11, and everyone who disagrees with him deserves to come to some violent end. And I think
that's not true. I've never said that. That is not true. You are trying to turn this into me being anti-free speech in the process of making an anti-free speech argument. He literally said that so that he could signal to his audience that his distaste with what I'm saying is not on the boundaries of him being a pearl clutcher, but because I actually am constantly saying that, all the people that disagree with me should die, saying that I'm like a fucking SJW or whatever. That's a trick. I caught you doing that shit. No, the real reason why he has a distaste for what I have to say is because he doesn't fucking agree with what I have to say. But because he's supposed to present himself as a free speech libertarian, he can't turn around and attack the position and demand censorship to take place. Yeah, why you gotta make shit up?
If again,
look at this bullshit chat. All right, we already read it. It was awesome. They called me handsome. Also, can I ask you guys a question? Where do you guys come from? Like 43-month subscribers, 42-month subscribers. I already read the article. But why is it that you guys all in fucking unison come in here, long-term community subscribers, and you're like, please, you have to read this? Why? Where are you all coming from? Why do you guys constantly feel the need to send me articles like this? This one is unique because I did actually read it, and it was awesome, and I think it's very funny. But do I need to know every time someone says something mean about me? 43-month subscribers? Huh? 42-month subscriber, 42-month subscriber? What happened? You got lunch break at the job site and said, time to fucking, I'm sorry, just came up on my feed. I wasn't watching earlier. Sorry. No, don't. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. I'm just asking what the immediate motivator is here, where so many of you will immediately go, oh, dude, someone said, fuck Hassan. It's time for him to see it, And I just never understand what leads people to do that. Like, why? Lower your tone. They think you're yelling at that. I'm not yelling at you guys. I love you guys. Don't be such little drama farmers, Don't do it. It's not good. It's not healthy. That's all I'm saying. Feel me? You're making the chatter feel bad? Okay, don't feel bad. 40 months here. We're in a secret Discord run by the World Economic Forum. 40 plus, you get invited. Yeah, if you're a 40 plus month subscriber, you get invited. Eric Adams is running on the End Anti-Semitism ballot line. Turco-Israeli values need to be a term that comes out of this. Oh my God. America is not a Judeo-Christian nation. America is a Judeo-Turkic nation. Okay, if Eric Adams does say that, by the way, I will vote for him. I'm sorry. I will illegally vote for him. I apologize to Zoran, but there is 0% chance that he can win my vote over that. Eric Adams, the Turkish man, the most Turkish man to ever exist, is running on a platform of restoring the truth about this nation. That it is not one born out of Christian values and not even born out of Judeo-Christian values. It is a nation born out of Judeo-Turkic values, as a matter of fact, and that's what I'm fighting for. If he says that, I'm voting for him. End non-exist problem. More news at never. What? America was born out of Judeo-Turkic values. One, I think they want to see your reaction. Two, they want to hear your take and confirm the lies / defend yourself. Yeah, I know. Sure, you want to claim this one? Judeo-Turkic values? Yeah, I am claiming it. I like that when I say stuff like that, people who hate me will unironically be like, wow, this is so unacceptable. I can't believe he said that. He's so disrespectful. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm fucking joking. like listening to the Houthis music video did not actually create jihad, the feeling of jihad in my heart. Like, that's a joke, okay? God damn. Everybody loves to fucking claim that they're not pearl clutchers and then immediately clutch all the pearls.
Yeah, if right-wing people, and there are right-wing people who similarly do use insane, contrarian ways of speaking, would not be not just lionized, but lusted over in the pages of the news.
That's literally untrue. They did a profile of Curtis Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin is not only gross looking, but also on top of that, Curtis Yarvin got an interview, a whole ass interview, and he is directly in the orbit of J.D. Vance, the current fucking vice president, and is the theorist, perhaps most responsible for all of these like Peter Thiel style fucking billionaire psychopaths. The notion that the New York Times would not actually go after and lust after or write positive articles about like incredibly right-wing individuals is so stupid and so wrong. Like, his worldview adjusted to why do you say don't send me these articles as you spend time about watching a YouTube video about you? Oh, dude, I already fucking read the article, man. Why do you want to argue with me? Are you that bored? Are you bored? Is that what it is? Are you fucking bored? I said we already read the article, okay? But the principle behind like why someone immediately is like, oh, someone says something mean about you, you have to read it. That's what I was calling into question. That's it. But the reason why you fucking wrote that is because you want to fight, okay? You want to fight. That's what it is. It's so sad to see this community get destroyed by toxic reactionary drama slobs. So many of you care more about attacking people over covering ideas. Is so tiring. Yes.
New York Times, and so that there's something a little bit selective about what is a disqualifying way of making a provocative point.
Right, and that thing about Dan Crenshaw, I wouldn't defend that in any way.
Yeah. We got it, dude. You're not pearl clutching, except you took the long way to just be like, they shouldn't write a glowing article about him because he said mean things. That's what it is. But he can't say it out. He can't say it out loud like that because his audience is so fucking trained. His audience is so trained to immediately strike that down as like libtard anti-speech shit that he has to pearl clutch while engaging in this extra step that makes it seem like he's not pearl clutching when he very clearly is, and complain about the article. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just like a fucking puff piece. Who cares, dude? I don't know why this like fucking breaks your brain so goddamn hard, you know?
Really characterized. It happens to everybody. It happens to us. And right, we always want to go and check, well, what exactly did he say? I never want to rely on someone else's characterization because a lot of those, sometimes they're unfair. Right. Even for people I still do think are like not good, like Candace Owens, for example, said a lot of things I think are insane over the years. But people say, oh, she's, this thing she said was crazy. And they'll look and go, well, that's not, that is being not fairly characterized. It happens to everybody. It happens to us, I'm sure.
No, and yeah, absolutely. And one of the conversations that I did see being seized upon was Hassan Piker talking about Hezbollah. And as far as I could tell from what I read, his argument was that it's a legitimate resistance movement that has some political support in Lebanon, which the latter part of that is a objective fact, and that was he was. I'm not even sure if it's fair to say defending them, contextualizing them in that way. Now, if he said something that was more endorsing of direct acts of violence, then obviously I wouldn't defend that. But it is, I think one of the reasons that I'm approaching this slightly gingerly is that one of the people who has been most vocal in their opposition to him has been Congressman Richie Torres, a Democratic congressman who has been at the absolute forefront, I would argue, of delegitimizing or seeking to delegitimize criticism of Israel that is legitimate by painting it as inherently anti-Semitic or whatever, pro-terrorism. And so, to your point about not taking people's word
but he
for
did
it,
say.
Wait, did he know my ball? Is he a ball knower, chat? Did he actually get my Hezbollah take correct
over the years? But people say, "Oh, she happens to us," I'm sure.
No, and yeah, absolutely. And one of the conversations that I did see being seized upon was Hassan Piker talking about Hezbollah. And as far as I could tell from what I read, his argument was that it's a legitimate resistance movement that has some political support in Lebanon, which the latter part of that is a objective fact, and that was he was. I'm not even sure if it's fair to say defending them, contextualizing them in that way. Now, if he said something that was more endorsing of direct acts of violence, then obviously I would.
Ooh, my man Cook, goddamn. Okay. I mean, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. Okay.
Defend that. But it is, I think one of the reasons that I'm approaching this slightly gingerly is that one of the people who has been most vocal in their opposition to him has been Congressman Richie Torres, a Democratic congressman who has been at the absolute forefront, I would argue, of delegitimizing or seeking to delegitimize criticism of Israel. That.
Ooh, goddamn. Yo, this guy's fucking... Okay. My goat. I don't know who this guy is, but thank you.
Is legitimate by painting it as inherently anti-Semitic or whatever, pro-terrorism. And so, to your point about not taking people's word
but he
for
did
it,
say,
I'm highly reluctant to take Richie Torres' word for it.
He did say it doesn't matter if effing rapes happened on October 7th. That's a pretty awful way to put it, I think.
It is a pretty awful way to put it. I mean,
you're just so...
Oh, it's so gross. It's so gross. Oh, so, so you understand my point, but you still gotta fucking glaze Israel. The dude across from you understands what I was saying, doesn't fully agree with everything that I'm saying, and still says, he is responding to this situation in a careless way. I wouldn't make that argument, but I understand where he's coming from. He is deliberately trying to obfuscate what my statement was. I hate when people do that, by the way. Oh my God. I really need to get better. I really need to be less autistic. Okay. I really, really, really need to be significantly less autistic when it comes to just like being purposely clip chimped. Like I have to dial it down because my 127 goes into like 167. Whenever someone fucking takes me out of context, I lose my mind, dude. And it happens so much. And I just got to get used to it and be more gracious. I really need to dial it down. You're the usual rich dude that acts communist, don't act humble and like you care about others. What rich dude do you know that acts communist, brother? Like what rich dude do you know that's funding unions, working with labor organizers, actively fucking working against the interests of capital? What are you talking about? I'm not trying to act humble. If that's your assessment, first of all, I've never acted humble. But if that's what your assessment is, that means you perceive me as being humble. I've never even entertained the notion of being humble. I'm not.
So wrapped up on your ideological commitment that, what Israel is doing is wrong, that you have to say, well, don't pay attention to that or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, look, those words are awful. They are part of a larger discussion, but I don't think you should say those words. His argument is the Israeli response was so brutal that it would not be justified.
Like, see, he's putting it in terms that I'm not. Okay, he is taking a much lighter critical approach against Israel than I have. I'm saying Israel's doing a genocide because I think that is precisely what's happening. And there's genocidal intent, there's genocidal action. It's very obvious. And I'm saying that is completely unacceptable.
Even if there were rapes.
Baldy is Niall Stanage, by the way. I don't know who that is.
On the show because they're so expletive filled, which is what you can do on Twitch, but not on our show.
Yeah.
Interesting, though.
I'm glad that he at least gave the appropriate context to the statement. And all this guy can do when he hears the appropriate context of the statement is to go, oh, well, it's just so filled. It's so filled with expletives. Niall Stanage, White House columnist for The Hill, political analyst for News Nation. Irish Bannister Blinn counselor of the Palestinian state at the International Court of Justice. Oh, okay. So he is like, I assume he is pro-Palestine. Francois Pinault is an anarcho-syndicalist.
He does have a massive following. He's part of the alternative media ecosystem, and gets a lot more attention for himself. And probably that's what the New York Times was trying to look at. How can, again, it's another Joe Rogan of the left kind of situation. How can we have an appealing?
I like that he. I respect that he said, "I am not trying to clutch pearls, but that's all I've done so far." First you say apologize for October 7th. Then you write a hit piece on a guy for being an apologist for October 7th. I love and support you. And the mission you are spreading Israel awareness 100,000%, but this makes zero sense. Bro, I love you, but you do realize the language you use turns normies off. I know. I had an article today where a journalist straight up asked me, and was too afraid to read it. Okay. And I get it, she's British, so maybe that's the reason. But it was so funny because where is it? Where's the fucking quote? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna show you exactly what I said, and I burst out laughing. And she's like, "Don't you feel like this kind of language might be might come across as off-putting to to a broader audience?" And I was like, "No," because I think that a lot of people do have this kind of anger and this kind of resentment, and I think it's perfectly appropriate. It's like, I don't want, my expectation is never that AOC is going to say words like this. And I don't think that the Democrats could get away with saying words like this in a way that Trump can. Oh, this is the one. This porky little Nazi pig was the lecturer these Nazis were salivating to attend, by the way. Itamar Ben-Gvir, Jewish supremacist, Kahanist terrorist of the Jewish Power Party. I'm right. You can disagree on the optics, but I'm right. You're gimping your reach, though. Okay, man. There's a lot of fucking polite people out there. Why is their reach not 1,000,000 times larger than mine then? What are we talking about? I feel like listen to me. All of these articles keep asking, why are so many people paying attention to you? Why do you have this level of popularity? And is it because you have your optics focused? Is it because you care about the way you look? Is it because you crafted your persona? And I keep telling them over and over again, and you should know this better than anybody else. You've been in here for 54 months. I'm just being myself. If I were to be someone else, then I couldn't be authentic. That's it. This is me. It might not be for everybody. And I know that this is not everybody's cup of tea. I know that this is not everybody's cup of tea, but who the fuck is the real villain here? Itamar Ben-Gvir or me for calling him a porky little Nazi pig? I don't necessarily care about civility anyway. I've said that over and over again. I see no reason to shelter my audience on the truth. I see no reason to hide my perspective. Watch live. Trump deliver remarks on his first 100 days in Warren, Michigan. Oh my God.
That was great.
My goat is live. Let's take a look.
But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And we're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. And that's according to many, many people. This is the best, they say, 100-day start of any president in history, and everyone is saying it. We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in. And week by week, we're ending illegal immigration. We're taking back our jobs and protecting our great American auto workers and all of our workers, frankly. We're protecting all of our workers. We're restoring the rule of law, which was sort of out the window with this crazy guy we had. How the hell did that guy ever become president? Could somebody explain to me? How the hell did that happen? There's my friend, Blacks for Trump. I like that guy. He follows me. He follows me. We love you. Your whole group has been so supportive over the years. I want to thank you. Everyone thinks I pay you a fortune. I don't know. I don't even know who the hell he is. I just like him. True. Thank you very much. Thank all of the fellas. Thank them all. But we're ending the inflation nightmare, the worst that we've had probably in the history of our country, getting woke lunacy and transgender insanity the hell out of our government. We're stopping the indoctrination of our children, slashing billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. And above all, we're saving the American dream. We're making America great again, and it's happening fast, too. What the world has witnessed in the past 14 weeks is a revolution of common sense. That's all it is, really. We're conservative. You're conservative, you're liberal, whatever the hell. You know what it's all about? It's about common sense when you think about it. We're for common sense. We like strong borders. We like good education. We like low interest rates. We like being able to buy a beautiful car. And now deduct the interest on the loan. That's never happened before. We want a strong military. We want low taxes. You know, the Democrats, they campaign on, we will raise your...
Dude, people that still believe this type of shit they're giving Japanese Imperial Force commander still stealing food from Filipino houses 29 years after the war. Okay, they're literally 100 days in. They're getting absolutely cumstered and dumpstered, and they're like, "Yeah, so much excitement. We're fucking killing it, sir." You're fucking in a fantastical universe. You're not in ours at this point.
We had just a couple of days just to make sure, because you know every once in a while you have a grandstander Republican. We have some grandstanders, but every once in a while, not many. But remember who those grandstanders were and vote them the hell out of office, okay? Will you do that? Vote them out of office. You know, they do it they're morally bound. You know what the answer is? If you don't get it, you're going to have the highest tax increase in history instead of the greatest tax cut in history. If the Democrats prevail on this bill, you get a 58% tax increase. Would you like that? These are the Democrats. But I've never seen all the years they campaign, we will raise your taxes. I say, this country has gone crazy. And today they did it again. Some guy that I'd never heard of. John James, is he a congressman, this guy? He said, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to start the impeachment of Donald Trump. What the hell did I do? Here we go again. They want to impeach me. This lunatic, he was up. Actually, I had the television way down, and I said to our great First Lady, listen, did I just hear I was being impeached again? We're getting good at this, though. No, they've gone totally crazy. These people, and you know what? They've totally lost their confidence, too. They can't even tell a lunatic like this dumb guy that said it. And then you have the other one that's always with the cane. He's always impeaching. He raises his cane. He always impeaches. But they have no control over those people. They have no control, and the reason is they've lost their confidence. They have no confidence anymore as a party. They have no candidates. And, you know, when they say that Bernie's probably the best they have. By the way, he's about 7 years older than me, more. 8 years old.
Damn. Yo, that's
one thing I gotta
Don't
give
do
him
it.
credit.
Don't do it. You're hurt. You're hurt. Hurt people hurt people. Stop
and he's
being
going
ageist.
around with
My
AOC
goat.
plus
My goat's
3. You know,
being
the plus
ageist.
3 follow him. They hang on for little bits. They hang on for nuggets. And they get crowds. They say, our crowds are so much bigger than their crowds.
Our crowds are so
Their
much
crowds
bigger.
are small. If I ever had a crowd like their biggest crowd, they'd say it's over for Trump. He's lost the magic. But this is great, and all the people outside, we love you. We put screens up. We're taking back our country from a sick political class that got rich selling America out and bleeding America dry. We don't let that happen anymore. And we had 4 great years. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. The stock market went up 88%. We did great. And we're going to do better now, because now we learned a little bit. After years of leaders who sent your money to defend the borders of distant foreign nations, that's what we did. We'd fight for other nations, but not for ourselves. You finally have a president who is defending our borders and our nation. After decades of politicians who destroyed Detroit to build up Beijing, you finally have a champion for workers in the White House, and instead of putting China first, I'm putting Michigan first, and I'm putting America first.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I saw the big Gretch. Oh my God. How does this keep happening? I was just looking at this on the other monitor. Oh my God.
Well, I hadn't planned to speak, but I'm on behalf of all the military men and women who serve our country and serve so honorably on behalf of the state of Michigan. I am really damn happy we're here to celebrate this.
She's so cooked. There is 0% chance. There is 0% fucking chance. Nah. She is so fucking cooked. I'm sorry, dude. Let me tell you something, okay? Right now, her and Gavin have this dipshit perspective where they think that capitulating to right-wing framing and like teasing a collaborative effort with Trump because he's the president is actually going to pay out for them when they run for president. What they fail to realize is it is already so fucked. And we are in the first 100 days, okay? This association with Donald Trump is going to put them on the worst possible position come the Democratic Party primaries. Because if you are looking at Donald Trump right now in the first 100 days, and you're saying, oh, it's fine, like me caving on this stuff, optically coming out and showing some semblance of support to this fucking guy is actually good, when you haven't recognized how damaging Trump has been so far and how unpopular Trump is right now. Ooh, oh, buddy, there is no way out of this fucking hole. People are gonna, I think, look back at this and be like, you are shaking hands with Adolf Hitler. You are shaking hands with Adolf Hitler, with Adolf Putler, okay? This is completely unacceptable. I think history will not look fondly at this kind of, this optics L.
This recapitalization at Selfridge. It's crucial for the Michigan economy. It's crucial for the men and women here, for our homeland security and our future. So thank you. I'm so grateful that this announcement was made today. And I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
It's good. I'm glad that she's doing this because this is very quickly causing me to you know, this right here, if you think like AOC's instincts were bad for hugging the Biden administration and even lying on behalf of the Biden administration, saying they're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire, right? Like that was a major L, right? That's a regrettable, perhaps even unforgettable L. This is that times a fucking million, okay? This is that times 7 million. Like this is, whoo, sheesh, is so bad. It's so bad. I think this straight up shows that these are depraved little freaks that only want like a glimmer of power. Yeah, he said, oh, can we get Josh Shapiro to do this too? Josh Shapiro, I think, is a little bit smarter than that, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I think Josh Shapiro will, on the legislative side, as the governor, push for right-wing bills and shit, but I don't know if he is, I don't know if he's dumb enough to come out and show support for, Trump, like physically. You don't want those photos being unearthed during the primary season, especially when, think about the first 100 days and then think that we have 1,200 more days of this, okay? We have 1,200 more days of this. I don't think Pete Buttigieg would do this. I don't think Pete Buttigieg is dumb enough to fucking clout chase like this, okay? So from not watching the whole clip yet, I think it's important to try to deal with Trump like how he deals with Kim Jong-un, purely for optics and trying to win his supporters over, but also not feeding into conservatives and propaganda. I don't know. I'm just a dumb college kid studying for finals law. No. Especially when his popularity is cratering, chatter. His popularity is fucking cratering. It's not like he's above 50% right now. He is the least popular he's ever been in his career. He's the least popular any president has been at this point. He is right now the least popular any president has been 100 days in. And you're over there fucking doing photo shoots with him? That's crazy. Ooh, it's dumb enough as it is before, like even if it wasn't Trump and if it was another unpopular Republican like this, I think it would be a major mistake for a blue state governor to do so.
That's what happened. And I knew nothing about her. She was vice president, but nobody knew a damn thing about her. She had nothing to do with the border, even though she was appointed.
Said who, though? Just made up numbers.
People, all of the great people, Paul and...
True. Look behind him. Everyone loves him. Obviously, that's just fake news. You're right. Yeah, I'll check back with you, Chatter, in a little bit, okay? I'll check back with you, Chatter, in like 10 to 15 days, okay? Come back in here in 10 to 15 days and remind me how you feel of Donald Trump when you go to the fucking grocery store and half of the shelves are empty and you're like, how the fuck did this happen?
Sound good, right? We won the 24, all that work. The radical left Democrats would right now be importing the next 10 million invaders and giving amnesty to 30 or 40 million illegals, many of them criminals, many of them, frankly, murderers and people of crime at the absolute highest level. Real
people
bad
of crime.
people. It would
People
only be
of
a matter
color.
of years or months
People of
until
crime.
America itself became a failed third world nation. That was happening to us. We were going to be a third world nation. I'll tell you what, if these guys won, if this group of radical lunatics, and by the way, Biden, we find out that whoever operated the auto pen was the real president, and Biden knew nothing about it. You know, he had a group of radical left guys who were very smart, and a woman, a particular woman. Very, very smart people. These are not stupid people. These are sick people, but they're not stupid people. And they were very smart. What they're best at is cheating at election. They cheat on elections. That's their single greatest trait. They cheat like hell. And let me tell you, they tried to cheat on this election, but we made it too big to rig. Remember? Too big to rig. They tried. I watched those numbers. We had Elon with us. Elon is a smart guy. Elon was with us. Elon Musk. And I was sitting with Dana White and Elon Musk, and I'm watching the numbers in Pennsylvania, and we're winning so easily. Then all of a sudden it flatlined. And I said, I think they're cheating again. Look at this. What's going on? I think they're cheating again. And Elon looked at us. He goes, no, you're going to win. They just don't know it yet. And about 15 minutes later, we won, sort of crazy. I'll never forget. You're going to win. They just don't know it yet. But you know what? We made it too big to rig. It was too big. Starting on day one, I deployed the U.S. military to defend our country from the invasion of our border. I shut down all migrant flights. Do you remember when we're talking about people coming in, they're trying to deny it, okay? People are flowing in. They said, no, I don't see any people. It's like, what's wrong? But then we saw airplanes going overhead. We said, what the hell are those airplanes doing? Big Boeing 757s were traveling right overhead, loaded up with people. I say, where the hell are those planes going? They were loaded up with migrants coming in illegally, flying in by plane, paid for by the U.S. government. I'll tell you, they are sick. Remember that day? That was the day we found out that not only do we have to defend it here, we have to defend it not only in the water, but we have to defend it in the air. The planes were going over us. I said, what the hell is that? I banned all welfare to illegals, and I signed an order that will end automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. No citizenship. For years, Joe Biden and the media told us that stopping the flood of illegal immigration was absolutely impossible. He said it was impossible. He didn't know what the hell anybody was talking about. He said it was impossible, that the president had no power to stop what was needed in the form of legislation. He needed legislation. He had no power to get it. But it turned out that all we needed was a new president. Within days of taking office, I signed the Laken Riley Act. Laken Riley, beautiful Laken Riley, who was killed by an illegal immigrant, viciously, violently killed. But I signed the Laken Riley Act to facilitate the expulsion of dangerous criminal aliens, and when necessary, we had to put them in jail. We couldn't take a chance that they'd come back in again. In recent weeks, ICE, who are great, these people are great, has arrested dozens of child rapists along with murderers, kidnappers, drug traffickers, and thieves, and frankly, people from mental institutions. We've designated 6 murderous Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organization. We have also designated 2 bloodthirsty transnational gangs, MS-13 and Tren-de-Aragua, TDA. They've been designated the highest level of terrorist, and that lets us do a lot of things that you wouldn't be able to do. We got to get them out of here before they kill more people. They've killed plenty. My administration has increased arrests of known and suspected terrorists by 655%. Is that okay? We tried to get it higher. But the courts are giving us a hard time. Can you believe? I won on the basis of, I think the number one thing was on illegal immigration.
Arrest the judges that love immigrants.
From all over the world, they're unbelievably bad. In many cases, unbelievably bad people. I think that was the number one thing. And now the courts are trying to say that, that doesn't matter. I don't think it's going to be allowed to stand. Democrats have vowed mass invasion and mass migration. We are delivering mass deportation, and it's happening very fast. And the worst of the worst are being sent to a no-nonsense prison in El Salvador. Why don't you watch this? Watch this. Take a look.
Oh my God. He's showing the fucking concentration camp footage. Ay, ay, ay. Only by blowing up the economy, so even they don't want to come here, can I achieve a 0 immigration number? Yeah, bro really thinks talking about it more will raise his ratings. I mean, in this crowd, he needs, they need a constant they need a constant steady flow of reigniting racial tensions in order to feel something. He's terrible at reacting, by the way. Can I just say, as like the supreme reactor, I have to recognize how horrible he is at reacting. A stadium full of people cheering, even they're not cheering. What is oh my God, this is so crazy. Right Side Broadcasting Network showing it. 30K Andy, by the way. This is the gross shit that they're watching right now. It's actually good seeing the audience response to it, because it feels like even the audience is not fucking with the vibes that much. Like, it almost feels like there's a sense of shame in the footage that they're seeing because it's so fucking horrific. Now, obviously, they're a cult, so I'm sure it's not. Maybe that shows why there aren't that many cheers, or maybe they're just waiting like the good little soldiers they are to cheer at the end of it. Yeah. Just wait, they'll cheer.
So under President Trump, America is a dumping ground for criminals no longer. They're not even trying to come in. But while we're fighting to protect Americans, the radical left Democrats who are so bad for
my
this
dad
country
says all the time
are
how much
fighting
he
to
loves these
protect
videos.
TDA, you
Jesus
just saw
Christ.
that, and MS-13 criminals, and you don't even know which is worse. But they are the top of the line. For years, Democrat politicians did not.
Bro, as a Midwest
raise
white
one
guy, you have
word
no
of
idea how
protest
comfortable
as
they are
American
now with
women and
overt
girls were
racism.
raped and
I'm legit
slaughtered
worried. No,
by
I
these
know.
monsters. They were
That is the
raped
big
and
part of the
slaughtered
bully pulpit. That's the
by
big part of
numbers that you don't even wanna hear
the impact of the
about.
bully
But the
pulpit
second we
has.
try to deport them, the radical
The streams have been
Democrat
amazing
Party
lately,
is
but I think it's
racing to
time
the
for some drama.
defense
Can we get
of
Ethan
some
on
of
the
most
horn or something?
violent
Don't worry,
savages on
chatter.
the face of
Friday,
the
we will
Who the
duke it
hell
out in the
would
marketplace of
vote for
ideas.
these people?
Ethan Klein and myself.
They're racing to the courts to help them, but this is not what the people want. This is not what they voted for in record numbers. I won the election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. And we got 312 electoral college votes. And just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Tren-de-Aragua, were arrested in Washington state for kidnapping a 58-year-old woman driving a power drill through her hand to extort her bank account information, shooting her, leaving her for dead. And miraculously, she just survived, but she's not feeling so well. In January, Tren-de-Aragua member in Chicago kidnapped 3 women, took them in an alley, lined them up, and shot them each in the head. They all died. And the FBI recently assessed that these vicious gangs have been sent by the foreign regime in Venezuela to foment violence and instability in the United States of America. Can't let that happen. And it's not just, in all fairness, not Venezuela. It's all over the world. It's all over. They come in from the Congo. They come in from Africa. The Congo, they emptied out their prisons into our country. but they come from Africa, Asia, South America. They come from all over bad parts of Europe. That's why we've invoked the Alien Enemies Act to expel every foreign terrorist from our soil as quickly as possible. Never forget the same people that we now claim we're just not taking this crap anymore. We can't. They're claiming that we're not allowed to deport illegals, and they're the ones who orchestrated an 8-year campaign to jail their political opponents. Do you know what I mean? They want to jail. They want to jail. That's all they can do, jail their political opponents. What they did to people is a disgrace. And now they come after us. Why are you not nice to them? Why are you not nice to them? They tried to jail your president. They tried to jail. Except for the really courageousness of a few very good judges, you know, we could have been calling you from the other side of the bar saying, hey, fellows, how about a little protest? How about a little protest? But they cheered the assassination of CEOs, looted our cities, and destroyed our property. No, they tried to jail our politicians, and they tried to jail a lot of people, many of whom didn't even know what the hell they were being looked at for. These people are criminals. If they had their way, we would be living in a third world hellhole. That's what they want. Removing the invaders is not just a campaign pledge. It's my solemn duty as Commander-in-Chief. I have an obligation to do it. Save our country. And that's why we got, despite the fake polls, you know, they do these polls where they interview far more Democrats than Republicans. I saw them over the last few days, and I had them checked out. They interview far more Democrats for the polls. They interview Democrats by big numbers and then Republicans by small. They say, Trump only has a 44% approval rating. Well, it's actually not bad. But when you figure that if it were a legit poll, it would be in the 60s or 70s. These people are a bunch of crooked people. No, they interview more Democrats than Republicans. In other words, they take the poll and they interview Democrats. They poll Democrats. And then they say, they try and depress it as much, just like they write bad stories. 97% of the stories written about me, think of it, were negative. And yet we won in a landslide because they have no credibility. And also, we cannot allow a handful of communist, radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws and assume the duties that belong solely to the President of the United States. Judges are trying to take away the power given to the President to keep our country safe, and it's not a good thing. But I hope, for the sake of our country, that the Supreme Court is going to save this, because we have to do something. These people are just looking to destroy our country. Nothing will stop me in the mission to keep America safe again. It's very simple. Keep America safe again. And our first 100 days have also produced historic results in the battle to defeat Biden's inflation disaster and bring jobs and wealth back to America and bring them back to Michigan, okay? We want to bring it back. As an example, since I took office, the cost of eggs is down 87%. Now, right? You remember a few weeks ago, before Thanksgiving, we heard about it before. I heard about it a long time ago. Before Thanksgiving, I heard about it. And then I was hearing that I wasn't president. This guy was barely president. Nobody knew, was he president? Who the hell was president? To this day, I say it was the one that operated the auto pen, but what do I know? But I was hearing about eggs, and then all of a sudden we have a great election victory. And my first week in office, they start screaming at me, what about the price of eggs? Eggs, eggs. I said, I've only been here for 6 days. I was there 6 days. I said, what's wrong with eggs? They said, the price of eggs has gone through the roof, and you won't be able to have them for Easter. So I put our very capable Brooke Rollins, who's our wonderful Commissioner of Agriculture that you know in Michigan. I said, Brooke, I've only been here 6 days before I heard, maybe even less, maybe 5, maybe 4. But it was my first week. And I said, Brooke, you got to save me here. I'm getting killed about eggs. What the hell's going on with eggs? She said, well, you can't get them. The price is through the roof. And it looks like we're going to have a real problem for Easter. You're not going to have eggs. I said, Brooke, that doesn't sound politically viable to me. That doesn't sound good. Because nobody's going to believe me when you get out there that it's Sleepy Joe Biden's fault. So, Brooke, you got to get going, Brooke, please. and she did a great job. And you had so many eggs for Easter, and your price was down 87% from that point. Prices are coming way down. You know, the fake news doesn't say it. They said, he pledged. Now, I pledged safe borders. I pledged all sorts of things. But they said, he pledged to bring prices down. Well, that's what I've done. They're trying to say the prices have gone up. Your energy, your car, your gasoline, they have 3 states this week, a couple of days ago, that were $1.98 a gallon. So gasoline prices are down by a lot. Energy prices are down. Mortgage rates actually just went down. Prescription drug prices just saw their largest...
No, energy prices are down due to, I mean, a multitude of different reasons, but...
Remember what you heard.
Energy prices are down in comparison to where they used to be, but that's pretty much it.
The biggest plunge ever since they've recorded the prices, which have basically gone up, except for my 4 years. They did pretty well. But
why have you stopped fact checking it when he says clearly incorrect stuff? Dude, I would not be able to. You think I'm capable physically of stopping time? A 1 hour speech would require me to do 8.5 hours of consistent fact checking. His lie per minute is like 68.
Probably even worse than CNN. It's probably worse. Probably worse than CNN.
What the fuck?
I saw this horrible, horrible anchor. How these people get jobs. I wouldn't hire them to do the most menial of chores. But I saw this person. He campaigned on bringing prices down. Every price has gone down. What am I going to do? I mean, think of it. Gasoline was almost $4 not so long ago. And now, Mike, we just hit $1.98 in a lot of states. Think of it. And they're saying, and you know what? And inflation is basically down. And interest rates came down despite the fact that
Trump
I
makes
have a
false
Fed
misleading
person
claims about
who's
grocery
not
prices and the
really
cost
doing
of
a
gas.
good job. But I won't say that. I want to be very nice. I want to be very nice and respectful to the Fed.
Data from the energy shows national average
You're
314.
not supposed to criticize the Fed. You're
which is
supposed to let
slightly
him do
higher
his
than
own
the
thing. But I
311
know
the
much
week
more
Trump
than
was
he does about
inaugurated.
interest rates, believe me. Core inflation has reached the lowest rate in 4 years. And last month, we had the largest drop in consumer prices since the pandemic. This is all done in 100 days.
Energy is down to 64 a barrel.
Think of that. This is
Global
all done in
benchmark.
100 days.
Crude
But
was
when you
about
watch
64
the
a
fake
barrel on
news,
April
you see
28th, but he
fake
exaggerated the
polls.
price of the time, which was about
Again,
80. Yeah,
they
see, that
poll
part is
more
correct.
Democrats than Republicans. Democrats
Yeah,
aren't
it went
gonna
from
say, "I'm gonna vote
$80.
for Trump."
The price of crude went from $80 to 60. He's not wrong. Like that is correct. When he says 198, that's false. That's a lie. But like he's not wrong in terms of gas prices coming down. That's why I said like it's not. No, wait, they're saying it went from 89 to 80 and he said 64, but he exaggerated the price at the time of his. No. He's saying it went down to $64 on April 28th, and it wasn't $89. It was actually $80 when he first came into office. You're misunderstanding what their fact check looks like. Their fact check is saying it wasn't $89, it was $80, which is like, okay, fine. Yeah, he massaged the numbers. Trump's misleading claim, groceries are down, food is down, groceries as we call it are down. The CPI shows average cost of groceries in March increased by 0.49 from the previous month of 2.4% compared to the previous year. So obviously, yes, grocery prices have not come down. I don't think that he's right about that. I say he lies about that all the
Cross
time.
that one off. No, they say
But
it
the
all
price
the
of
time.
crude
When I
oil
was
barrels
out,
have gone down.
They say, well,
which means that which means that the price of gas at the pump is supposed to go down eventually, and like these things I feel like follow.
Thank you.
There, it's a lagging indicator.
Thank
Typical Hasanabi protecting rich streamers. Wait, who? Oh,
but
Trump.
we've ended the radical
Yeah.
left. Well, we actually
See,
already
this is why we
served
don't do live
3.
fact checking, folks.
But remember, I like the victories. I like the 3 victories, which we absolutely had. I just don't like the results of the middle term, the results. I don't want those results, John. I don't want those results. What results? What a disgrace. If we would have had this group for another year, we wouldn't have a country left. I really mean it. I don't think we would have had a country left. And now we're respected all over the world. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They're coming from India. They're coming from France. They're coming from
Yeah, we should all celebrate that he tried to nuke global trade, capitulated, and had a couple countries send trade envoys which got no deals, by the way.
And we'll make deals, but
Which got no fucking deals out of the process, too. But he just claims that there are 200 deals that he's already implemented. More deals than there are countries. And
but I want to be respectful.
and all of the countries that have supposedly gotten deals out of the Trump administration are saying no deals were made. So
we lost, think of this, we lost billions and billions of dollars a day. Billions, not millions, billions of dollars a day. And under Sleepy Joe Biden. What's better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Ready? A poll, a free poll. Because these pollsters are so corrupt. This is a real poll. We're going to poll Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe. Ready? What's a better name for us to call him? Sleepy Joe?
Still hitting on Joe.
Crooked Joe.
This is a real poll. Unlike the fake polls that have been coming out saying I'm unpopular, this is the only real poll that matters.
Nice ring to it. Because he had one ability I didn't have. He goes to the beach, right? And he could fall asleep on a cottage drooling out of the side of his mouth. And he'd be sleeping within minutes, carrying the aluminum chair, you know, the kind that's meant for old people and children to carry. It weighs like about 4 ounces.
Dude, I'm telling you, America deserves back-to-back demented presidents. We're doing a triple. We're hitting a triple. Like, you could say that Trump was kind of losing it on the way out a little bit. And then Biden obviously greatly created a permission structure for having a doddering old fool lead the nation into collapse. And Trump is just taking advantage of that. Oh, my God. Back to back, different versions of dementia.
He was sleeping. I'd be tossing and turning and scheming and thinking and saying, how am I going to beat China? How am I going to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine? This guy could fall asleep with cameras blazing, right? Not too many cameras were blazing, but enough were blazing that you saw it. I thought it was a great ability that he had, actually. We've ended the radical left war on American energy. We've stopped their crusade on coal. Did you see what I did the other day? Clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say clean, beautiful coal. So you have guys getting up, Department of Energy. We have great people at Department of Energy. They talk about clean, beautiful coal. You know, China uses coal. They're opening up a coal plant every week, a massive coal plant. But we're not allowed to use it. But now we are, because last week I gave it absolute, total approval. And you know what I don't give approval to? Those stupid windmills that go round and round and round. And we've ended the Green New scam. We've reopened ANWR, the greatest drilling site anywhere in the world, in Alaska. ANWR, and implemented the new energy policy of the United States. You know what it is? We have a policy. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. That's our policy. That's our policy, Michael, right? Great Michael Whatley, head of the Republican Party. He's done a good job. Him and Laura, they took the party by storm, right? He had a good candidate, but had a couple of good candidates, didn't he? Michael's been incredible, actually. Michael Whatley, North Carolina. He watched in 2020. He did so good for me, and you know, he was in North Carolina. He did so great. What's the problem over there? What's the problem? Is that a radical left lunatic? He's just a child. All right, get him out. Yeah.
Get him out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Beat that child's ass.
Thank you.
Kill him dead. Depart him. Put him.
And she now has to go home to a mother who's a big Trump fan. Her mother's watching. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said he, and it's a she. I'm sorry. To keep my promise to the great state of Michigan, I terminated Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, where you were mandated to buy an electric vehicle. You were mandated within just a few years to buy an electric vehicle. How about that? And you know what? They're great, but people don't. Not everybody wants them. You got to be able to buy a hybrid, a gasoline-powered car. You can buy lots of different cars, but you can't be mandated to do anything. And I've already proudly imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. Any foreign car, like they do, Todd. This is going to create more jobs in this state and this country, and to help these automakers bring their factories home as rapidly as possible, I've just signed an executive order to give partial tariff rebates to any company that assembles its cars right here in the U.S. In other words, if they can't make it in time because they have to do it here, otherwise they haven't, I'm giving them a little bit of a break, right? They took in parts from all over the world. I don't want that. I want them to make their parts here. But I gave them a little bit of time. It's 15% and then 10% of the parts, so it's not so bad. Somebody would say, oh, well, that's a change in parts. It's not. It's called a little flexibility. The guys were crying. They love it. Everything's good. But just in case we can't get everything in time, we gave them a little bit. So it's 15% of the parts, and then it's 10% of the parts. We give them a little time before we slaughter them if they don't do this. Right. They're going to make so much money. They're going to have so many jobs. No, but jobs are way up. Jobs are way up. We're pleased to be joined tonight by Brian Panebecker. Do you know who that is? Of the Auto Workers for Trump. And Brian is a union guy, loves the unions, loves everything, but he knew that Trump was right. Brian, come up here, Brian. I got to see Brian. Look at the arms in this guy. Look at the arms.
This guy gets so much
Thank
play,
you, Mr.
bro.
President.
This is the
It's a
same
great honor
guy
to
with
be
the
here
handlebar
on your
mustache, the
100th day
one
in office
union
of
guy
your
that he
second
loves
term.
parading around.
And I just want to remind you of something I told you.
Mr. President, I'm so happy you're nuking global trade. I don't need no goddamn Chinese car parts to build cars as an auto worker, Mr. President. I'm so excited, sir. Except I'm already retired, sir. Can you please kill more Mexicans for me so I can feel better about my position in society, sir? I love the union benefits that I've gotten, sir, but it's awesome that you're actually destroying the remaining unionization rate in this goddamn country. So none of these goddamn Gen Z millennials will ever get a crumb of the sweet, juicy benefits my union fought long and hard for me to survive so I could chirp on the main stage like this, sir. You are so good. Hell yeah.
I only had 10, 15 seconds to say something to him before we got our pictures. Fortunately, my son was standing behind me, so I've got a witness to this. And I said, Mr. Trump, we've got the keys to the White House waiting for you in Macomb County. And he kind of chuckled. He said, oh, yeah, how's that? And I said, well, Macomb County is the home of the Reagan Democrats. If you come to Macomb County and you ask for their support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. And that's exactly what he did. So I want to say thank you to the auto workers, everybody who works in the automotive
Hell yeah,
field,
sir.
the suppliers,
Guess what?
every
We are
one
not
of you,
going to
the
have
truck
no
drivers.
auto truckers. Let me tell you, okay? Trucks, not a part of the auto workers. So we don't give a fuck that truckers won't have any jobs come this time around next month. Why? Because no commerce is moving around these borders. Why? Because our glorious president decided to nuke global trade.
Doesn't mind. But when I was backstage with him earlier and got my picture taken, I said, Mr. President, I've got a deal that you can't refuse. And he said, what's that? And I said, well, I'm writing a book, and it's going to be about my political journey. I've been involved in some things here in Michigan, conservative causes like Right to Work and the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative. And I said, you have a publishing company, Winning Team Publishing.
He's a Right to Work auto worker?
I'll agree to use your publishing company.
Dude, America is beyond redemption.
To my book.
I'm sorry. No, it's over. It's over. Dude. We're done. It's done. The project is done. I no longer have any fucking hope for America to go anywhere from here other than full tilt fascism. You got a whole ass union representative, like representing his auto workers union right now, okay, who is literally fucking saying that he took a...
You can make them for 1,000 years. No, we were losing $5 billion a year. Now we've got it where we're making money, and the tariffs haven't even really kicked in. The 25% on cars have. But you know what that means? That means that you're going to make the cars. We don't need the cars from outside. When they say, oh, sir, we want to send you a lot of cars. I said, we really don't want your cars. We really don't want. We want to make our own cars. That includes Canada. That includes Mexico, who have taken tremendous a tremendous amount of our business. Canada's taken off a tremendous, like 10, 12%. Mexico is 32%. They took 32% of our car production. We don't want them to have that. We want that. Why are we giving it to them? Why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year? Why are we subsidizing Mexico for $300 billion a year? There's no reason for it. I'm proud to be the president for the workers and not the outsourcers, the president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street. You know, I like Wall Street. I like Wall Street. I have a gorgeous, beautiful building on Wall Street, 40 Wall Street. Anybody? You want a little space? I'll get you some space real quickly. Now I've got one of the most beautiful buildings in the world on Wall Street, but I still like Main Street because you're Main Street. I want Main Street over Wall Street. And we want to protect the middle class.
This is literally Democrat Party framing, by the way. That's like, he's just so shamelessly using Biden's phrases now.
We want to protect our people.
You know,
this
funny
is
because
the greatest,
neither party gives a fuck about Main Street over Wall Street.
Elections
But
after the election, and you have crowds like this, and to have them, we're going to do the announcement at University of Alabama. And they just called and they said,
a little thing
"It's gonna be
called
the biggest crowd we've ever had
groceries.
for. We've never had a crowd like this.
A little thing.
And I'm doing it at West Point, and they called and said the same thing. We love West Point. We love University of Alabama. We love Alabama. You know what I won Alabama by? Like almost 50 points. So when they called and they said, "Would you like to do the commencement?" I said, "Okay, I'll do it." But they're going to have the biggest crowd they ever had by maybe 4 or 5 times. They told me, "Thanks for all of the things that we've done into our policies. Trillions of dollars are now pouring into the United States because of common sense, just common sense." Apple, great company, was building everything in China. Now they just announced that they're spending $500 billion to invest in America, not in China. My friend Jensen from NVIDIA, they're spending, you know what NVIDIA is? They're spending $500 billion. TSMC, the biggest chip maker in the world by far from Taiwan, they're spending $200 billion in the United States. Amazon, $21 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. The Mac, $20 billion. Merck.
Do you want me to
Stellantis,
fact check this,
General
chat?
Motors are putting in billions
Or do you want
and
do you want to just, you know, recognize that he's lying about everything? What is this? Strengthening and unleashing America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. What? Attorney General shall pursue all necessary legal remedies. What is different than just saying, like, I want the cops to be bold?
in 4 years or even 8 years, and we're just getting started. Believe me, we're just getting started. We're pleased to be joined by some great people. A person that number one, I have so much confidence in him. The fake news is after him, really after him, but he's a tough cookie. They don't know how tough he is. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Pete! Wow, that's pretty good. How are the Houthis doing? Not too good, right? Our new administrator of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, somebody that everybody knows, but this guy, you know, the show was a big success, but sometimes it hurts your image to have a television show. He's the top, he went to Harvard. I shouldn't even mention that anymore because that used to be a good thing. Today it doesn't mean much. But he went to University of Pennsylvania Medical School, top student, top doctor, top everything. One of the smartest guys in medicine, also a big star, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, thank you, doctor.
They're praising a Sunni Muslim man. It's hard.
A man who waited today just came here.
that.
He was all sweaty and grimy. I said, what the hell happened? He ran into the building because he wanted to vote in Congress. And I hear we passed the vote. John James by a lot, right? And thank you for making it here. He had a vote. I said, John, do me a favor, stay and vote. We're voting essentially on the big, beautiful, that gorgeous, big, beautiful bill. I said, you know, I want you there badly, but you got to vote, please. So thank you very much, John. Good job. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt, thank you. Thank you, Matt. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. Michigan GOP Chair Jim Runstead. Thank you, Jim. Good job. Nice tie. Thank you, Jim. Great job. One of my favorite people. I mean, we just had such success. You know, we had so many votes stolen in 2020, and then this guy came in, and they didn't steal him from his state, North Carolina, I told you. But they didn't steal him. He had 601 lawyers, and he had lawyers at every voting booth. And I said, who is that guy that did so well? Because we won the state. Other states, you know, they inched us out, you know, at the end, they just inched us out, crooked as hell. But this guy didn't let that happen. His name is Michael Whatley, North Carolina, and now he's the head of the Republican Party, RNC, and he's great. And I must tell you, he worked with a great woman, my daughter-in-law, Laura, who was unbelievable, who's got a very successful television show. That was a tremendous combination. That was a very important combination. Also the great, and you see him on television, he's unbelievable. Hey, Stephen, come up here fast. The great Stephen Miller. Do we like Stephen? Where is Stephen? Come here, Stephen. I love this guy. I love this guy. There is nobody smarter or tougher than Stephen Miller. Stephen, say a couple.
Who's enjoying 100 golden
repulsive
days?
Nazi freak alert.
President Trump has achieved the most secure border in American history. He's fighting violent crime. He's fighting the drug cartels. He's cutting your taxes. He's cutting wasteful spending. He's draining the swamp. He's standing up to the radical left. He's standing up to the communists, and he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you, your children, and your family, and President Trump will make sure that in this country, not illegal aliens, not criminals, not gangbangers, but American citizens come first, last, and always. Thank you. And thank you, President Trump, for being the greatest president in American history.
One of the biggest fucking Nazis in the admin.
He is something special. And he's been with us right from day one. Right from day one, Stephen's
really
been there, right? He's been great. A man who put on about 928 rallies for me. We didn't have a glitch. Justin Caparel. Justin, thank you, wherever you are. He's probably backstage working. We did over 900 of these. Thank you, Justin. And Margot Martin. Does anyone know Margot? Beautiful Margot. I call her the world's greatest photographer. Where is Margot? Margot's great. Where are you, Margot? And she's very shy, actually. She's both beautiful and shy. Thank you. Where? Margot, come up here, Margot. Come up. Come on. You got it. This is the most beautiful. Now, look, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but I'm going to say it anyway. She's the most beautiful photographer in the world. I don't know if she's the best, but she's the most beautiful.
Trump 2028, anybody?
Dude, it feels like peeking into an alternative reality. Whenever I see like a Trump rally, especially in this day and age, and the things that get them excited and his reaction and everybody going, yeah, 2028, hell yeah. Like, I feel like I've accidentally stumbled into a completely separate reality. It's fucking disgusting.
Or he'll get fired. I said, you're amazing. You can take it right to the edge. And he really does a good job. He's not allowed to go any further. He would be off, if he really went totally crazy, which he'd like to do. But I think he's terrific. Scott Jennings. Where's Scott? Where are you, Scott? Come here, Scott. This guy, really, I've watched him for years. I don't know him, but he likes Trump. Come here, Scott.
Can we hear what Asma's chat is saying?
Oh, CNN, yes. This is the end of Scott. No, who cares? Don't worry, we'll take care of you, Scott. Scott Jennings, really great.
Thank you.
Let's see what
Michigan.
the Asmongold heads are saying.
We were flying in here today, and I said, look at these farms. I got to get a farm in Michigan, because when you own as many libs as I do, you got to put a place to put them all. Thank you all very much.
Oh, God, he's such a fucking little nerd.
Thank you, Scott. And I also want to thank the rest of the Michigan Republican delegation for
he will 100%
all the work
run
they
again if you
do
keep
in
asking.
Congress
Scott is
and who are back
based.
in Washington working on the big, beautiful bill. We're going to name it, I think, the big, beautiful bill. In 100 days, I've taken more than 1,000 executive actions, and I could recite our accomplishments all night long. And by the
Getting
way,
excited to see Scott Jennings truly shows the depravity of the Trump Trump Mangold hive.
Your sink. You ever try buying a new sink and no water comes out? Your shower heads, your toilets, the whole thing, it's a disaster. We now have it so you can have as much water as you want because it's not an environmental problem. You have areas that can't get rid of their water, and yet they put restrictors on them.
Were you lost without having somebody to form an opinion on things this last week? Join our hive mind.
Don't have to worry about that because we've opened up your faucets and we've opened up, especially me. I don't like taking a shower where the water goes drip, drip, drip onto my luxuriant hair. I need a lot of water. I need everything I can get. I don't need to be under his shower trying to get water to come out of that damn thing. So we've opened up the shower heads, the faucets, the toilets, the washing machines that don't give you water. All of that stuff has been opened up, and we're giving you gas ovens, gas stoves, if you'd like. No more electric. You can have electric if you want. I have a lot of friends, they like gas better. You're supposed to sell your gas stove or get it, I don't know, who do you sell it to? Maybe another country, because we're the only country that would be so stupid to that. But the stoves now, you can have gas stoves, all you want. Put 4 of them in your kitchen. I couldn't care less.
Electric.
It's all common sense. People were so angry about that. Remember? They were all angry. Get rid of your gas stove. You have to go to electric. There's something they have with electric that's amazing. And by the way, Elon makes a great car, but not everybody's going to want it. You know, they all say, oh, well, Trump is maybe he's under the thumb of Elon. Do you think Elon was happy about ending the all-electric mandate? I don't think he was too happy. But he's a great guy. You know, honestly, never said a thing. He says, let me just compete fairly. By the way, it's not fair what they've done to him, too. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace. But he's a great guy, and he's really helped us. And, you know, they've saved $150 billion on waste, fraud, and abuse, Doge. So we want to thank him. He's an incredible guy. Anybody that can land a rocket ship. I saw this thing come in. I said, you got to be kidding. This rocket's coming in. You know, most of them go right into the ocean. But he lands it. I was on the phone with somebody talking, and I saw this thing coming in. It's spinning out of control, coming down. It's all burning. It's on fire. It looks like hell. I said, well, just another rocket going into the ocean. And then all of a sudden you see the fire pouring out of the engines, and it starts to slow up, slow. Then it's straight. Then it starts moving over a little bit. Then I say, oh, no, it's hitting the gantry. It's going to hit. And the engines go, rah, straightens it out. And it gets hugged like you hug your beautiful little baby, right? And I said, who the hell did that? It was Elon. And he told me, you don't have a space program if you have to drop $1 billion machine into the water every time you fly. You have to save those suckers. So he does. He's an amazing guy, and he's a great American, and he loves our country. He loves you. And he's paid a big price to help. But I have a feeling it's going to end up being good for him, actually. I really do. I established the new Presidential Commission to Make America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's doing a good job, Dr. Oz, right? He's doing
900 cases of measles, by the way. 600 of them in Texas. First case of measles reported in a child in Florida, in California that came from Texas recently. The Texas local government is having to do a mass inoculation campaign in an effort to drive up the measles vaccine numbers from the low 80s where it's at up to 92%, so they can effectively curve back the cases of childhood measles. Part of the funniest, one of the funniest aspects of the measles inoculation campaign is that they're doing it in English, Spanish, and what's the language that the fucking Amish or the Mennonite? Like, what do they use? Like Low Dutch or something? Isn't that what it's called? No, they're using no, not Yiddish, bro. We're talking about Texas. I think it's like Low German or Pennsylvania Dutch or something that's called. It's something like that. But like one of the languages is that because many of the communities that are not getting inoculated are the Mennonites.
You know, some of these guys got their golf handicap way down during the so-called time where they're supposed to be working at home. You know, they weren't working at home. Who the hell would work at home? How do you work at home? It's terrible. And we found a lot of them where they had second jobs. just taking us for a ride. They're all taking us for a ride. The foreign countries were really taking us for a ride, both on military and on trade. But we stopped it, and we're stopping it. I withdrew from the unfair and ridiculous Paris Climate Accord, where we were paying trillions of dollars. We would have spent numbers like you wouldn't believe, and China wouldn't have spent anything. Russia wouldn't have spent anything. India wouldn't have spent, but we would have spent over $1 trillion. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization, where we were paying $470 million, and China was paying with a population quite a bit larger than ours, thank you. The problem with us, we have no idea what size our population. They allowed so many people on under Biden. But let's assume it's 325 million. China's 1.4 billion. We were paying $470 million, and China was paying $39 million. And China was running the whole show. So I said, no, thank you. I withdrew. They offered me to sign up at $39 million. I still said no because it was sort of scammy. I didn't like it. And Biden came back in, and he signed up. And they knew we could have signed up for $39 million or less. He came back in, and he signed up for the same as what they were paying before, almost $500 million. Now, that's a lot of money, but it's nothing compared to the trillions of dollars that they waste. But that's the way it is. They know they can sign up for less. They don't even care. It's like they don't want to have the conversation. And you're talking about a $450 million difference. But they came up right in the first week. He said, no, we're going right back in. Okay, I can understand that. But you go in for $39 million. They could make a deal for $39 million. They signed up for $472 million. And I withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council, which is totally disgusting.
The anti-American UN Human Rights Council.
In 3 months, my administration has brought home 46 American hostages and citizens detained abroad.
Dude, also...
We paid nothing.
Look.
We don't pay.
It's like he's still on campaign trail.
We don't pay. You know, if you pay...
I'd rather Trump than the array of
those
authoritarians that
kidnappings go
govern the
way
EU or
up.
Canada
We don't
now.
pay.
We
Every
back
time
boys.
Biden brought people
My
back,
emperor.
$6 billion. $6 billion. $6
Biden,
billion.
China 52nd
Three
state.
times they brought back 3 hostages. Oh, how is it? Well, I think it's a fair deal. What do we pay? $6 billion. Wait a minute. For 3 people.
Low
$6
Dutch,
billion.
you are actually
$6
correct.
billion.
Thank you, Chatter.
It's not right. I mean, it's just not right. They have no idea. Honestly,
they're loving it, dude.
Stupid people.
The Asmongoldhians
more than
are
Biden brought
loving
home
this
in 4 years.
rhetoric.
We brought more back in just a matter of weeks than Biden brought home in years. And he paid a fortune, and we paid nothing. We got Mexico to turn over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. And we're charging Mexico and Canada and China big tariffs because of the fact that they've allowed fentanyl to come in and poison our country. They're paying a lot of money for that. And because of that, you'll watch, it's going to stop. It's already slowing down. Within 6 weeks, we also apprehended the terrorists responsible for the attack that killed 13 American service members, known as Abbey-Gate. I got to know them. I got to know those families very well. They're devastated. During the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and brought him home. I mean, we brought this guy home to America. We got the guy that did it. We got him. They were looking for years, but we got him. It took us to get him. We got him in the first month. Brought him home to face justice. And it was that gross incompetence that probably led Putin to go in and attack Ukraine, because they were never going to. That was never going to happen. If I were president, the Ukraine-Russia war would have never, ever happened, not even a little chance. We have ended the weaponization of law.
Wait, Asmongoldhians are not Americans. They're probably people happy to see America go to shit. That's such a funny alternative reality. I understand why you would imagine that, because you're like, there's no way that Americans are looking at this guy dismantling everything, like the last crumb of what America stands for, right? In theory, one might add, they've never actually stood for those values, and still be American. And you're entertaining the theory that they're like, what, secretly Chinese, and they're like Trump, the great nation builder for China. No, that's not the case. These are people who are incredibly sad individuals who have absolutely nothing going on in their lives. Okay? They have, whether they're in America or in Europe, doesn't matter. These are incredibly sad people that are united on that principle that their life is pain, existence is a struggle, everything fucking sucks. So now Trump is fucking it up for everybody else. It's even funnier to be in Europe and be a Trump dick rider because he's fucking over Europe way harder than anybody else. The idea that like Trump is actually going to be great and beneficial for Europe is the funniest one. He is awful for America, but he is even worse for Europe.
Of advertising in the history of the world, Mike Lindell, there has never been a better purchaser. He comes from Minnesota. No, congratulations. He's the greatest purchaser of ads in history. If he would have bought my ads, I could have 10 times more ads on. There's never been. Is there any station that doesn't have a pillow ad in? But he's great, and he's doing great, and he's got a beautiful new wife and all that stuff, and I'm proud of you. Look at him holding hands. They're still holding hands. I'm very proud of it. That's nice. Usually by this time, in a lot of people I know, Mike, by this time it's over. It's over. Look at you holding hands. I love that. I saw that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We created a brand new DOJ task force on anti-Christian bias. It's a big problem.
Yeah. Wait, let's see what they
I
say
stripped
to
the
this.
security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. Remember the laptop from hell?
Why are they
Remember
saying
the
pillow
laptop
guy?
from
Are they
hell?
watching Right Side Broadcasting?
When
Is
you
that
had
what
the
it is?
51 agents, they said, "Oh, Russia did it. Russia did it.
I want to
Russia
see what they
did
have to say about the
everything.
Christian
Russia did
bias.
it." And it was all like horrible, disgusting
The
stuff.
1488
You haven't seen the
pillow,
worst of it,
wide
but it
sus
truly is the
ja.
laptop. By the way, a very brilliant reporter for the New York Post wrote a book called The Laptop
Good
from
pillows.
Hell.
I
You
got
ought to
one
read
as
that
well.
book.
Oh my
It
God.
is
Asmongold fans
it
have
tells you
bought
the
Michael
facts.
Pillow pillows.
It tells you the facts. Mr. Vine, the great Mr. Vine. She wrote an amazing book, actually, The Laptop from Hell. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden
My
crime
pillows
family
are a
and
great
Joe
investment.
Biden himself.
I
because
bought
he's
one.
corrupt.
It's dog shit.
And I banned all government censorship and restored free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have
They
free
totally
speech.
glanced over. I wanted to hear
I
what they
ended-
had to say about the whole anti-Christian bias thing. I thought that maybe they would think it's
Shit.
based.
All across the entire federal government and the private sector. And I made it the official policy of the
Bro,
United
there's
States.
nothing funnier than fucking owning yourself by purchasing a Michael Pillow pillow from the Michael Pillow factory for the suspicious price of $14.88, by the way. Just to own the libtards. You know, you're just not going to have a comfortable night's sleep ever again. Speaking of Christian bias, Scoop, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act up for a vote in the Senate committee tomorrow now has a religious liberty clause to protect Jews killed Jesus statements by Christian conservatives. New added language in the bill clarifies First Amendment protections. Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Thank God they made a carve out for Christian nationalists to be anti-Semitic. Like they literally were like, yeah, we're combating anti-Semitism unless if you're a Christian and you want to say Jews are the ones who killed Jesus and you know, and push for that. If any American Jew refuses their God-given duty to join the Israeli military, a new religious liberty clause in the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act allows for a Christian Good Samaritan to intervene and beat them to death with a shofar. Wait, what? Okay, stop. This is a joke, chatters. You're being fucking crazy. New religious liberty clause in the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act allows for homeschooling curriculums to include WADO. New religious liberty clause in the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act allows for any Christian to take charge of any Jewish Seder if the Seder gets a little weird. Thank you, Mr. President, for keeping us money-grubbing Christ killers safe. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, hey, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act will now allow Christians to do one anti-Semitic hate crime per quarter. Okay, we've made tremendous compromise. Don't you want these fucking filthy Arabs to stop saying free Palestine? Okay, well then you're gonna have to allow some Christian hate crimes. Okay, it's that simple. You know, one swastika to a synagogue per quarter for every Christian, just so we can entertain the notion of mass deportations against people, Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike that say free Palestine. Okay? Yeah. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. I am a Christian nationalist, and I was really worried that I can't talk about how Jews are Christ killers. Freedom of speech restored. Art of the deal. Oh, art of the deal. You can't make it up.
I also signed an order to require proof of citizenship to vote in American elections. That was easy. And the Democrats fought me on that. Think of it. Why would they want no voter ID? Because they want to cheat. Why would they want to have no proof of citizenship? We don't want it. We trust everybody. No, they want to cheat. That's all they want to do. Think of that. No voter ID. In Michigan, you must never allow ranked choice voting to be here. Never. We've done this all in 14 weeks. That's remember that. 100 days. We've done all of the things that I named and a lot more. And we're counting, and it's going to be better. Wait till you see the results of some of the things that we're doing. In the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that will include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it will be the biggest bill ever passed in our country's history. It will include the biggest tax cuts, regulation cuts, military supremacy, and just about everything else. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening. With our tax bill, the average family's take-home pay will be at least $5,000 more than it was just a couple of months ago. We will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors with no cuts, and we will defend Medicaid for those great people that are in need. House Republicans are working to invest more money in Medicaid than we spend today. The only thing we're going to cut is the corruption and the crooks that take advantage of some of the illegal schemes. So we want to preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable, for our kids, pregnant women, the poor, and disabled Americans. We will fully and permanently secure our border. We will make the largest ever investment in U.S. military and build the Golden Dome missile defense shield. That's going to all protect us so we live a long and beautiful life. It's going to be made in Michigan, and it's going to be made right here in the USA. And 1 hour ago, I just made a speech at Selfridge Air Force Air National Guard Base, announcing that we are saving it, keeping it open, including thousands of jobs with a brand new state-of-the-art F-15s, which are coming to Selfridge. And we will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. I will defend religious liberty, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. We will celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding in 2026, and we will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And one day soon, American astronauts will plant the flag on the planet Mars. That's going to happen very soon. Every single day of my administration,
okay, bro,
will continue to live by the motto.
Yeah, they made a carve out for an actually kind of anti-Semitic statement in the bill that considers wide opposition to Israel policy to be anti-Semitic. That's precisely what's going on here. Because Marjorie Taylor Greene and them chirped at the admin for saying like you're going too far. Because we do want to say Jews are Christ killers, which is you know, a big part of the whole pogroms and the anti-Jewish resentment that Christians have held onto for centuries at this point. So that's probably the most anti-Semitic inception point for all historic anti-Jewish pogroms and the like. Factually incorrect, since he didn't die in Islam, he's alive in heaven. All right, Hassan, you were right. This is very medieval. Yeah. Only an incredible administration like this one would be able to find such a unique carve out where their anti-Semitism bill is like, if you say anything about Israel, we will fucking kill you, unless you're a Christian nationalist and you call Jews Christ killers, in which case that's A-okay. Fantastic. It's fucking insane, dude. It is so repugnant, is so in full display that it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. How can the ADL possibly defend that? I want to see what they write about it. I don't fucking know. They'll probably be like, oh, Mr. President, sir, this is unacceptable. Why are you doing this? We really love you, but please don't do this. Anyway, that and the usury thing, Jews were able to loan money during the Black Plague without it being a sin. So when shit hit the fan in Europe, there were citywide pogroms. Oh, yeah, the David Hogg situation is really funny as well. The DNC is going through it. How long until Trump starts deporting American Jews to Israel? I don't want to go to Israel, please. No, it's gonna be awesome. You're going to the desert, okay? And it's actually for your own good. You simply don't understand. That's inevitably, that's the final breaking point of this project, is like, because we love Israel so much and because we love Zionism so much, that American Jews have to complete the Zionist project, which is a twofer, because the American evangelical Christian base loves that. Not only are they anti-Semitic and don't want to be around Jews anyway, but it also works within their end time theology. Like, it works within their end times theological structure, where, you know, the rapture is going to happen. It's a perfect final solution. It wasn't the Madagascar plan. It was, oh my God, what is he doing? Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't need to witness Megiddo. I just saw something so much greater than that. A new dance variant that is somehow zestier than the previous variants. Oh my God, he was so sexy. Oh fuck, he was so hot. We gotta run it back. God damn it, he's so fucking sexy, dude. Fuck, I'm so turned on right now. Oh, it's coming again. And he's not the only one who's coming. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my Trump. Oh my Trump, because Trump is my God. That was so fucking hot, dude. Libtards don't want you to know. Libtards don't want to admit that nutting at my president doing a gay dance is actually the highest stage of masculinity and also being heterosexual. Okay? All of you libtards are too afraid to look at the sexiest president that has ever fucking existed. Oh! Oh, this is it. He's serving cunt. He is serving fucking cunt. Oh my God. I'm a Trump supporter now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Asmus Chat is saying this is the straightest dance ever. Oh, he's my king. He is my goat. He's doing homo fascism. Oh, he's so hot. He's so sexy. I'm sorry. I'm gay for him. And by that I mean I'm the straightest man alive, because wanting to suck and fuck this man is the highest stage of heterosexuality. Oh, that's amazing. Wow. I always thought the double dick suck was one thing, you know, that was excellent, but I didn't realize that he had a double dick twirl. The bill essentially just says I can say whatever I want based upon my religion. Just to clarify, by the way, we still love you though. Yeah. That's the best. That's why he's the glorious leader. The double dick twirl. All right, let's get to we briefly covered the silliness from we briefly covered the silliness that came from the Trump administration's new allowance for Christians to engage in anti-Semitic behavior, and there's another fun thing that the Democrats are doing. So that's what the conservative right is focused on. What is the DNC doing? That's right. The DNC is voting to oust David Hogg. We'll hear a challenge next month by a Native American DNC member who lost the vice chair race and wants a new election citing fairness and gender diversity rules. The scoop here is that a May 12 credentials meeting will hear the challenge, which was filed in February. It didn't make the news at the time. The reason why they're doing this is because David Hogg himself is not exactly like a radical nor a revolutionary, but he basically said we should use some of the DNC money going around as someone who is libbed up. He said we should use some of the DNC money going around to take out some of these do-nothing Democrats, you know? And all hell broke loose within the ranks of the DNC when he said that. They were like, how dare you? That's not what we do around these parts, except that is precisely what they do around these parts for establishment Democrats. Okay? A candidate who failed to win a Democratic National Committee leadership role is challenging her defeat, the first threat to the DNC Vice Chair, David Hogg, since he vowed to keep backing some primary challenges to incumbents. The DNC's Credentials Committee will meet virtually on May 12th to consider the challenge from Kaylin Free, a Native American attorney and party activist who lost the vice chair spot to Hogg at the party's February 1st meeting. In her complaint, shared with Semaphore by a Democratic source, Free argued that she lost a fatally flawed election that violated the DNC charter and discriminated against 3 women of color candidates. Dude, just fucking, this party is irredeemable. Okay? It's irredeemable. It's so irredeemable. They're literally fucking destroying themselves with woke. I saw a clip of him destroying Carville, which was funny as hell. Yeah. They are literally doing Bernie style, like Bernie rat fucking campaigns to David Hogg. Okay. This person is not a fucking Bernie Sanders style social democrat even. Okay. David Hogg is not in any way, shape, or form a radical. That's precisely how he got to the vice chair position to begin with, because he is super libbed up. And even as a super libbed up guy, he understands that the Democrats need new talent, fresh faces whatsoever. Okay. And even then, they're like, nope, that's messed up. We can't do that. How dare you? Like, I can't even. It is so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. Okay. Dude is a Parkland shooting survivor. No. Yes. He's like big into the anti-gun slant within the Democratic Party's base of organizers. He tried to do like a liberal My Pillow for a little bit. I don't know. I don't really pay close attention to what David Hogg is up to, but I do know that he's libbed up. Like, he doesn't want to use DNC money, but his own PAC money. Okay, yeah, he's radical because he has his own PAC and wants to use his own PAC to like fund primary challenges to some of the calcified institutionalist Democrats that are do-nothing Democrats. And that in and of itself was completely unacceptable to the structure of the DNC. And so they're fucking losing their minds over it. Fatally flawed election. By aggregating votes across ballots and failing to distinguish between gender categories in a meaningful way, the DNC process violated its own charter and bylaws. Oh my God. The problem that the DNC sees with Hogg is that despite him being a typical Dem, he threatens the establishment Dems in super safe districts. Not perfect, but I like his direction for the party electorally. I mean, dude, you don't understand. He's not even trying to primary out. Like, there is no Justice Democrat style vision here. He's not trying to primary out calcified institutionalist establishment Democrats and then replace them with younger Dems who have a more vibrant vision for the future, who are socialist or whatever. He wants to replace them with the likes of centrist Democrats who are just younger. The problem with people like Hogg is that they believe the lies that about the rotating villains like Sinema. If he actually tries to push the party towards any program at all, he will push up against the grifters that run the Democratic Party. They don't want to literally do anything. Yeah. My point is, if you can't even have a David Hogg who comes from your activist base, who is like the most Democratic Party coded activist, like he's not like a revolutionary figure that came out of truly radical politics, like that was born out of that was born from like street activism, real organizing, like spontaneous organizations that prop up as a direct consequence of like untold amounts of violence that are that certain communities are subjected to, like Black Lives Matter, the OG Black Lives Matter, not like the DeRay or the Sean King Black Lives Matter, but like the actual Black Lives Matter where a lot of the leadership actually mysteriously died, right? Like those guys actually are protests the Democratic Party despises, right? I would even go so far as to say the Sunshine Movement is like closer to that kind of radical protest movement rather than the likes of David Hogg. This is no disrespect to David Hogg, but the reality is like March for Our Lives and the gun control Did I say something different? Yeah, sunrise movement. Did I say sunshine? I'm sorry. Yeah. The sunrise movement is still engaging in certain instances in like radical acts of protest against the likes of Dianne Feinstein, famously. You know what I mean? Like whenever they don't get, whenever they don't actually, whenever Democrats basically do horrible shit for their special interest groups, they will go out and protest those Democrats. So obviously, a lot of the Democratic Party hates those kinds of groups. They hate Black Lives Matter. They hate like the DSA, things of that nature. David Hogg, on the other hand, is from the David Hogg, on the other hand, is basically from the ranks of gun control, which is never going anywhere, and it's a safe form of activism. It's a much safer form of activism where they also don't make like super serious demands out of the Democratic Party. They don't actually fucking go around and protest Democrats who vote against gun control or whatever. It's a more safe version of activism in this country, despite the fact that there is definitely a need for gun control in this country, for the record. I'm not even, I'm not discounting that at all. So this is the Democratic Party's basically, this is the Democratic Party's moment where, remember when Hakeem Jeffries was like yelling at like MoveOn.org and Indivisible? Remember when groups like Indivisible and MoveOn were demanding that the Democrats do something, anything, and Hakeem Jeffries was yelling at them? This is basically that. Having a knife fight with like your own party loyalists, your own parties, like these are people that are within the party apparatus. I mean, he's literally the fucking vice chair. Like, what are we talking about? You don't get to that position by being a fucking activist that will engage in civil disobedience with regular frequency. So, like, what I see here is that even like a light movement in a appropriate direction for the future of the Democratic Party, if they're getting this agitated over David Hogg, then you're not a serious party at all. You're just going to crash and burn every step of the way. You just want the Cory Bookers of the world to go out and sit at the steps of the Capitol and sing Kumbaya. That's what you want. Yeah, exactly. Bro, what more do you want from the Democrats? They sat on the stairs. Exactly. They did a 24-hour filibuster. That was amazing. That was brave. Remember when I told you guys that no one is going to fucking talk about this filibuster that Cory Booker engaged in, by the way, immediately after? Remember? Where's Cory Booker's filibuster? Everyone said it's going to fucking skyrocket him into fame. What happened? God damn, Chatters was so libbed up back then, too. An upcoming vote to require neutrality from DNC members wasn't actually about Hogg. According to DNC Chair Ken Martin, the purpose was to restore the trust of the Democratic voters after anger at the superdelegate system that helped. But some DNC members have spoken out against Hogg's PAC, and he leaned into the media coverage, conflict equals news, to do hours of interviews about the need to change the party. He told me last week that he would not quit the DNC if asked to, and that the party would have to force him out. Changing the endorsement rule at an August meeting wouldn't have automatically done that. But if the party agrees with Free and grants the relief she wants, it would hold new elections for vice chair, giving anti-Hogg members a chance to get rid of him. Hogg has embraced his role as an inside-outside organizer, fighting back against critics who think unity is more important than overhauling how the party operates. Free is asking the party to vacate the elections of a gay black man, Kenyatta, and a straight white man, Hogg, so that a woman has a chance to win one of their jobs. Oh, I'm Brian Kilme. 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 Oh my fucking God, I'm Brian Kilme. Oh, yeah. I'm Brian Kilme, and this is Fox and Friends. I'm Brian Kilme, and this is the Fox 5. I'm Brian Kilme, and this is Fox Friends in the morning. Oh my fucking Lord. Ugh. A Native American woman of color has to take this slot. You have to do you have to redo this election is like literally a cartoonish depiction of how Republicans claim the Democrats operate. And here they are doing exactly that. Oh my fucking God. Who is this for? Nobody, except for opportunists who take advantage of this this cynical, shallow approach to identity politics, representative politics. Oh my fucking Lord. At issue, according to her challenge, is whether Democrats will fight for free and fair elections and fight against discriminations of women and people of color. Is this politically opportune fight for Democrats to have next month? It doesn't matter. They're going to clash anyway. Bro, I hate these guys so much. They're so delusional, so disordered. They literally only care about the shit when they can use it to destroy the left. They spent tens of millions of dollars to primary Jamal Bowman for a literal white man. They don't fucking care at all. I know. I know. I fucking hate them. I hate them so much. Like, dude, I've been critical of Norm Finkelstein's like identity politics assessment, but god damn, dude, like this is vindication. Like this is literally just Democrats so transparently and so cynically just being like, we don't give a single fuck about actual representation. We just want to use representation in a way to rat fuck Bernie. We want to use representation in a way to like stop any sort of popular progressive movement from being built up from our ranks. Doing land acknowledgement before voting for genocide in Palestine. Yeah, this is what they're worried about. Anyway, here's what MAGA is doing.
Will continue to be. So thanks for coming to the Influencer Briefing. I look forward to taking your questions. And Deborah, why don't you kick us off?
Congratulations on 100 incredible days. And over the first 100 days, the majority of policies that we've seen from the Trump administration have been either targeted at foreign affairs, such as bringing the American hostages home, or attempting to end the war between Ukraine and Russia, or on long-term goals such as cutting government spending with DOGE. What policies can we expect to see rolled out over the next few months that Americans will directly feel the effects of in order to secure the 2026 midterms for the Republican Party and keep his approval rating historically high?
Yeah, the first answer that comes
I mean, low key, people say like, oh, dude, this is like a SNL skit. Sure. Except, is it all that different from the way that the regular press pool operates nowadays? Okay, so Peter Ducey has at least a background in role playing as a real journalist for an extended period of time. But his line of questioning is basically the fucking same as this. How will we be able to keep our president goated, Mrs. Caroline Levitt? You know?
The White House is crawling with kids. You have a young, beautiful baby boy. There are babies everywhere. There's so many young folks on staff who have kids. But the last 4 years under Joe Biden, parents were really stressed and ravaged. They had to take on 2 or 3 extra jobs. Depression rates were up. Suicide.
Is that Draco Malfoy? What the fuck is this? What is happening?
Suicide rates were up. You're a very high-profile young mother who seems to juggle and balance it all beautifully. What advice do you have to young parents out there who are starting their careers, having kids, building families, and trying to find that balance so desperately?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. And
why do you care? You're like 16 and possibly gay. You have another decade of getting groped by the worst psychopathic Republican senators until you even decide on child adoption, and by which point it'll be too late because you're not going to be allowed to adopt the child as a gay man. So what the fuck is this? What's it to you about defending people having children? You're going to get cooked for that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to get cooked for literally saying the truth. Draco Malfoy over here. You'd be canceled for all this if you weren't so gay adjacent. What? Saying that the Republican Party has a Matt Schlapp problem and that they are also actively trying to make it illegal for gay people to adopt children? This is the homophobia. You know, the joke here isn't, well, it's not even a fucking joke, to be real. You know, the criticism here is about the administration that he's defending is working against his best interests. Like, what are you talking about?
Balance so desperately.
Yeah, well, it's a great question. And first, to the heart of your premise, it's true. The president has empowered.
They're gonna cancel me for saying Matt Schlapp is a rapist, and that the Republican Party is homophobic and their policies are anti-gay. How dare you?
Howard, not just me as a young mother in this role, but there are so many new moms and dads on our senior staff in the West Wing, but also across the entire administration. There are working moms and dads who are owing our country public service for President Trump while raising young families, and the president really.
A lot of queer people have started supporting and repeating right-wing talking points out of self-preservation, I think. Yeah, they can suck me from the back, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Like, what do you mean? You think this right-wing commentator is repeating right-wing talking points out of self-preservation? He's probably from, like, holyliberty1488.net or some of these, like, adjacent neo-Nazi fucking websites. where he talks about how every trans person is a rapist pedophile. That's his beat normally. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, he's just doing this out of self-preservation. Okay. Maybe he should have preserved his fucking hairline, dude. Don't say that to gay men. You're not helping. What? What is going on? I never realized that, like, the gays would behave this way in my chat of all fucking places. What the fuck? Oh, chatter saying suck me from the back will make gays more horny. Oh, okay. I thought you were being serious. I thought you were responding to something else.
Balance so desperately.
Yeah. Well, it's a great question. And first, to the heart of your premise, it's true. The president has empowered not just me as a young mother in this role, but there are so many new moms and dads on our senior staff in the West Wing, but also across the entire administration. There are working moms and dads who are owing our country public service for President Trump while raising young families. And the president really empowers us to do that. And I commend
In the first 100 days is that the White House is crawling with kids. You have a young, beautiful baby boy.
Isn't her husband like 70? Yeah, she's 27 and her husband's like 60, I think. I guess his seed still works though. His semen is still strong. Here, Anti-Semitism Awareness Act is back. A Senate committee will vote on the legislation tomorrow. If it ultimately passes, anyone in our education system found to be guilty of any of the contemporary examples of anti-Semitism are identified in the IHRA definition, such as drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policies to that of the Nazis, could face serious legal challenges. I would, just for the record, I know that this will probably really change the dynamic for a lot of my haters, but like, this is one, the most egregious violation of the First Amendment. Two, it is an egregious violation of truth, okay? And yes, any sort of comparisons to, like, you know how I say like Israel is doing a child Holocaust that they're live streaming? Like, that's illegal now, okay? That's actionable and illegal. Will I stop doing it? Probably not. Having said that, just so you know, I might be going to fucking prison, okay? I'm just letting y'all know. Calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing of harming of Jews in the name of a radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, such as, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions. Ironically enough, some of the IHRA definitions are real versions of anti-Semitism. These two obviously are real versions of anti-Semitism. Accusing Jews of people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, or even acts committed by non-Jews. Again, real anti-Semitism. Denying the facts, scope, mechanisms, e.g. gas chambers, or intentionally the genocide of Jewish people. Again, real anti-Semitism. Don't worry, it's coming to a part where it's going to move very quickly into not real anti-Semitism, but simply anti-Israel territory, which is, it's coming up. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide. This one is at least some semblance of vague. This is dual loyalty tropes, which is also real anti-Semitism. But then you got the likes of like Jonathan Pollard or that Ruth Wise lady who we've talked about, who will outwardly be like, you have to have dual loyalty. Actually, fuck dual loyalty. You have to have singular loyalty to Israel. What the fuck are you doing? And then I guess they would go to jail in that regard. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Again, that is fucking ridiculous. That is so fucking ridiculous. This right here is fucking ridiculous. Do you understand? That is a ridiculous thing to make illegal. Suck my dick. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Again, this is an intentionally stupidly written application, of course. It's like it's the classic, why do you care when Israel does this, but not when any other country does this? It's like, no, I care when other countries do it too, dumbass. But it doesn't matter. Now you can say it's anti-Semitic and also illegal. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel to categorize Israel or Israelis. Well, that's a little difficult not to do, considering Israel is posterizing all of the most nefarious conspiracies on a regular fucking basis, okay? Like, I guess you just can't do any coverage of Israel going forward. You just simply cannot do any coverage of Israel going forward because If you say like, Israel is killing babies, for example, well, that's blood libel. Okay. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Again, 100% correct assessment made by Israeli Jewish Holocaust scholars. Okay. Remember, this means that like Raz Segal, for example, famous Israeli Jewish Holocaust scholar Raz Segal has done an anti-Semitic crime when he wrote for the Jewish Currents magazine about how, by his assessment, Israel was behaving like Nazi Germany, okay? Or literally the ICJ guy, Theodore Moran, again, American lawyer and judge, served as the judge of the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, okay? Literally was held in a Nazi labor camp. Literally held in a Nazi labor camp. A guy who saw the inside of a Nazi concentration camp making that fucking comparison. And this administration's like, nah. Time to go to another concentration camp, big guy. Not on my watch. Like, oh, I'm sorry. You saw the inside of a Nazi concentration camp and are now making that same comparison, being like the country that you immigrated to, mandatory Palestine at the time, that country you're saying is now resembling neo-Nazi Holocaust-style activities? Well, off to the concentration camps with you, big guy. Sorry. You can't be doing anti-Semitism like that. Imagine getting thrown into a concentration camp twice in your fucking life by two separate fascist administrations in the process of like 100 years. That is insane. Okay? He's like back to back, baby. The 2-time. That is psychotic. Anyway, I hope you guys understand why that is psychotic. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel, which, by the way, ironically, is what a lot of people who want to defend Israel will honestly claim, honest to God. They will say this all the time. Where it's like, oh, how dare you criticize Israel? Excuse me, you must hate the Jews. Well, nobody said all Jews are responsible collectively for the actions of the state of Israel. Okay? You're the ones who are doing that as a anti-Semitism shield. Yeah, you're Jewish. You have to stand with Israel from Jewish family members. Anyway, so yeah, it's pretty cool. But I'm glad that the Free Speech Defender Party has also made specific carve-outs against, where is it? This part. Yeah, Jews killing Jesus. They literally were like, the IHRA definition is good, except for the fact that saying Jews killed Jesus, claiming Jews killed Jesus is actually anti-Christian, and we will not allow it. So Christians can be anti-Semitic in that specific sense.
Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce tracking the Trump presidency and how the public is responding. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, over the last 100 days, President Trump has moved at a frenetic pace to overhaul the federal government, enact his agenda through a barrage of executive orders, and test the limits of presidential power. And today, as he touts his accomplishments, he's also facing new questions about how Americans are perceiving his work so far.
Will you watch the Settlers documentary? I did as soon as it came out, chatter. We literally ripped it as soon as it came out and watched it on Sunday. It was a very, very good documentary. And you can tell it was a very good documentary because every single like yellow ribbon account, like liberal Zionists on the timeline lost their fucking minds. Like every single yellow ribbon account was up in arms being like, oh, Louis Theroux is an anti-Semite of the highest order. Why? Because he gave a camera and an opportunity to rabid settlers to speak their mind. Something that we desperately try to hide from the rest of the world, even though we kind of are on board with what they're doing.
This morning, President Trump marking the first 100 days of his second term, a 15-week sprint aimed at overhauling the federal government and showing his supporters he's delivering, aggressively enforcing his immigration policy, an issue the administration is eager to keep in the spotlight. The president posting these pictures online, signing 3 more executive orders Monday, targeting sanctuary cities and those who the White House says oppose the administration's immigration crackdown. It was one of the key issues that propelled Trump to the White House. Today, 46% of Americans approve of his immigration policies, according to our latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll. But 48% say his actions deporting undocumented migrants have gone too far. The White House this morning defending their handling of mass deportations after 3 children ages 2, 4, and 7 who are U.S. citizens were deported to Honduras along with their mothers following routine ICE checks. The ACLU says the 4-year-old suffers from a rare form of cancer and claims the
Conservative self-owns Canada's new prime minister is kind of based. Look, listen, if you come in here on a regular basis, sometimes you're going to hear something that makes you go, I don't know if I agree with that. Sometimes you're going to find yourself going, this seems a little bit too radical for my taste. This is too rich for my blood. Okay? And when time passes, you will understand that I was vindicated and I was correct. But at least I won't lead you astray with ridiculous bottom of the barrel analysis such as this. Okay? That's it. If you want to be wrong all the time, but at least have a shared sense of purpose, then go to other places. Go to other political commentators. Okay? If you want to sometimes hear truths that are going to hurt your feelings a little bit, but ultimately be on the right side of history and impress your friends with your foresight, then you're in the right place.
Parents were not given a choice, that they did not have an opportunity to coordinate with caregivers or legal representatives. But the president's border czar, Tom Homan, insists the parents were given a choice.
What we did is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision. Parenting 101. Having a U.S. citizen child does not make you immune from our laws.
And on the issue that was top of mind for voters, the economy, voters in November backing Trump's promises to boost the economy and lower prices.
We will end inflation and we will make America affordable again.
73% now say the economy is in bad shape, and 53% saying it's gotten worse since he took office. 72% say it's very or somewhat likely Trump's economic policies will cause a recession. Fears fueled by the president's trade war, something that has unsettled even some of his staunchest allies.
If we see very high tariffs forever, then we do risk a recession. And listen, at the end of the day, tariffs are taxes, and I don't support higher taxes.
And we've learned the president today will announce that he's providing automakers some relief from his staggering tariffs. The move means that automakers who are paying Trump's tariffs won't also be charged other taxes on things like aluminum and steel. It's a sign that the president, even as he marks this milestone, is well aware that his trade war is taking a toll. George.
And Mary, the Constitution prohibits Trump from running for a 3rd term, but we did ask about it in our poll.
Yeah, we did. And George, look, this is an idea that the president continues to toy with, even though, as you note, the Constitution prohibits him from serving a 3rd term. Our latest poll shows that most Americans, 62%, take Trump at his word and think that he is serious about serving a 3rd term. But that doesn't mean that most Americans back the idea. Our polling shows 80% oppose Trump serving another term, while 18% support it.
So 80% support for the Constitution there. Okay, Mary, thanks very much.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. They've really ripped us off at levels that nobody's seen before, but that's not going to happen.
The Jewish Chronicle. To demonstrate impartiality, the BBC shows the worst Jews they can find. These guys are so random. These worst Jews, according to the Jewish Chronicle, they're just random little guys who, of course, get full support from the Israeli occupying force, like full unconditional support. And not only that, but also obviously are running around with Brian Mast, for example, Chairman Representative Brian Mast of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, running around with Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is one of those guys, okay? Yeah, Daniela Weiss, part of the tiny bunch of nutters, was nominated by Israel for a Nobel Peace Prize this year. Obviously, everyone can be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. Like, that doesn't mean that much, but, you know. Most watched streamer in America, by the way. Oh, I saw this take. This is very funny. Speed can make contact with aliens live, but nah. You would rather watch the this is so true guy with spiders in his sink. Speed does things I could never do. Asmund does what I do daily. I mean, that is what it is. People want friends. People want friends who look like them, who behave like them, who think like them, And that's precisely what Asmongold offers as a content creator to his community. And, you know, do with that information what you will. Do with that information what you will. If that's like a scary thought that there are so many people who look like that and think like that. But, you know, Felix is so jealous of all the hate you get. I know. Just gave me an idea for a joke. Y'all ready for this from the song? I don't say y'all normally. Why was the Israeli soldier with celiac disease afraid to find a hostage? He heard he was inbred. Of course, his grifting Teletubby has to chime in. Hassan didn't actually say that about October 7th, but more significantly, this illustrates the narrative importance of the Hamas mass rape scam. As Israel continues to commit daily massacres, pro-Israel propagandists are still trying to silence dissenting voices by invoking an evidence-free and now widely debunked allegation. Yeah. And it's a really good way to pump the SEO, flooding the market with Israel rape, so that all of the top line commentary about Israel rape, if you were to Google something like that, is basically people like Barry Weiss chirping about how mass rapes took place and Hamas directed it and blah, 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 as opposed to the 49-page United Nations human rights report on how Israel has systematically engaged in sexual violence against Palestinians in detention. There is actually a fuck ton of evidence for that. That joke was kind of anti-Semitic, not gonna lie. I agree. King, Queen, I agree with you. Get his ass. His name is Felix Biederman, and he's Muslim. Shut up. Don't say he's Jewish. No, his name is Felix Biederman. Dude, the funniest thing is, if his name wasn't Felix Biederman, and if it was like, you know, I don't know, Mahmoud or something, he would be getting so much more. He would be getting so much more anger and resentment coming down his way. Yeah, if his name was Mehmet, if he was Armenian, he could get more. Wait, he's Muslim? I thought he was Jewish. No, Felix is Turkish Muslim. That is my Turkish Muslim brother, Felix Al-Biderman. Yeah.
Donald Trump is the businessman who's changed the way the United States does business. His America First philosophy has put old allies last, like this place, Canada, the neighbour and largest trading partner facing the economic assault of tariffs, not to mention a threat of being annexed as America's 51st state.
We will never, ever, in any way, shape, or form, be part of the United States.
It's symptomatic of old certainties that are certain no more. Trump is a president seemingly intent on reshaping the world order, politically and economically.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you.
Old alliances have been shed for new friends. A US president for whom US power and wealth no longer count on traditional alliances that have helped to underpin both for 80 years. And that is in Trump's first 100 days. Donald Trump's America has taken a handbrake turn. He is a disruptor, no doubt, with a destination at this stage unknown.
If tariffs have been a key policy of Trump's first 100 days, then China has been his top target.
I'd like to see the chart if you have it.
Remember his so-called Liberation Day when he imposed tariffs on countries from all around the world?
China, first row. China.
In a bid to bring manufacturing back to the US. Well, China has always been the very top of that list. And importantly, this country is one of the only from around the world that chose to fight back, that chose to take a stand, that chose to, instead of negotiating, match those tariffs like for like. What it means, in essence, is that right now, almost all goods sold from here to the US face levies of 145%, which essentially renders trade between the world's two biggest economies almost impossible. The scale of those impacts are probably yet to be seen, but it will be huge here. It could mean millions of job losses, and it will almost certainly mean that growth targets are missed. And China is really using this moment as a chance to tell the rest of the world that it is the most stable superpower in town, and that going forward, countries should look here to do business.
The US is still abusing tariffs on China. China firmly rejects and will not accept such hegemonic and bullying moves.
Here in Vietnam, the threat of a 46% tariff case.
Bro, they went all around the world, bro. That's crazy. This is the most dynamic coverage. In order to understand the full scope of Trump's madness, we had to send our correspondents everywhere around the planet.
Came as a huge shock, and in this factory they are preparing for the worst. Everyone is working overtime, trying to rush through orders to America of things like this, cheerleading outfits. Now, the garment industry here produces a lot for America. What Donald Trump doesn't like is how little the country imports in return. If they want to have a better deal with Washington, they're going to have to start buying more things like US natural gas, semiconductors, and planes. They'll also have to commit to reducing Chinese trade fraud here. Now, the challenge with that is that close relationship with Big Brother China, who manufactures so much in Vietnam. Analysts are hopeful they can do both, but companies like this are preparing to do more trade elsewhere if they have to.
When it comes to Russia and the war in Ukraine, the promise was to end the conflict within 24 hours of taking office. Donald Trump didn't manage that, but he did change everything.
And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
His push for a peace deal has seen the US go from being Ukraine's biggest ally to its biggest critic, blaming Volodymyr Zelensky for starting the war and heaping all the pressure on him to make concessions.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
By contrast, relations with Russia have gone in the opposite direction.
How are you, Mr. President?
Thank you. He's used incentives to bring the Kremlin to the negotiating table, with Vladimir Putin on track to go from pariah to partner. There's talk of sanctions relief.
Love it, dude. On the economy, nuked global trade for no reason, okay? Massive tax hike in the form of a sales tax, in the form of tariffs that are an entry fee that will be carried over to the consumer. In terms of foreign policy, absolutely full tilt support for both Russia, weirdly enough, and also Israel, which is not so weird. That's expected. Neither of these conflicts seemingly are coming to a close as promised, even though he said he's going to end it day one. And now he's backed away from that ridiculous position. He's like, no, maybe I'll end it day 2. Okay, maybe not day 2, maybe day 3. Okay, it's been 100 days, still haven't ended it, but 101, I meant 101. Okay, one phone call, 101. It was in jest. Last but not least, he's also done fantastic work in terms of his immigration agenda, which is so goddamn cruel and so insane and so incompetent, so belligerent at the same time, that basically it has caused the Americans that voted for him by 66% margins on immigration, at least, to go, oh, ew, gross, I don't like it. And it's just getting started as far as like the cruelty of the immigration agenda coming to it becoming something that every American understands is just, that's new. Incredibly disastrous first 100 days, perhaps the worst first 100 days for any president. Shocking. Like a shockingly bad first 100 days. I cannot believe that it's only been 100 days. Oh my God. There are still thousands of more days left.
Business deals, readmittance to the G7, all wrapped up into a complete reset of relations. And the final product of these first 100 days is not a ceasefire. It's a peace plan that reads like a list of Moscow's demands for Ukraine to cede the territory it's lost, for it never to join NATO, and for Crimea to be recognized as Russian. Donald Trump says Ukraine doesn't have any cards to play, but one could argue that's because he's the one who's taken them away. And Russia, of course, couldn't be happier.
And President Donald Trump shaking hands, a warm hug.
Even though President Trump calls Prime Minister Modi a good friend and is seen hugging each other each time they meet, it didn't stop him from imposing a 26% tariff and calling India a bigger...
Who cares? Get out. Well, I'm an American citizen, so good luck to you if that's your wish. Not sure if that's going to happen. Also, secondly, who do you think has to pay for the tariffs? Like, I have to, but so do you, you know? Like, when I talk about the Trump administration's tariffs agenda and how that's going to impact consumers, do you live on fucking planet Mars? Do you feel like it's not going to harm you somehow? Like, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all when you got an American in the chat being like, fuck you, dude. You don't like Trump's You don't like Trump nuking global trade? Well, fuck you, dude. Get out. It's like, okay, well, where do you live? Must not be America, I guess. You know? Good luck.
User of trade ties. India has taken a
2025-014, Zach Rar log. I need bigger tits. Hell yeah, brother. Trump's going to make them titties bigger. Promise. I think this admin already broke my brain. I have no idea how people/public will react when empty shelves happen, prices skyrocket, and Trump is saying shit like this. Where is the reality? Oh, yeah, this is Trump's... I forgot to even cover this part. This is Trump's big reveal where he doubles down on the China trade policy, saying they probably will eat those tariffs. Fucking amazing. Oh, there's also the Jeff Bezos shit. Speaking of tariffs, we haven't even gotten to that. I also have a special guest coming on in a little bit, and we're going to do something very special that was promised on Saturday, but we got rained out. What could it be? Who could be the special guest, and what could be the special event? Who knows? ABC released a 5-minute video of the conversation. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's finish this video, and then I'll get to that.
Confrontational approach without retaliating and has kept its concerns and criticisms under wraps. Instead, it's been thick in negotiating a bilateral trade agreement with the United States, which in the longer run will moderate its losses. America is India's largest trading partner with bilateral trade of about $130 billion, but there is a trade deficit of $46 billion in favor of India.
Okay, guys. All right, this is very important, okay? Can we smile?
Last picture, you guys.
Last one.
The US-India relations have moved significantly, with Vice President J.D. Vance making Delhi one of his first stops since taking office. The objective aimed at strategically balancing China's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific region, with India seen as a counterweight of the two most populous countries. The vice president was in the country when terror attacks took place in Kashmir, raising severe tensions between two nuclear-armed neighbors, India and Pakistan.
We've had a very successful visit. I want to just, of course, issue our condolences to the people of Kashmir who were affected by this terrible terrorist attack.
Here in the Middle East, Donald Trump had an immediate impact, managing to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and the release of many of the hostages.
I love that they went all around the world to be like, he is literally ruining everything. This is such an awesome way to cover this first 100 days, and he has ruined everything. I'm telling you right now, shit is not all right. It's not just America. He's fucking doing all of the bad things. J.D. Vance killed the Pope and then did the Kashmir attack, okay? There is devastation all around the world. We are nearing towards two nuclear nations potentially engaging in bloody warfare.
But after 2 months, that ceasefire broke down and the fighting has resumed. And although talks are still ongoing to try and negotiate a new truce, progress is slow. Instead, the White House's attention has shifted to Iran and an attempt to try and negotiate a new nuclear deal. There have been 4 rounds of talks between the Americans and the Iranians. Donald Trump has threatened military action if a deal is not agreed, but he said that he prefers the diplomatic route and he is confident that a deal can be done.
We're having very serious meetings.
Well, given his track record of deal making so far, I'm going to say conflict with Iran is imminent. Who knows? Maybe he'll get one. Please, for the sake of mankind, please get one deal. Please get the Iran thing going. Please. Oh my God. Oh my God. President Trump, please. One fucking deal. Just one deal that doesn't explode in your face. Oh my God. Additionally ironic considering that there was a deal with Iran, which is quite similar to the one that he is trying to build with Iran right now. And he very famously fucked that deal up because Obama had put that deal together previously, and also because Israel demanded that he fuck that deal up. So he's literally trying to do the Obama Iran denuclearization agreement now, after very famously tanking it because Israel demanded it when he first became president. Oh my God. What an incredible guy this is. What an incredible administration. I know I say like America deserves this fucking bullshit, but also at the same time, the rest of the world doesn't. So our dying empire is ruining the rest of the fucking planet.
And there are only two options. And the one option is not a good option. It's not a good option at all.
Those talks will become much more complicated in the weeks ahead, however. And so the potential for US strikes on Iran remain a very real possibility.
Trump's first 100 days saw him cut off vital U.S. aid to some of the most vulnerable communities here. Emergency kitchens in famine-ridden areas of war-torn Sudan. Sexual health clinics in the hardest-hit HIV zones.
Worth it to get rid of you? Good one, dude. Previously 7-month subscriber. I assume now either being sarcastic or now an Asmongold chatter. Amazing.
In southern Africa, research into life-threatening illnesses, all crippled by Trump's decision to abruptly halt financial support that's been coming here for years. And we're not even getting into Trump's fixation with Afrikaners in South Africa and an imaginary white genocide. In a very short period of time, the Trump administration has managed to diminish soft power the U.S. has been building here for decades. And with the looming threat of them even closing down embassies across the continent, no one can predict what Trump will do next.
Oh, so awesome. So sick. It's really cool that the president overseeing a nation with 800 to 1,000 official designated military bases is doing such insane stuff. Now, does this Iranian port blast could be planned attack, not an accident? IDF general says. General Amir Avivi hinted at the Israeli involvement in the recent chemical strike on Iranian rocket fuel. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Lordy. Amazing. But yeah, according to that chatter, video game titties getting bigger, so we're good. President Trump eases auto tariffs, the latest abrupt shift in a rapidly changing policy that has left businesses scrambling to keep up. And he doubled down on China. Oh, the thing that I wanted to show you about the tariff stuff was also... Are Asmongold chatters banned? No, I love Asmongold chatters. I wish they would come in here more frequently because I love hearing from them. That's why I do want to understand what's going on in there. You know what I mean? Just play this video as you look. This is the Chinese MFA.
It appears calm for a moment, but is actually a deadly trap. The calm before an even fiercer storm. The U.S. has stirred up a global tariff storm and deliberately targeted China, playing a 90-day pause game with other nations, forcing them to limit trade with China. This is just like the deadly trap of the eye of the storm.
I don't like that China loves AI slop too. Like, there's a couple of these things. There's a couple of things that like China does that I just don't like. One of them is like their cars love the gadgets and gizmos. I don't fuck with that. And I also don't fuck with like how much they do AI shit. AI
Bowing
slop.
to a bully is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It only deepens the crisis. The U.S. once accused Japan of dumping semiconductors and crushed companies like Toshiba. Later, it forced Japan to sign the Plaza Accord, pushing the economy into decades of anemic growth. The U.S. also used long-arm jurisdiction as a weapon, breaking up France's industrial giant Alstom, robbing the country of a
You were just a barbarian who hates technology? Yeah, okay, dude. Okay. No, I'm a man who respects Chinese artisanship and Chinese craft, okay? I love how America coded they are in many instances, but the gadgets and stuff in the cars I don't really fuck with.
national champion. History has proven compromise won't earn you mercy. Kneeling only invites more bullying. China won't kneel down, because we know standing up for ourselves keeps the possibility of cooperation alive, while compromise snuffs it out. China won't back down, so the voices of the weak will be heard, bullying will be stopped, and justice will not disappear from the world. All bullies are just paper tigers. The U.S. does not represent the entire world. Its trade makes up less than a fifth of the world's total.
We have the power to push back.
When the rest of the world stands together in solidarity, the U.S. is just a small, stranded boat. Imperialists are always arrogant. If they show a bit of reason, it's only because they're forced to do so. Make no mistake, the US will keep flip-flopping and playing hardball, but China will stand firm, no matter how hard the wind blows, no matter how clouds rage. The darker the night, the brighter the stars shine. Someone has to step forward, torch in hand, to shatter the fog and illuminate the path ahead. When every nation stands tall, the world will break through the walls of hegemony. For China, for the world, we must rise and fight on.
It's not just Chinese EVs. That Sony Afeela has all of that shit too, but without any of the good stuff and a crazy high price. The original Chinese voiceover has proper emotion. Okay. Well, anyway, Jeff Bezos. You might not like the guy. I am obligated, since he's my boss, to say nice things about him. But in this circumstance, I will say something nice about Jeff Bezos because he did something nice. The thing that Jeff Bezos did, my boss, was on the, I guess, like Amazon trade portal. They were going to showcase some of these tariffs and the price increases directly born out of the entry fee that, you know, the middlemen were going to have to pay. Now, of course, Trump heard that and fucking lost his mind. Do we have the Caroline Leavitt press conference from this morning? I know Bezos is not the CEO of Amazon anymore, but I spiritually still feel like he's my boss. I think about his bald, towering presence above me anytime I step out of line. On Amazon Hall, which is the Amazon's direct answer to Temu, Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos decided to add the tariff cost increase to people who are using the Amazon Hall service. Not the regular Amazon delivery portal, not the regular Amazon that you go to, right? Which is understandable. It's an understandable thing that they wanted to do. Now, because, after a reporter observes that Amazon listing the price increases caused by the Trump tariffs proves that the policies is causing inflation, Caroline Leavitt continues Trump's propaganda, calling it a hostile and political act and falsely accusing Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos of working with China. Now, the reason why I find this very funny is because of their reaction. Jeff Bezos since then has already fucking backed down from this and said that this was only for like their Amazon portal, for their like Temu equivalent. It wasn't for the entire website in general, which I think they should. Donald Trump also then quickly wrapped it up and said, if Bezos is very nice, terrific, he solved the problem very quickly, he did the right thing, good guy. But the fact that they were this scared of this action is instructive. Let's take a look at this response when they thought that this was going to happen.
Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect, crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why.
So really interesting stuff because, I mean, I guess it's a communist plot when European countries, for example, display the actual price and then on the receipt they show a value-added tax. Because like the price on the, I don't get it. The price on the fucking shelf was different than the price I paid. What is that? What is a VAT? A value-added tax? What kind of communist invention is this? Right? This is hostile. You are not allowed to put a value-added tax as a separate price. You should not actually show that at all. That's really fucked up. That is really fucked up. We consider you to be a hostile. We consider you to be hostile for doing that. Now, of course, the irony is that Amazon was doing this, as many other companies are going to end up doing this as well, obviously, to show exactly how much of that price increase is coming from the tariffs. Some of the companies are going to lie, as a matter of fact, and maybe even add extra price increases and then shelter it under the tariffs increase. Okay? Yes, Punchbowl is a real website, chatter. What are you talking about? It's not like some fucking fake, made up, fake news bullshit. Now, what's interesting about this is like, she's losing her mind over this and being like, how dare you fucking show this, and claiming that this is a political attack. Why is this a political attack? Why would this be considered a political attack? Can someone explain to me why this would be considered a political attack? It's literally something that the Trump administration implemented as an entry fee for all goods coming into the United States of America. Of course, companies are going to present why there is a price increase. It is perfectly normal. The fact that they consider this to be political and fucked up is really silly. They only are saying this because it makes Trump look bad. That's it. It's because it shows the truth. It will be interesting to see how the median American responds to pointless import charges. I voted for this. Temu. It was marked down. Mind blown. Pissed off. My granddaughter found the perfect dress for her uncle's wedding in Temu. It was marked down from 19. Went ahead and ordered it after I hit purchase. Now I got a receipt for $54. I couldn't figure out what I did wrong, so I went to my receipt. I was charged $31.44 import fee. The dress was only $19. No more Temu for me. And the quartering says, I voted for this. Now, I don't really care about Temu becoming less affordable. I don't. Especially when there are valid alternatives out there, okay? The problem is these tariffs and the entry fee that people are going to be paying, people don't understand is a cost carried over to the fucking consumer.
Phoenix, where?
You and your descendants will be condemned to the factories forever while we billionaires profit is a really great sell. Yeah, Howard Lutnick also is uniquely honest about what the American industry will look like. For some weird reason, he just like doesn't even hide it. Hold on.
Key is, where are you going to find the people to work here? Right? You're north of Phoenix. Where are they coming?
That's
you
right.
go to the community colleges and you train people. So all the community colleges around here, Arizona State's on it, Grand Canyon, all these community colleges here are training people right now, technicians, and these are really good paying jobs. They start at $70s, $80s, $90,000. These are trade craft. It's time to train people, not to do the jobs of the past, but to do the great jobs of the future. You know, this is the new model where you work in these kind of plants for the rest of your life, and your kids work here and your grandkids work here. You know, we let the auto plants go overseas. Right now, you should see an auto plant. It's highly automated, but the people, the 4,000, 5,000 people who work there, they are trained to take care of those robotic arms. They're trained to keep the air conditioning system.
You're taking a lot of guff.
Key is...
Yeah, you're going to work in a fucking factory floor. You're going to slave away at the factory floor for the rest of your life, dude. Here's the...
Gate. Forget about Amazon. If a company were to say, we're raising prices because of the tariff, is that a hostile...
I think if you go out of your way to try to make it seem like your price has changed when it's nonsense, okay? A 10% tariff.
Why is that nonsense?
Because a 10% tariff is not going to change virtually any price. The only price it would change would be a product that we don't make here, like a mango. You know, if we don't have mangoes here and we charge 10%.
Hopefully nobody's making mangoes.
Right,
Yes, you're
correct. Or cocoa. Right? We don't grow cocoa in America. So, but what you're going to see is you're going to see us relentlessly do trade deals everywhere in the world. And when we do a trade deal with that country, we're going to say cocoa does not have a tariff, right? Because this is the smart way that Donald Trump is doing it. He understands if you make a deal with a country and you give them the parts that...
So I think I figured out how these deals work. I've been playing Civilization for the last few days, and I've basically been immortal. No deals made, no allies or adversaries. We need more bombs. They're going to talk shit about you. Oh no! Oh no! No, I knew that this is gonna happen. I'm excited for this. I'm gonna have Vivian on as well on the broadcast. Fear not, everybody. Yeah, someone in the chat said you can't trust women. I agree. You can't. They'll always shank you. They'll always gut you. Okay, they'll always hurt you. You feel me? Can't trust these goddamn ladies. Kaya. She's the only lady I can trust. Kaya, hello. Fatty. You big fat fatty. Oh, come here. Come here. Oh. Whoa. She's breaking everything with her big old body. What's up? Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay. She's so funny. This morning, there's two Great Danes that she normally fights with at the park, like she plays with. And this one Great Dane is so much larger than she is. Is like the only dog that she actually plays with that is bigger than her. And this Great Dane was just whipping her around, and she got pissed. And she was like, nope, I'm done. I literally mentioned Kaya in my prayers. Wait, what the fuck does that even mean? What are you doing? Okay, go, place. Come on, enough. Kaya, place. Kaya times 2. I think she's ready for you to be done streamer for tonight, Avi. No. Is Vivian going to be on the next Fear End? No. Maybe. She rage quit. She did. Have you seen the Gamers Nexus video on how much the tariffs are fucking up the PC building industry? I've seen bits and pieces of it. People love talking about it. I think it's very funny, and I'm glad that like people are waking up to that reality, but from the framework of gaming, especially because gamers are some of the most reactionary dipshits.
We are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Is Jeff Bezos still a Trump supporter?
Look, I will not speak to the president's relationships with Jeff Bezos, but I will tell you that this is certainly a hostile and political action by Amazon. And Secretary, if you haven't.
Yeah, hostile. All right. Speaking of hostility, Trump is pressed on sweeping tariffs and Hegseth in the new ABC News exclusive interview that came out. What a pivotal 100 days this has been.
With the ABC News exclusive, today marks President Trump's 100th day in office. And tonight, our Terry Moran sitting down with the president in the Oval Office. Terry asking the president about his tariffs, the economy, immigration, the war in Ukraine, and how the president answered when Terry asked if the president still has confidence in his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, after those 2 group chats using the Signal app discussing military plans involving Yemen, U.S. military jets, and their timing. One of those chats included his wife. The president facing an historically low approval rating at the 100-day mark amid concern in this country over the president's tariffs and higher prices, fears of inflation. Tonight, our first look at the primetime interview that airs tonight, Terry asking the president about his advice to Americans to hang tough and what that meant when it comes to the economy.
Well, you said something a couple weeks ago that struck me. You said concerning the tariffs, which economists say are going to raise prices, you said, quote, hang tough. Yeah. It won't be easy. You said that to the American people. Is that what Americans should expect, some hard times?
I've said that during my campaign. Look, we won a campaign by a lot. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by a lot. You know, we had a tremendous campaign. I said all these things during my campaign. I said, you're going to have a transition period. We've been ripped off by every country all over the world. They're laughing at us. They thought we were stupid people, and we were. And I said, that's not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen.
Hard times are ahead?
I don't think so. I think great times are ahead. Look, since I came in, gasoline is down, groceries are down, egg prices are down.
Hard times make great men. That's what they say. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing it. I'm doing hard times to make great men. Our men are too soft.
Many things are down, just about everything. You know, you don't have the drop in fuel and energy and oil like we did. I took it from maybe $3.20, maybe more than that, down into a much lower number. When you have that kind of a drop, you're not going to have inflation.
Not now, but it's the tariffs, right? We still have 145% tariffs on China. Your Treasury Secretary said we basically have an embargo on China.
Look, you're trying to say something's going to happen, Jerry.
No, okay, well,
nothing's going to happen.
You know business. Terry, I want to ask you.
I do know business.
Yes, so 100.
The Macy says this is Trump's hand-selected ABC News interviewer. They're pressing his ass, dude. Fucking finally, liberal media back at it. Resistance liberalism, dude. We're back. We're back to resistance liberalism. Fucking finally. It took 100 days of complete collapse. I can't believe how much he had to do. God, liberals are the absolute worst allies, the least reliable allies, man. They really are. It is crazy that Donald Trump had to melt global trade in its entirety for media and all of big business to finally be like, okay, maybe he's not the smart guy that was just going to be the rugged deregulator that will allow us to do super profits. It really blows my mind. Like, Fallner Witt, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What the hell was that? God damn.
45% tariffs on China, and that's good. Basically an embargo.
They deserve it.
It'll raise prices on everything from electronics to clothing.
That's good. They deserve it.
To building houses.
You don't know that. You don't know whether or not China's going to eat it.
That's
mathematics.
Well, first of all, they, said that they're not going to eat it. And 2, in retaliation, have added a shit ton of tariffs to American goods. And 3, you keep lying about de-escalating the tariff war, even without listening to, even without having this supposed conversation with China. So where are we at? American farmers are fucked now. Don't worry. He'll do a massive subsidy package as he did last time around, which was a far larger subsidy than the money that he supposedly brought in through the tariffs when he did the tariff war last time. He's going to have to do another fucking fat subsidy package to the farmers. Oh, that's not how tariffs work. What do you mean? Beware the liberal. Oh, you're saying he doesn't know how tariffs work. Yeah, I got the MS-13 one lined up here as well. Don't worry.
China probably will eat those tariffs, but at 145, they basically can't do much business with the United States. And they were making from us $1 trillion.
Have you seen Kneecap's statement? Kind of disappointed? Yes, dude. Yes, I have. They're getting fucked. Okay? I don't think you guys understand. They're getting fucked from every angle right now. And the reason why they're getting fucked from every angle right now is because they said, fuck Israel, free Palestine at Coachella. Okay? So now there is a counterterrorism investigation against them in England. All of the Jewish advocacy groups are that are actually pro-Israel in nature, in reality, are using all of the fucking institutional clout that they have to try to get them banned, from all of their sold out shows in the rest of Europe. They've already successfully gotten 3 of their shows canceled in Germany. So yeah, of course, in order not to go to fucking prison, they're like, yeah, we condemn, we condemn Hamas and Hezbollah. I heard they had a problematic streamer on stage with them recently. So they face monetary consequences, and now it's okay to walk back the support of those being bombed daily. Did they walk back the support of those that are being bombed daily? No. So shut the fuck up. They're not. They're not backing down from their support for Palestinians. They're simply saying they simply are backing away from their support for the militant resistance groups. And that's, I understand. I understand why. They're not running around going, Am Israel high. They're just playing ball to avoid going to fucking prison.
A year. They were ripping us off like nobody's ever ripped us off. And by the way, we have other countries that were just as bad. If you look at the European Union, it was terrible what they've done to us. Every country, almost every country in the world was ripping us off. They're not doing that anymore.
The president.
But they did cave to Western demands and Zionists. Yes, they did. They did. They did. They 100% did. They didn't turn around and say, like, I'm not going to fucking condemn resistance groups against the much greater evil, okay, which is Israel in the situation. Work bonus came through. Had to say thank you since you changed my mind completely on a lot of issues. Well, through you and your fans. Hell yeah. I mean, don't spend your work bonus on me, chatter. Shit is popping off right now in the economy. Is buying a Hezbollah t-shirt a bad idea? It might be illegal, depending on where you are. Normally in America, I don't think it is, despite Hezbollah being a terror group. I think free speech protects you from that because, like, everybody fucking runs around with, like, way worse shit, obviously. But nowadays, most likely, yes, it is illegal. What about a flag where one side is Hezbollah and the other side is Israel from AliExpress? Yeah, that one is fucking amazing. I love that. You just talked about how Trump knows that the tariffs are paid USA side, but like ignores it because today he declared that there will be a 15% credit for automakers to give tariff relief over the first 2 years that we pay for. Drum roll, the auto tariffs, Lamau. I don't know what the fuck he's saying, man. I know he knows how tariffs are paid though. He did it before. Yeah, it's like Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda had to say she didn't support the North Vietnamese after she went and hung out with them. And sat on a fucking anti-aircraft missile system and posed on it. So, there's a lot of people do that. Oh, here's the Trump, I picked you, you're not being nice.
Of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute over that.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
He had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait. Does Donald Trump actually think he had like MS-1 and 3 tattooed on his knuckles? Like, oh my God. Oh no. No. They showed him that and he didn't realize that it was like, no. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to believe that. I don't want to fucking believe that. I don't want to believe that the president of the most powerful nation on the planet with the largest nuclear arsenal that's currently capable of destroying everything on the planet is so brain dead that he, like, that's like some Joe Biden shit. What is going on? It's like back-to-back dementia. Oh my God. He did not actually. No, he's just lying. I want to in my head canon, he knows he's just lying because he's a fucking piece of shit liar. He is not being duped by his staffers that showed him very clearly a photo where it said M, the letter M, the letter S in like area font, and the number 1 and 3 was posted on top of the knuckle tattoos to signify that this was actually MS-13, which, by the way, in and of itself is also ridiculous. Those things don't signify MS-13, but it's even more ridiculous. Arial, sorry. I'm sorry for the font, guys. Oh my God. That is so much worse. It is so much worse if he saw that photo and was like, I can't believe it. It said MS-13 with the numbers and everything. It tricked my parents. For your information, no.
Wait a minute. Terry.
He did not have the letter MS13.
It says MS13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. I picked you, Terry. But you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshopped? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe.
Oh my God. He literally believes it. Oh my God. Not only does he believe it, but he also literally doubles down on it. But not only that, but he also turns around. Oh my God. He thinks it actually, like, this wasn't just like added on to signify, to claim that this tattoo, the marijuana was for M and the smiley face was for S and the cross was for 1 and the skull was for 3. No, he literally thinks that the fucking... No. I am no. I don't want to believe that he. I'm hoping that he's just a piece of shit and he's lying. Okay, he's just a piece of shit and he's fucking lying. Oh my God. He literally thinks this is the real knuckle tattoo. Oh my God. We have to come to terms with the fact that if you are over the age of like 45 or 50, you have most likely severe brain rot. You have a significant intellectual disability. I think if your parents believe this, and so does Trump apparently, oh my God, I think the lead paint generation unironically has severe crippling intellectual disabilities, and they must immediately be removed from positions of power. Anyone, this is a test. This is literally like, this is like is this a robot or is this a human test? If you believe this, if you think that this guy genuinely has the letter M, the letter S, and the number 1 and the number 3 tattooed on his knuckles, and this isn't just like, supposed to imply that these actual knuckle tattoos are supposed to represent MS 1 and 3, then you you can't be in office. Oh my God, you should be removed from office. You cannot be in office. This is great. This is Ronald Reagan, second term, Alzheimer's. This is not even like complicated AI. This is not like an AI image that your parents got duped from. This is the shittiest paint job. This is Microsoft Paint. Like, it doesn't even line up correctly. Oh my God. No, I can't. I want to believe that he's just like a piece of shit liar. I can't do this. I can't believe that the president fell for MS Paint. Okay. What do we do? What do we do with this? 33K likes. President Trump just called out the fake news and Democrats for defending an MS-13 terrorist. 33,000 likes. I'm kind of shocked that you're shocked. No. This is new. I thought there's plausible deniability. I thought that he was just basically saying like, no, those tattoos imply MS and 1 and 3. Not that like he literally thinks it's MS-13 like written on the knuckles. Oh my God. This is like failing basic competency test level. Oh my God. Here's a photo of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's left hand. No MS-13 near the knuckles. Our president gets along well with people like Putin, Kim, and Bukele because they're all sadistic. Wait, what is this fact check? Well, I mean, yeah, of course it doesn't say M, the letter M, the letter S, and the number 1 and the number 3 on his knuckles. I can't believe that this is like a fact checkable situation. This is just like, I had to interrogate my dad. He thought it was real, cooked. Fortunately, he acquiesced, but I think he might have genuinely thought it at first. He also can't detect AI slop properly. He thought the pic of the Wisconsin judge crying in an AI orange jumpsuit was real. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, we do not. Dude, what do we do? What do we do? I mean, like, the AI image of the judge crying at least is like AI, right? AI slop duping boomers is one thing. This is more severe than that. This is so much worse than that. Wait, there's also something else here that we're not talking about. It doesn't just say the letters M, S, 1, and 3. It also, you can't really tell from this photo because it's like super low quality at this point, but it also says like marijuana, smile, cross, and skull under it. Does he think that those are also tattooed? Like, does he think that he tattooed MS 1 and 3 and also marijuana, smile, cross, and skull? Like, he thinks that is like, what a unique set of tattoos. He said he saw that. Like, this guy's a real bad guy. And he said he had tattoos of MS 1 and 3, and then underneath it, he also tattooed marijuana, smile, cross, and skull. That's what he thinks. Like, he thinks this is also tattooed. How does the skull mean 3? It doesn't. It was already made up to begin with. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so bad. Yeah. The reason why they believe that the skull is actually a 3 is because they want to believe it for the sake of the narrative that they wanted to cultivate. That is the only reason. I'm a little scared. I'm not going to lie. This is new depths that I had not foreseen. I had not realized that this is where we were at. This is okay. For the chatters who are comparing this to eating the cats and dogs thing, understand something. They're eating the cats and dogs is just racist bullshit. He doesn't actually have to believe that they're eating cats and dogs. And I don't think he actually does believe that they're eating cats and dogs. This, on the other hand, is like a silly way to get duped. This demonstrates something different. This demonstrates something significantly worse, far worse. Does he also think he tattooed marijuana smile cross on his? I don't want to do a David Pac-Man style like Trump has really lost his mind 100% type video, but this is like I don't know. I don't know what is going on. Oh my God. Have anything to say about this is on? Do you want me to go to prison? Do you want me to go to jail? Do you want me to go to CCOT? No more. No more shitty paint jobs where you fucking write MS 1 and 3 on anybody's face going forward. This is all it takes, it seems, for these fucking monstrous charlatans who are so brain broken, who are so very clearly brain broken. This is insane. This is the most insane this is the most insane I've felt in the last couple of years. Real tat, see you later, dog. Yeah, it's over for me, I think. This is, and to make it worse, like, this is a lot. This is like an incredible issue with cognitive function that seemingly has bricked the brains of tens of millions of baby boomers in generation lead in gasoline, like generation lead paint. Gen Xers and baby boomers believe this shit, it seems. Like, that makes it even crazier. This isn't even like This is not even remotely complex AI, okay? This is just straightforwardly a paint job, an MS Paint job, quite shittily done, as a matter of fact. This would imply that he believes all of the insane stuff that he says, and he's not just simply saying it in some like there's no method to the madness. You understand? There is no method to the madness at all. No, he just actually believes it. Like, he's not lying because he knows like no one will fact check him. He is easily duped. He's easily tricked. Trump is officially an easily tricked adult.
Believe the news because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't there, but they're there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
All right. Well, we'll take a look at that.
You do
We'll take a
such a
look at
disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't
sir.
you just say, yes, he does, and, go on to something else?
What do you mean? Why don't you? It's a paint job, not even intended to deceive in any way. It's not trying to make you think those are tats. That is insane. No, he could have. No, I'm telling you. Oh, guys, stop. He could have just as easily been like I'm just saying, like, it's obviously MS-13. Like, those finger tattoos are clearly resembling MS-13. He's like, no, you don't understand. Like, they literally, he has the letter M, the letter S, the number 1 and the number 3 tattooed on his knuckles. Why won't you believe me when I say this to you? I don't. This is really scary, especially because there's a lot of people who are Trump aged who are in Congress. There are a lot of people who are Trump aged who are in positions of power. They're sitting in boardrooms. They're your managers. They're your boss's bosses. They are. I don't know. So to recap, Randos on X claimed to decode the tattoos that multiple experts on MS-13 have said nothing to do with MS-13. Someone at the White House took the idea and crudely put MS-13 on the image, and Trump actually believed that that's what the tattoo said. Wow. I'm sorry, but that's just how the sausage is made. It doesn't matter what he truly believes. Lies are OP. This is so discouraging. This is the most discouraging I've felt in a while. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. There is not really much you can do with a guy who believes this. Okay, there's not much. There's nothing you can do to a guy that has basically broken their brain into believing this. I thought that Trump was just implying that the tattoos were actually. I thought Trump was saying that the tattoos imply MS-13. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, saying like, no, he's a cruel piece of shit and he's a liar, not like this stupid. Don't worry, big dog. Bill Maher will set him straight. No, it's over. It's done. It's so Jover. It's never been more Jover than it is at this very moment.
There on his tariffs during this wide-ranging primetime interview tonight. Terry also asking the president about his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, and whether he still has confidence in him. Here's what the president said.
I want to ask one question about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. There's a lot of turmoil at the Pentagon right now. There's the signal chat with his wife on it where he's discussing that attack in Yemen. There's another signal chat discussing the attack on Yemen. There's a reporter accidentally involved. You said the other day that you had a talk with the secretary. Did you take him to the woodshed?
I had a talk with him, and whatever I said, I probably wouldn't be inclined to tell you. But we had a good talk. He's a talented guy. He's young. He's smart, highly educated. And I think he's going to be a very good hopefully a great defense secretary, but he'll be a very good defense secretary.
You have 100% confidence in
I don't
Pete
have
Hegseth.
100% confidence in anything. Okay? Anything. Do I have 100%? It's a stupid question. Look.
It's a pretty important position.
No. You don't have 100%. Only a liar would say I have 100% confidence. I don't have 100% confidence that we're going to finish this interview.
We will.
Of course, the interview did continue. You did finish it. The president was, and we should point this out, willing to answer a multitude of questions here. Let's bring in Terry Moran.
Yeah, no 100% confidence in anything except for MS Paint, MS-13 finger painting. I don't know what to say. Words. I don't have words. I don't know what the fuck. This really fucked me up, dude. No, I'm not gonna lie. You're being so disingenuous. Dude, I am not being disingenuous. You're kidding if you actually think he thinks that the overlaid MS-13 is what he means. No, that's what I thought. That's what I also thought until this moment. I thought he had plausible deniability. I thought he was like playing it smart, being like, no, it's clearly MS-13. It's clearly MS-13. Until this very moment. You're right. That's what I thought too. Like, because I could not fathom having the leader of the world in charge of the largest nuclear arsenal unironically just saying, no, this needs to be investigated. I'm not even kidding. Like, someone needs to, they have to like follow up on this and be like, Mr. President, do you literally think Kilmar Abrego Garcia has the letter M, the letter S, and the number 1 and the number 3 painted on his knuckles as in the form of a tattoo? Please give us a yes or no, because he needed to ask this guy, the ABC News guy, should have asked him directly, as in, do you think that Kilmar Abrego Garcia has the letters M, the letter S, the number 1 and number 3 painted on each of his knuckles? I need you to explain it to me clearly. I need to know, because this right here, chatter, this right here is perhaps the most severe, most public indication of his mental incompetence. Like, I'm not like doing David Pakman style videos being like, oh, Trump sneezed weird, so he's fucking, he has mental illness or whatever. Okay. I need to know if the president got duped by not just AI, which is expected, but the shittiest fucking MS Paint. I'm going to run this again. I'm going to do full blown forensic analysis here. I'm going to bring a body movement expert. This is, oh my God.
Wasn't a member of a gang. And then they look, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute over that.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS.
So he goes, he didn't have the letter MS1 and 3.
MS13.
It says MS13.
That was Photoshopped.
No. He says he has MS13. The number 1 political streamer on Twitch believes this too.
Believe Abrego Garcia's hand tattoos were code for MS-13 until his wife censored his hand tattoos on her TikTok account. I checked her account and confirmed that this was real. If you actually thought that this guy wasn't a gang member, you had to have been functionally fucking retarded. How is it that, if it walks like a duck, if it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck,
why is it walking and talking and quacking like a duck? No, this is literally Biden's like, I saw 100 beheaded babies moment. Straight up. Yeah. No, this is exactly what's going on. No, he believes that it's code. Even Asmongold doesn't think that the president thinks that it literally has the letters MS1 and 3 on his fucking knuckles, okay? Asmongold is a racist little fucking gremlin, okay? That's one thing. But I don't think he genuinely believes that the tattoos straight up fucking write MS-13, MS1 and 3 on his knuckles. He just thinks it's code for M and code for S and code for 1 and code for 3, which is still wrong and still stupid, but simply not as stupid as Trump falling for MS Paint.
Probably not I don't know. It's probably not a McDonald's. Okay? Like, it's not. And so it's probably not a dog. The fact is, the guy was found with multiple other people of MS-13. 2 people thought that he was involved with MS-13, the immigration judges.
He's just wrong on every part of this, by the way. Jesus Christ, you could just fucking say anything. God damn it. It makes me so mad. Oh, I can't stand this shit. I can't. It's not even about Asmongold. It's just like how fucking confident he is in his stupidity. He was not found with an MS-13 gang member. He was packed up in front of a fucking Home Depot, and there was no evidence whatsoever to suggest that he was actually MS-13, except for one of the other dudes literally claimed that he was an MS-13 gang member from Long Island. He had never been to fucking Long Island, and that wasn't enough evidence to actually declare him an MS-13 gang member. And not only that, but he had extra evidence to suggest that going back to El Salvador would actually constitute a real threat to him that he was able to get a withdrawal of removal to El Salvador from the same fucking immigration courts. You don't know anything. That's precisely the reason why they lied and said, oh, well, here's a Chicago Bulls hat, and everybody knows that's signed for MS-13. And then they fucking lied and said, oh, well, he was wearing a hoodie that had rolls of $100 bills with fucking wings on the side. They were so stupid that they looked at that report from his initial apprehension and claimed that he had rolls of $100 bills, and no one ever fucking checked it. That wasn't the case at all. The federal government, Caroline Leavitt, and the Department of Homeland Security just fucking lied, okay? Just like they are trying to lie about his knuckle tattoos to imply that the knuckle tattoos are actually indicative of the letter M, the letter S, the number 1, and the number 3. But somehow we've blown this case wide open. Let me tell you how little those tattoos meant when they first apprehended him and went through this court process. They were not brought up as MS-13 gang tattoos in the initial report, because if he had gang tattoos, they could have very clearly declared it in the initial detention report to make a more convincing case, other than this other random fucking dipshit claims he's MS-13 from a place that he's never been to. Okay? They didn't even bring it up in the initial detention report. So obviously, it was not significant enough. No one is even describing why the skull would be indicative of the letter 3, or why the cross would be indicative of the number 1, or the smile would be indicative of the S. I guess it's because it starts with an S. That's what it is. And then the marijuana is indicative of the letter M because it starts with the letter M. Is that what is going on? Stop calling these people stupid. They are malicious. They will justify his arrest because there's no proof of life. There is a proof of life. You're wrong. Senator Chris Van Hollen went down to El Salvador and met with the guy, okay? They are stupid. They are this stupid. Yes, they're racist as well. Yes, they're malicious as well. Skull, this one is more dubious, but maybe 2 eyes and a nose hole equals 3. Like, the Trump administration's reaction to this has been to basically come up with a new reason every fucking week, okay? And in the process, their reasoning is so stupid that even the most racist fucking Klansmen on Asmongold's subreddit are having a hard time justifying it and going, and a skull, this one is more dubious, but maybe 2 eyes and a nose hole. What about the mouth hole? That's 4 fucking holes, dumbass. The skull has a mouth hole too. Perhaps you're just trying to do numerology like a schizo. Maybe the tattoo actually means MS-14, which is more dangerous than MS-13. But it doesn't even matter, because even Asmongold, no matter how fucking stupid he is, probably recognizes that the goddamn tattoos were only code for the letters M, the letters S, the number 1, and the number 3. Trump, on the other hand, has taken it one step further here when he says, no, it clearly has the letters MS, 1, and 3. This is a new level of idiocy.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry. But you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them.
Yeah, he's saying he did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. No, they can't be. Why would they be interpreted that way? Why even concede? This is another thing that these dumb fucks in liberal media do all the time. Trump says something super insane, and then tomorrow he'll say something even more insane, and then it forces you to concede to the thing that he said initially that was super insane, but at least it's not as insane as the next thing he said. No, there is no conceding to this, okay? There is no fucking MS-13. That is a post hoc interpretation that the administration that lies about every goddamn thing has decided. It was not in the fucking initial detention report. None of the fucking MS-13 gang experts have actually said that these tattoos imply the letter M, the letter S, the number 1, and the number 3. What the fuck? It's not like MS-13 gang members are shy about their affiliation. What are we talking about? They're the most tatted up motherfuckers of all time. They literally tattoo their eyelids. What do you mean? Oh, this one is a shy guy. Is that what it is? He was just a shy guy. He wanted to go, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go the full MS-13 on my fucking chest like everybody else. I love chopping people to death and, shipping away different body parts of different fucking parts of the country. But I was shy. I was too shy to get the fucking MS-13, so I wanted to, indicate it. Is that what the argument is? Is that what's going on? Yeah, he was soft launching his membership. Will you eventually go back to shitting on Israel after this Trump-related drama? Dude, I shit on Israel so much. I have no more shit in my ass, okay? The fuck do you mean?
I want to turn to Ukraine,
No,
sir.
Jerry,
I want to get to
Jerry,
Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't
Take a look
there,
at the
but they're
photograph.
there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
All right. Well, we'll take a look at that.
You do
We'll take
such
a
a
look.
disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say it, yes?
Yeah, he goes, dude. He literally says, no, not interpreted. Like, that's literally what the letters are. That's what he's saying. They're the letters. Dude, this is so fucking annoying. This is so goddamn annoying. This is so fucking annoying. Oh my God. It's so fucking annoying because they're not even like brilliant tacticians here. Okay. They're just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And they're so incredibly confident. And so is Asmongold. So incredibly confident in his fucking stupidity. Oh my God. And it's crazy because like they don't even have to have the capacity to feel shame because they get showered in praise for the stupidity. Because there's even dumber people out there that are like, oh hell yeah, thank you for giving me the fucking slop that I wanted. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this fucking slop that I desperately desired. This is the Brandonification of Donald Trump. He's going full, almost as bad as people thinking that NMP law has this body. If these were established MS-13 tattoos, we'd be able to verify that with other external examples of these being gang tattoos. But interestingly, we don't, and the media won't even try to call it out. I don't. I'm done. I don't know what to fucking say anymore. This is so crazy. Time to brush up on the 25th Amendment. Yeah, who's gonna fucking trigger that, dude? Chuck Schumer? Chuck Schumer is going to fucking run around being like, yes, Mr. President, it is MS-13 as he gets his ass spanked with a paddle by Donald Trump for being a bad boy. Yes, Mr. President, as long as you kill every person that said Israel is bad, I'm good. Yeah, and then Cory Booker and Chuck Schumer will high five. And then Jerry Connolly will just fucking perish on the way over to write a sternly worded letter. I'm losing it. Yeah, look at this document from the TPD. The police department that was the source of the new profiling will show you what you were talking about and how hypocritical and inconsistent they are. Yes. So there's like specific gang tattoos that showcase gang affiliation, and they know that. Like there's an entire manual for it. There's an entire field manual for it. Okay? None of that is whatever the fuck they're claiming with this dude. But none of it even matters. Speaking of Schumer, worst approval rating, according to CNN, Dem Hill leaders 72, GOP Hill leaders 62. Hakeem Jeffries 20% favorability rating, 27% unfavorable. John Thune 16%. Mike Johnson, oh my God. Chuck Schumer's favorability is at 17%. His unfavorability is at 44%. He is the least popular leader out of either party. I want tattoos on my knuckles, please. Yeah, above the ones I already have. What font? I'm glad you asked. Comic Sans, please. Yeah, also, I want underneath the tattoos that I already have, I want you to write marijuana and smiley face and the marijuana smiley face. I forgot. Cross and fucking the what is the last one? A skull. Don't be tricked by that liberal fake polling. We all know Chuck's real approval rating is 90%. Yeah, I want a new tattoo to explain my code tattoo. I think the fact that white people aren't being detained over tattoos says everything you need to know about the racial profiling. Yeah, I mean, of course. Yeah, bro, he wanted to put a fucking accessibility marker underneath his tattoos for people with like reading, for people with issues, you know? Oh my God. Dem Party wants leftist dead. Do you understand this? So does the right. I guess we'll just die then. I don't know. So do people that are ostensibly on the fucking left. Everyone. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go. I have a really cool thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to do Wine About It. We canceled numerous different things that we were supposed to do. Initially I was supposed to be playing basketball with Maya. Then Maya pushed the basketball back to 7:30. And then Cutie reached out and said, we can film Wine About It now if you want. And because they are, because they're hard to work with, I'm going to go and drive over there and fucking do the pod. Okay? They're doing mass blasting pods. Tell Maya what? Maya is dangerous? I agree. Anyway. Love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, God. What a crazy fucking time to be alive. God damn it. We're so cooked. We're so fucking cooked, chat. We're cooked. We're so goddamn cooked. The hell world. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow from the Burger Reich as we enter the 101st day. Bye-bye.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There